There we go. Okay. Second time's the charm that time. As always, let me do a quick little sound test. This sounds a little weird. Let me just mess with it. Just a touch. Okay. Let's see how that does. I think that's probably good. It looks good, I think. Yeah, let's just run with that. So, we're doing Nullius this time around. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, let me just push the mic back a little bit and see if that does anything. Yeah. Let's just see how that does. For whatever reason, I don't know if this is the case for any of you, but I'm getting a lot of buffering on my side, but my internet speed looks stable this time around. Like, I did do a speed test for myself. Anyway, once again, you'll notice I have my creative world as always, but I did not even go ahead and create my world this time, since I always wind up doing that anyway. So, let me just grab the exchange string real quick and make a new game. There we are. And off we go. So, you're a von Neumann android. After hundreds of years of relativistic travel, your probe has arrived at its target planet, and you've been activated with a small payload of essential equipment. This lifeless planet is relatively poor in heavy elements and lacks a breathable atmosphere. Despite these minor deficits, it's overall classified as a superb candidate for terraforming. Your mandate is to develop the industrial capacity necessary to terraform this planet, seed it with life, and build a wave of successors to continue on to new planets. So, just as it said, we are an android. We are going to be terraforming this planet. I do have milestones, as you'll notice. And having already played about half an hour of Nullius in the past, I do know that your first objective here is to come around and clean up all of the wreckage. But I've got to be honest, beyond that, I'm mostly going to be playing blind. I have run a Nullius map before on the community maps, but that is really slow. I've ran a Nullius map before on the community maps, but that doesn't mean I played it. I got about half an hour into it, realized I was not going to be able to finish with my current schedule, and just kinda noped out of it. One thing that I will try to do, as I am wont to do on occasion, is preserve the crash site. Just memorialize it a bit, but inevitably when I do this, I'll need to build in this area, and it's like, okay, crash site, you are in the way, let's get rid of you. I'm also going to go ahead and clear some of these rocks off of this field. I don't really know, I just noticed this is giving me iron, that's kind of cool. I don't really know how soon I'm going to need nickel, and this is nickel, but I figured I'd just go ahead and clean up a little bit. So maybe it would be a better idea to spend my first few minutes looking through technologies, since it is blinking at me like that. Okay, we're getting off to a rocky start, I'm going to tell you, because... what does that mean? Okay, we'll worry about that in a minute. We've got all our first technologies here, so just how to smelt iron, how to smelt nickel, how to make nickel wire. It looks like nickel wire. We'll assume that is the case. Air and seawater. Okay, yeah, one step at a time. Also, I guess one thing I did not mention is that when I picked up all the parts and emptied out the ship there... Oh, okay, I emptied out the contents, but there's actually some parts you have to deconstruct the ship for, so, I guess maybe I won't be preserving the ship this time. Let's go ahead and mine that up. Might as well punch this rock, it's going to be in the way. And then let's get back to what I was saying. So, of the parts that you pick up, you do get some serviceable buildings. Bit delayed to the map due to a Death World-sized detour. I mean, that'll certainly do it. As I was saying, you do get some serviceable buildings. We've got an assembler, small miner, we've got batteries, very nice, being that our only power for a while is going to be solar. But you also notice we have some of these with the lightning bolt through it. A little lightning bolt means that they are broken, as you can see in the little title tooltip there. And with research, we will be able to repair these with just a part or two here or there. For example, the electrolyzer just takes power poles. So that allows you to get your first electrolyzer up and running for very cheap at a time when you probably either can't or do not want to be crafting electrolyzers. And I thought that was a really cool mechanic the first time I saw that play out. I don't know why I'm still cleaning nickel when I'm not entirely sure I'm going to need nickel. Up here is the bauxite. So let's go ahead and settle right where these patches meet, I suppose. Maybe I'll mine this rock for the next 8 hours and then check the map when I'm done. Just look for good places to expand out into. There we are. So we have sandstone, a tiny little bit of phosphorite down there. Another little bit of nickel, tiny patch of nickel. Not really anything else on radar. Looking pretty empty. Okay. Our water's over here, though, so we'll probably want to build down in this area. I think that seems reasonable. So, probably, like, crushers and smelting it all around this area. Something like that. So, maybe I'll start over on this side and just start popping down solar panels in a line up this direction. One thing to be aware of is we only have so many power poles, and we can't make more for a while. Not that they're super expensive, it's just something to be aware of. This is also a new install of Factorio, so I will be getting those tooltips here and there. So, what is the reach on these guys? Okay, not quite enough. But pretty good. Pretty good all the same. It is starting to go night pretty quick, so I guess I don't have to rush to get these solar panels down. They're not going to be doing anything for me for a minute. Ooh, the reach on these power poles does leave something to be desired. Maybe I won't do power poles down the middle there. Maybe I will do the batteries. Because the batteries, if you notice, are still a 3x3, which is quite different from your standard accumulator, but you might also notice that the solar panels are a 4x4 entity, so also a tad bigger. So let's just go ahead and put the batteries in the middle of the power poles. Like so. And then the solar panels can go across the top. And I am partially covering the ore field, but, you know, oh well. How many more of these I got? 2. I think I can handle 2. There we go. Let's actually move that one to the side, I think. Well, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Apparently I start with a construction bot. How is this? Why is this different? Ah, I see. If I have a standard everywhere else, I want to follow it. So you go one to the left. There you are. And then let's get these last couple solars down, and the last one just gets to go down there. Okay, anyway, that's enough setup. Let's go get some miners down, and then actually start looking towards making progress. One thing that I do want to look at... let's see. You have no recipes. Okay. Then I do have to start with the science. As I wasn't quite sure what this means. Oh, it's just gonna go. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I've never seen anything do that before. It's just an empty science. Okay, well that's pretty cool. I was a little confused on how to rate that, I'm not gonna lie, but you know, that's pretty cool. Okay, how do I make it? So nickel ore can become iron ore, that's interesting. Your iron, bauxite, and sandstone. Okay, so pretty bog standard. Just take all your starter resources and mash them together. So let's grab our one assembler down here. Let's move the lab just a little bit. There we are. And then we can get the assembler down. Right there. And that way we can, I assume, yes, put an inserter right there. And then I can also put a box here with our... Oh, that is a big box. Don't think I need that. We can just load our ore into there. So sandstone, bauxite. Have a little bauxite. Iron. Do I have sandstone? Not yet. So one more thing that, if you've never played Nullius, may be a surprise, is that the miners are all electric. And you might be thinking, well, why is that? Why not just a burner drill? Well, as part of the lore of Nullius, there is no atmosphere on the planet. We're supposed to terraform it, after all, right? But if there's no atmosphere, that means no burnable fuels. So everything from the burner miners to the furnaces are all electric. That does mean we have to be a little careful in the early stages of the game here. Let's see, this is going to mine just nickel, so let's go ahead and get that going. In fact, can I do something funny here? I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to connect that to the circuit network, tell you the truth. Let's go ahead and set up a condition here. Oh, okay. Let's not do that. There we are. So there's 3 nickel in the chest, and I don't want it to put more than like 200 in here. What is this? Why are there a million transport drones? Good. Okay. Sure, why not? Let's see, where can I put you? You can be the same, so put you there. And I don't care if you fill up that chest, I just want to leave room in this chest so that I can manually add the other ores. Which one of these turned into iron again? I don't quite remember. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, what? You use the science as an ingredient? That's really cool, actually. I really like that. That's really fun. Anyway, what am I doing? So it is nickel ore. Nickel ore, okay. Maybe I'll raise the limit on you then, since it seems like we're gonna need a good amount of nickel. How many slots are in here? And you stacked to 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can't hold that much. Let's bring you back down to 300. And I guess just go to town? Yes, I can do this by hand. I wanted to make sure. So let's see if I can't get a little more iron. Oh, and I guess I can go punch rocks. That's probably a good use of time for now. Oh yeah, I also need to go get sandstone. Actually, since I need sandstone, that does mean one of these I don't need to be in here. Nickel. Of course it's nickel. Sure, that's fine. Whatever. I actually don't have, like, unlimited chests. You might notice I can't even craft more chests if I wanted to right now, so let's let's just leave those two mining where they are, and I guess I'll just have to hand mine a little bit of sandstone for just a minute. Doesn't look like I can get sandstone from any of the big rocks around here, so this is going to give me quite a bit of science, though. I'm going to stop at 10, let's say, and then get the first of the science packs running. Yeah, none of those give sandstone. Okay. So, sandstone? I guess I could have just manually loaded that. There you are. Oh yeah, let's get alt mode going so I can actually see what I'm doing. And I guess I should also get some science in here. Gotta be honest, I'm not entirely sure what would be best to go for. Looks like everything is gated behind climate science, though. Yeah, it looks like everything is gated behind that, so let's go ahead and get that going. And then I'll go ahead and queue you as well. And then iron smelting. Let's see, that is going to allow me to make some extra stuff. Oh, we already have recipes that take oxygen. Interesting. So we're getting into chemistry early. Yeah, sure, good. What are you? I'm not sure. I'm willing to bet that's how, like, 2.0 and on has been doing the gated research, like how you unlock green circuits and the steam engine and all. Maybe Nullius has something like that, and this is legacy stuff from beforehand. Just a little confused because it does take science packs. Not sure. We'll figure it out when we get there. Can I run power down to the sandstone area? Let's just go ahead and give that a shot. Yes, okay. So we're not that limited on poles. I still got like 30 something in here. If anything, we're more limited on chest. So, 2, and then big chest. There we are. And that'll at least get me some sandstone building up so that I can run it up here manually. We do actually have belt. And like a good number to start with. Like, let's see. So I don't need nickel, really. At least not yet. It looks like nickel's primary purpose for the time being is just turning into iron. There's climate. How do I make you again? Air and seawater. Okay. Air filter. Which is science I don't have yet. Okay, probably easier to just look at what I can make. Made in a hydro plant. Okay. Can I repair the hydro plant? It takes pipe, which takes the science. Right. And I can't make you yet because I don't have the science. Can't make you yet. Okay, well let's just remove that. No, that is the only thing I can research. Well then. Okay. Oh, I have one. Never mind. I'm just dumb. Okay, so if I put you there, climate, air and seawater. Good. So... Right. Okay, do I have an air compressor? That would make this a lot easier if I just happen to have one. I can vent. You know what, let's just get some of these buildings down, and then I can see what's available to me. That seems a lot more reasonable. Oh, the chemical plants, they're looking interesting, okay. So there's seawater intake. Ooh, liquid voiding, okay, interesting. Do I have anything else in here that could potentially... Oh, yeah, air filter, there we go. That'll do it. What do you do? 50 a second, you take 80 something a second, so let's go ahead and move this back. Give ourselves a little room. Maybe I'll even do this. There we are. How close are we to water? Technically, there's a water right there. Let me go run up and see if I'm able to tap that. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we need something a little bigger than a single tile, which is perfectly fair. Nope, still not quite. Okay. I thought that might do it. In that case, I might have to pick up some of my solar panels. Yeah, actually, why am I even debating this? Let's just go ahead and pick all this up. Actually, I have bots, so I can just do that. Thanks, guys. And take some of this off the edge as well. And I can't do anything with those, so let's go ahead and pick those up as well. And maybe just one or two more solar panels. There we go. Yeah. Good. Mining is really slow, I'm starting to notice. Anyway, let's just run down here and have a little setup for making the climate science. Right in there. Okay. So, where'd you go? There you are. Where are you over that way? Oh, you take power. Interesting. Air filter. I needed 2 of those. Let's just throw you guys like... Right there. Let's move you down 1 square. That way you line up with the water. There we are. And get the air hooked in. Let's not use an underground here. Ordinarily I would, but I am trying to be mindful of my resources. I certainly cannot make more underground pipes for the foreseeable future, so I don't want to be wasteful. Same with these power poles. I'm trying to position them in such a way so that I get as much coverage for them and the solar panels as I can. Even though I did miss this guy by doing so. There we are. And then however many accumulators I brought with me. There we are. And of course, an inserter. And I guess I'm gonna have to use a jumper chest, or I can just do that. It'll blink at me and be angry, but I think that's fine. Okay, once it's daytime, this should kick back on, but of course, since we are solar powered, thank you, game. Since we are solar powered, that's gonna take a second. And it is still dropping. Okay, I'll just come back later. Let me see what I can do up here for the time being. Maybe 1 or 2 of these solar panels I can relocate. Don't really think I need all of those up there, so let's grab those and run them back. And then I might as well get some of the science packs running again. There we are. And just get you up there. Okay. Run over, grab some of the bauxite, run it up to science. I should have quite a surplus by now. One of the nice things about Nullius, I haven't mentioned yet, is that there are no biters, just by default. In fact, one of our goals, I happen to know for late game, is to create the biters, which I think is really funny. Go ahead and get that thrown in there. It looks like we're a little low on this stuff, so I'll shove some here. And all the iron. Let's take some of this and handcraft however much iron I can. Let's see, is it morning yet? Okay, power is ticking up. So let's just go wait over here. I wonder actually how much power this guy uses. So max consumption 250. These guys are 120 each. The panels are 100. So these are 240, that's 2.5 already. You're another 2.5. So then that leaves 300 capacity-ish. And you take 200. Okay, so I'm only generating 100 extra capacity. Hopefully that's enough to charge the accumulators with over the daytime, and that'll hold out over the night. And there we go. So how long do you take to craft? 60 seconds for one. That is painful. And I can't make more. We are definitely not able to make more, so we are just locked into waiting for that. And it is just one science pack. Just one, okay. Well, hopefully we don't need many. Let's take our one blue science pack and throw it in the lab. Okay, we do only need one for the water filtration research, which is good. So that's going to allow me to repair the hydro plants at least. So let's see. What is needed to repair you? Pipe, which needs climate science, but just one. Okay, let's go ahead and queue that. I can't have to do iron smelting. Oh, that's fine. You are just geology. In fact, let's go ahead and queue a couple geologies. And get you in there, actually, so that we can do the additional whatever they're called. I am blanking so hard right now. The hydroplants. Repair the other hydroplants. There we go. Still am not really sure what that means, but I'll go ahead and throw that in there. Ooh, mining faster would be pretty cool. That repairs the solar panels. That's nice. Anything else? I'll leave it there for now. I'm sure probably even before I finish that queue, I'm going to be coming back to science and rearranging things, so... Regretting the nickel yet. The checkpoints are so cool and a really neat idea for complex mods like this. I'm not entirely sure how they work yet. I'm gonna have to see on that one. But as far as the nickel, I don't really remember / know what Nullius is like without the nickel, so I couldn't tell you exactly how much complexity it's adding. It is interesting. So far, the only way nickel has interfered with anything is that rather than just having iron ore, I have nickel ore, and then I have to handcraft the nickel ore into iron, which is a bit roundabout, but so far hasn't been too bad. Go ahead and move the big rocks out of the way, and get this guy popped in. I'm curious why I started with explosives. That's a little weird. Okay, so what do you do? I have geology science in the lab, so let's just smelt some stuff. I think I have a furnace. At least I sure hope I do. I can make pipes now. Oh, I certainly hope I have a furnace at least. Maybe the foundry? No? Okay. You are regretting the nickel. I mean... We'll see, we'll see. I'm, what, half an hour in? And I've mostly spent that time punching stuff. Starting stuff is really weird, random stuff from a while now. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. From, like, a game design standpoint, I get it. Like, there have definitely been times where I'm like, I have no idea how to work this into the play. There's a furnace. No idea how to work this into the player. I guess we just give it to them from the start. They'll figure it out. Okay, so it's 5, 4? Ooh, that is not a great ratio, but I guess that's the whole point. We'll get better recipes as we push on. Still. Which one are you? Okay, you do give me crushed iron if I put you in a crusher, but that's not exactly helpful for right now. Someone in Discord mentioned lazy bastard. Maybe it's all necessary to do that. I can't imagine trying to do that on Nullius. That's a level of masochism I'm not capable of. Anyway, so that gives me 6 ingots. What? I can make stone pipe. Okay. That was really throwing me. I couldn't figure out how I was turning stone brick into iron, but I guess that's fine. Where were those pipes I could make in the foundry? I just picked the foundry up. Let me put the foundry back down, wherever it went. There you are. So what do you take? Ferronickel, of course. Well, I'm not making that anytime soon. Okay. Well, come on back. Ah, okay. So, I am a couple through the checkpoints then. Okay, that's interesting. Let's do that and then grab 1 iron out of there so I can complete the set. And just out of curiosity, does this consume science? 3 in there, 3 in here. No, but it also... Okay, it did advance the checkpoint, it just took a second. Okay. I'm not sure why the science pack is in here, but it does seem to be like 2.0's gating mechanism, which is cool. Yeah. I'm still not entirely sure that's correct, but I think that's correct. And if so, then I'm down with it. I don't think you can go with no crafting with the nickel, though. I doubt it. That seems insane. Not that it seems sane, like, otherwise, but, you know, that's like an extra level of insane. I'm gonna run back and grab a couple more blue bottles. There should be a couple finished by now. And, okay, 4 is fine. Oh, look at iron working go. That's fast. Yeah, trigger text. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Throw those in there. Mining tool, I'm very happy to see. Some of these, like these guys right here, they take so long to break. How's this doing? Let's take another couple of those and handcraft those into iron ore. Oh, I have to make the mining tool. Okay. Can I even make any of this yet? Oh, hold on. Apparently, yes. Okay, Foundry, once more, you are my friend. I also make you in the Foundry, okay. So let's see, Ferronickel. Can't make you yet, but I can make just regular stuff. Okay, and it's 4 ingots to 1 iron... Okay, at least it's 4 to 3. I was thinking it was 4 to 1. I can live with that, I guess. Let's go ahead and get one more of those, but I guess I'm going to have to be cautious. Throw those in there, get those going, and a couple rods. Eesh, can't even finish that. Okay. Let's see, I can at least make my mining tool. They work really well for this kind of mod. No idea I'd need to be making some of the stuff if not for the checkpoint part. That's how to do it well. That was something I appreciated about Nomi Factory, a GregTech Minecraft pack. It had a really good sense for when to gate stuff like that. It's like quest progression system was really nice. Had the sense to put your base next to resources. I put mine next to the water because things needed water. Well, I technically did both. I have the stuff that needs water over there, and then I have a little patch up here for mining and science. In fact, I probably have too much up here. I just put all of my solar panels and batteries up here. And I probably do need to move a little more of this down to keep the climate science coming in. Oh, and all my science is finished. Let me go and throw these down while it's still daylight, and then I will look at science. Let's not block off my path into here, though. So just run these out this way. Throw those down, and then get the couple extra solars down. Don't even need you. There we are. That way this can keep running through the night, and hopefully I'll have a couple more than just like 3 next time. Yeah, I've got 2, literally 2. In you go. And let's look at science. Are you actually punching stuff, or did you use bots? I was not aware I had bots until like 20 minutes in. So I was just punching all the big rocks. I'm not actually looking at stuff, and I should probably be looking at stuff. Mining productivity this early is kind of wild, but I will take it. Checkpoint for iron ore. That's odd, but I'll take it. In fact, I'll move you up a little bit. Okay, you have to go there. Good. Air separation sounds important, and I think that's at the front. Let's just throw electrolyzer on there. And there we are. Listened in on the Josh stream, so I knew that, and the first weirdness for the lab. Yeah, the lab did throw me for a minute. I'm assuming you mean how the first science is just empty and you have to research the first science pack. That was a little weird. I think I got it relatively quickly, all things considered, but it was odd. I'm holding on the nickel. Do I want to wait for you? No, I think it's only like 15 or something. Let me go ahead and just get that going. And what are you out of? Iron ore, of course. I kind of forgot you took iron. So let's just give you a little bit. I think it's 4 apiece. Yes. And then the rest of you can go in there. What's something useful I could be doing? I don't need to do that in here. Do I need you for anything? Why would I do this? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, well, to fix the air filters, each one is 2 iron sheets, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to make some iron sheets. The iron sheets take iron plates, so I guess I'm just turning all of my starting iron into iron plates. Which doesn't sound bizarre, I'm just wanted to make sure that's actually what I'm doing. This is doing its best. Okay. Anything in there? No, but I can fix that. And then you can go in there. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there's a step I should be taking or preparing for. But in lieu of thinking about things, I think I will just continue running science back and forth for a second. I do wish the Factoripedia sorted the recipes by tech level, having to dig through to find relevant ones is a pain. I know if you use planner mods, like Factory Planner and things like that, that there are ways to do that. I tend not to use them, just because planning is one of the parts that I enjoy. So I don't like having something that essentially does the planning for me, but I do know that's something you can do. Aha. And in you go. Wonder robot limit 10. And okay, interesting. Let's see. Oh, that makes a big difference, actually. Where's one of the big guys? Okay, still really slow, but not nearly as slow as it was just a minute ago. Factory Planner's aggressively unhelpful. I mean, fair enough. Like I said, haven't used it. So many different things you already need to balance before you can even automate basic buildings. Yeah, that's why I keep feeling like I'm missing something or doing something out of step, but I don't know. I think this is correct. Oh, we are on the iron ore step. So let me go ahead and grab these and handcraft the extra iron that I was putting off. And I guess I'll run over this way and see if this is lasting through the night at this point. So I guess it doesn't do me much good to be able to craft more air filters and hydro plants if I can't actually power them. How is power doing through the night? Okay, solar panels are ticking up. Let's bring this to 10 minutes. Okay, so unfortunately they are dipping just below 50, but I guess I could double everything and it wouldn't be the end of the world. They just cut off a little bit, but that's still almost double. I will say I always had something I felt like I needed to be doing. Okay, fair enough. That's one of those things that how do I put it? I am aware while I'm streaming the game of when things just are waiting. Like dead air, basically. Stands out to me a little more. And I don't know, it's something I'm okay with when I'm playing by myself, but if I'm streaming it does, like, I don't know, there is something in the back of my mind going like, am I doing this right? Like, is there something I should be doing here? Go ahead and get that out of my inventory. There we are. I have 5 science on me for some reason. Why have you not ticked over? How much do you want me to do? 400. Okay, I definitely misread that. Right then. Do I have any assemblers on me? Because I believe the answer is no. Okay, and this is only a by-hand recipe anyway. Boundary can turn geology science into that. Can't do it yet. I do have the science for this, so let me look at this. So, nickel ore, oxygen, and saline water. Okay. That's the one I have the research for, so it's gotta be that one. But let me just be sure. And that's just unboxing. Okay, so it is definitely this one. The next power gen option makes me equally uncomfortable and mad. Interesting. Keep waiting for that C-block moment of, well, guess I'll just sit here for 15 minutes to get enough things to do anything, and it never really came. Interesting. That is concerning, but I'll keep it in mind. The hand sorting is thankfully a lot more iron per nickel early game. Huh. Okay. Let me look at that. 8 ore to 2 iron. Whereas this is 2 to, let's say, 0.75. So let's multiply that by 4. So 8 to 3. 8 to 2. Okay, so you get 50% more. Interesting. this also has to be done in the distillery, which is a building I do have. It's going to give wastewater, which I would assume is genuinely wastewater, being that I have a fluid dump. Let's cannibalize a couple more solar panels and another battery or two. So at this point I am going to be running into issues with my miners, but I don't really need ore right now. I need to progress. So let's go ahead and get this set up. So, distiller. I'm going to do it on the bottom down here, I think. Let me think about this. I actually think I want to expand climate science this way. So realistically, how many am I going to be able to run in the near future? Yeah, this is all going to get torn down eventually. Let's not overthink it. Nickel. Nickel ore roasting. That is an interesting way of putting it. Sure. I guess I can at least have 2 inserters on here. Not that I'm going to need it. Okay. I guess, in that case, I can do this and just throw the nickel ore in here. Not that I was smart enough to bring nickel ore with me. Let's bring power down. Of course, those poles are going to just barely miss, but I guess, seawater is going to need input anyway. Power, that is. So, let's get you lined up. There you are. Big SMB3 vibes in this mod. SMB3, hold on, I'm doing some work. SMB3. No! No. You put the circle back right now. You get that evil out of here. We potentially do C-Block as a future map. C-Block is a lot more than one map. It's a lot more than even 2 months worth. So I don't think C-Block could ever reasonably work as a community map. That said, I'm not against streaming C-Block. If I were to ever stream something that is not... Hold on. If I were ever to stream something that wasn't the community map, I would be happy to do C-Block. Hydro plant. Okay, right. So, you take a pipe, which is ferro-nickel rod. That's used then. I need the recipe. So, ferro-nickel... Is nickel mats? I do have the recipe for this. Okay. How do I make you? Well, and the thing I'm trying to do. Okay. Well, I guess you just have to stop making science for a minute. C-Block is basically a built-in community map, since everyone's start is the same. That is very fair, actually. That's a very good point. SMB3 Super Mario 3! Gotcha. Oh. Just missed my opportunity. Let's rip you up. These guys can just sit there, they're fine. And then... Where'd you go? There you are, Hydro Plant. Did not leave room for you, so let's just remember we have bots. And move all this out of the way. You can go over there, pick this up. Power poles are a mess, but... Deep breath. And out. It's all temporary. Okay, let's get you actually right in there. I don't know why you have the gear icon, that's a little odd. Wastewater and saline water, okay. Yes, I know oxygen is still down there. I will get to that in a minute. Let's flip you around so the inputs are correct. And in you go. And then wastewater, these can just combine down this way. And I will use some of my precious undergrounds right there. And then this is going to go into a water dump. That way around. And in you go. This, fortunately, does not need power. Okay, it shows it making heavy oil, but fine. Okay, so all I need now is oxygen. So can't make you. Though I could make the science. Nope, that's red science. That's something else. That's way down the line. Huh. That awkwardly big steel chest and the big solar panels accumulators give that feel. Yeah, just the giant turbo buildings everywhere. It does kind of make it feel like I'm just tiny sometimes. And then we have, you know, the regular sized buildings down here. But these guys are massive. Okay, I might actually have to do science. Because I can make oxygen with this guy. And I can do that. Supposedly. Oh, you're already queued. Let's just move you up front. Air separation. You gave carbon dioxide and nitrogen, fair enough. And that's something I don't need right now. Okay, so that should go very quickly. Already doing something different as I did not need to take down my climate science building. Well, you know, that's the fun part. Let's see how different we wind up being. What did I even just research? I already forget. Right. Electrolyzer. Okay. Do I have an electrolyzer? I sure hope I do. Sure not seeing one, though. I know I have a broken one. So how do I repair you? Power poles. Okay, I can live with that. How do I do that? Okay, one at a time. So fix you. Might as well fix you. And then, yeah, I'm fine with that. That's cool. I guess I could have left my solar panels and everything and just run pylons. That would have probably been a lot easier than trying to separate my power grids. In fact, probably should just go ahead and do that. I have a couple solar panels that I just repaired. Let's pop them down. You know what? Literally not going to do it. There. Oof. There. You know how I am with power poles. I couldn't deal with it. Let's get those pylons in. Somewhere right around in here is probably cool. And then just run it straight over to the side. We should run into the other stuff soon. Yeah, there we go. So just straight this way. And then we can have a couple of these guys run over. And there we go. Now everything is all together and I can just throw these guys back up here. Oh, cool. Okay, let's see. So you are doing what? I need ore. That's what I need. Because I'm not going to handcraft a couple hundred iron ore by hand. So just grab all of that, and then this guy wants to move. Fortunately, I don't really have a chest for you anymore, so you just have to go in the big chest. I guess that's fine. Did I take all of that? Yes, I did. It does give me more iron per nickel if I do it by hand, so I'll go ahead and queue a little by hand, and then I will throw the rest in here. Oh, I can only throw 50 in there anyway. So, oxygen. Electrolyzer. Let's get you somewhere around in here. Okay, so I think that's what the flare stack is for. Though, I kinda have a feeling I might want this hydrogen. I could be completely wrong, of course. But let's just allow myself to keep the hydrogen. Or, chlorine. Chlorine, rather. Though maybe I'll keep the hydrogen, too. You know, who cares? There we are. And just get a pipe in here. Not that I have many pipes to spare. Gotta be a little careful. In fact, I may have already overspent on pipe, but we'll see. Not gonna craft a couple hundred iron ore by hand. Well, I mean, to each their own. That's just not what I intend on doing at the moment. Down to my final chest, but what else am I gonna do with the sodium hydroxide? Also, what is this? This is saline water, once again. So, I guess this connection has to go. In which case I do kind of want to move this whole thing one more time. So, let's see, where would that be? I want you to be at this level. So, put you right there. That way I can do this. And then, like so. Okay, is that everything accounted for? It does look like it. Thank you, game. I know how to drop items. Okay. Very good. Alright, so everything is running. Hydrogen sample complete. Okay. Oh, so I don't have to have you on the front then? I just get rid of that, and as I make iron ore, I guess that just progresses? Okay. Good. Good. Okay. So that's gonna give me, what? Another tool. Oh, it makes handcrafting faster. Well, I guess it would have been a little more reasonable to handcraft the, the iron ore with that. But I have an automated way of doing it now. Let's go ahead and pop that in there. This will just keep going for a little while. Anyway, let's take the iron ore out of there and run back to the main base and just see how it's going. Also go ahead and grab the science, since it doesn't do me much good to just leave it sitting there. While I run back, I think it's a perfect opportunity for a sip of coffee. Okay, so let's see. Ferronickel is nickel. I'm gonna say nickel matte. And someone's gonna tell me I'm wrong in like 30 hours. But it's gonna be too late by then. So I should already have nickel. Did I just not pick any up? Like, was it in there and I just ignored it? Does seem to be the case. So let me just run back and grab some of that. Yep, okay. It is going through that nickel really fast. Okay. I mean, I'm happy with that. That's cool. Definitely faster than handcrafting it, I can tell you that. Can I get another one of these guys? I could if I just moved it this way. There we are. And then power. Okay, so in you go. I notice I have this steel, and I still haven't quite figured out what the steel is for, but we will get there. I've also already forgotten why I wanted this, but once again, we will get there. Do I have a crusher? Doesn't look like I even have a broken crusher, actually. You take iron stuff. Okay, one thing at a time. we should have our ferronickel now. So is there anything in here I need you for? So you make valves and stuff. Stuff I don't need right now. Okay. How about this one? You are used to make pipe. Okay, I definitely need pipe. Yep, so that's the one. Toss you in there. And in there. Not that I had enough for anything, but okay. Fair enough. Let's swap this guy back to iron for now and get some iron cooking. And we'll just leave you unset. Oh, wait. Oh, I can just make the pipe. Okay, there we go. And it's 1 to 3. That's actually very nice. That's a much better ratio than I was expecting. And there's the last one. Okay. So with the pipe, I can now repair the buildings. There we are. So I've got a lot of those left. I remember you take sand. Is there any way I can do that? You all take a crusher. Yeah, a crusher or flotation cell. Don't think that's happening. Okay, bricks I can apparently make. That will yield sand. Okay, bricks it is. I do want to make a fabrication tool. That just seems like a good idea. So let's take this and plate. Hold on. Where was the gears? Gears are 2 plates and a rod. Okay. There we are. So, make a gear, and you also need a rod. So let's make a rod. There we are. And boom. Okay. So I should be able to make that now. Yes, I can. Might have to reorganize a little bit. Oh no, it just fits. Look at that. Everything's wonderful. The game loves me. Okay, anyway. So. We wanted to make bricks. Okay, that'll make sand. I just need sandstone. Never mind. There's a recipe for sand right there. I don't know how I missed that, but sure. Let's just get some sand on the go. What are you missing? I forgot you needed iron, so there you are. Might as well go ahead and turn the rest of this into plates, I think. Oh, well. The rest of this, I say, like I have an absorbent amount. There you are. And there you are. And let's go see... Well, I guess I might as well grab this, and then go see if there's more stuff waiting for me down below. Hopefully this guy has a little bit of iron ore and some of the nickel matte. So let's see. Yeah, okay, it's going just fine. Oh yeah, I have the repaired hydro plants, so let's run up and replace the one that I tore down earlier. So you're gonna make climate science. That one passed. Let's see. Why would I want that? Okay, so let's go for carbon next, I suppose. Carbon... Where does carbon come from again? I remember looking at this. Carbon comes from the distillery? Okay. I believe I have an extra one of those. Sure do. So let's just toss you there. Air separation. Can I repair the air filters? Yes, I can. I also just happen to have one. So, in you go. You take 150, this makes 50. Okay. There we are. And that's going to give me carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Do I need the nitrogen for anything? Doesn't look like I do, not for a very long time at least. So I should be safe to just void the nitrogen. In you go. And then the carbon dioxide I also don't really have use for yet, but I know that I will. Otherwise it wouldn't have me making it. So, in a tank you go. Does look like there's some metalworking recipes that use you later on down the line. Nothing immediately jumping out at me though. Yeah, it'll surely tell me whatever I need that for. Ah, there's something right there. And I do in fact need quite a lot of hydrogen for it as well, so I am glad that I've been storing the hydrogen. Go ahead and queue that, and whatever you're useful for, I might as well queue you as well. That uses the methane I'm about to be producing. And then we have some trigger techs. What are you? Sure. We'll get to you in a minute. That's going pretty quickly. How are you going? Okay. Pretty smoothly. Also very quick. Oh, well, at least it was. Let's see. Now we're out of bauxite. There you are. We have hundreds of bauxite. There you are. And have a little iron while you're at it. So nickel. Let's get some of that nickel cooking up. Just to have that handy. I have no more furnaces. Unless they're broken. No, I have no more broken furnaces. How do I repair these guys? You take graphite. I'm not that far from graphite, I don't think. Can repair all of my solar panels. That's nice. There's that. Okay. So this is producing. Let's look on down the line. So that's the graphite that I need. You are the hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Fair enough. I might wind up needing more hydrogen than I'm currently producing. Do I have another way of producing hydrogen, or am I just stuck with the current method? I do have a good bit of hydrogen backed up, though. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Well, at least I have something I can do with some of these stacks of stone. Might as well go ahead and queue a little bit of that. Weird. I can repair some of the foundries now. Oh, they take bricks. Look at that. Okay, anyway, let's probably get some methane on the go. That's chemical plants, so chemical plants it is. This is getting really messy. And we're getting more and more into territory of I really don't want to have to tear this down later, but I know that I will. Interesting. Yeah, let's just throw it right underneath where the carbon dioxide is. Put that. There we are. You do output just plain water. Interesting. Excited for Fluid Hell 2. Fluid Hell 2 Electric Boogaloo on its way. I can craft some of these stone pipes, which I think I'm definitely going to need to do. Go ahead and start laying in pipes where I know they're going to need to be. Interesting. So, a pipe and some sand, huh? That does require a couple researches I don't have yet. It's locked behind carbon and then nickel. Let's go ahead and get these queued up. Oh, and then metallurgy is going to be important. That lets me make new furnaces. Checkpoint. Interesting. Place 4 small furnaces. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. Venting, probably important, but I don't really need it right this instant. Is there anything else I could be going? Okay, well, let's go for venting then. Just round out the list. You need power. Let's get power over here. The trick is, if I make the power poles ugly, I will come by and break this later. It will happen. Hydrogen. That's right. Let's get some hydrogen on the go. They're going to be solar panels anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I block it off. Don't want to block off this area, though. How am I going to get the water out of here? No idea how this is going to work. Let's just do this for now. There we are. There we are. And then, what is the reach on this? Perfect, look at that. Couldn't ask for better. There's water right over here, actually. How much water do you produce? 8. You take 60-something. Do I just void the excess water? Yeah, because if I try and put the water into something, then I have to do this weird thing with pumps and controlling input, and that's just awful. Let's not do that. Let's just void this excess water. So let's get a fluid dump. I have one, so I might as well use it. Yeah, you go over there. Can I not put you somewhere better, actually? I can put you there. Let's go with that. And then let's get some pipe. Ooh, I kind of thought I'd be able to run you through that area. I notice I have an odd number of underground pipes. Oh, there you are. Can't do that. Definitely can't do that. So I have to at least bring you that far. And then in you go. Might as well get a couple more of those pipes ready. Okay. I can save an underground pipe this way. So let's go ahead and do that. And that's not nearly as ugly either. And just bring it in this way. Let's get this connected here. And pipe. And in you go. Okay, so we're voiding the water that way. That is not at all connected correctly. How did I manage this? Okay. So you go there instead. And then I'll just break all that. Thank you. Okay. Now you're running. So we've got methane now. I don't know why or what this is useful for, but we sure do have it. So let's just throw you over there somewhere. And in you go. Alright, well there's methane. How are you doing? You are out of ore. Not shocking. Let's take all of this and just run back to the main base. That's building up methane, taking some of that excess hydrogen out of the way. Ooh, we have hit, power problems now. The grid batteries are not charging. Yeah, okay. Fortunately, I do have a whole bunch of solar panels. So I can just start laying them out this way. There we are. How are power poles? Let's just start bringing some along. And I guess I'll go ahead and do some on the underside as well. Where are those? Okay. Just making sure that the grids align. Do I have any of these extra? No, I don't. Can I repair any yet? No. Okay, well, there we are. Grab some of this, and let's go get more nickel, though I guess I should probably throw this into here. You are missing ore. Let's just go ahead and throw all of that ore in there. If I need iron, it'll probably be sitting in there unless it's turned it all into science. But if it's turned it all into science, then that just means I needed it. So let's get that in there. How's sodium hydroxide? What does that get used then? Anything anytime soon? Sure doesn't look like it. Guess I'll find out. Anything else that I need anytime soon? Landfill. Go ahead and queue that, I suppose. Filtration. Don't really know why I would want that, but I guess I can do it. Wow, already up to there, huh? Let's focus on plastic then. How do I make plastic? Oh, that's going to be this one. So you are chlorine and ethylene. Ethylene is methane and oxygen. And what is methane? Carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Okay, is methane what I'm making? Methane's what I'm making. Okay, okay. Okay, so we're just making methane and chlorine to make plastic. Okay. Reasonable enough. Let's grab one of these guys and move him down here. There we are. Set your recipe. Oh. Okay. What are you used in? You're definitely used in stuff. Not anything I'm doing anytime soon, it looks like. I'll buffer you, but I think I only have like one tank left, so better make it count. Okay, anyway, the chlorine actually has to come in on the sides. That's fine, because I can flip you around that way, which actually means I want the tank down this direction. And then I suppose I can move you up one, just to make it fit better. So, in you go. And since underground pipes are a luxury right now, fortunately this is going to be solid pipe. But, in you go. Then all I need is ethylene, which that is not what you are. Can I make ethylene? Hold on. So I just need another chemical plant. And I do have more. Okay, I just have to repair more. I need the recipe that allows me to repair more. Okay. Ah, there you are. I'm just blind. Okay, well, I'm already working on it, it seems. We just need power back. What is the material I need to repair that, actually? Might as well go ahead and get it prepared. 2 one-way valves. So, let's see. One-way valve. I'm guessing that's one of the things you unlock. Yes, it is. You are pipe and ferro-nickel sheets. Okay, well, I have plenty of pipe. Let's get some ferro-nickel sheets. There you are. And it is 4 sheets, so 1 to 1. That's not bad. Power poles we're running a little low on, but fortunately I think I do have the ability to make more at this point. I can't make just straight nickel ingots, I don't think. Can I make just straight nickel ingots? Doesn't look like it. So ferro-nickel wire it is, which will be ferro-nickel rod, which I can do. Gonna hold on to the rest because I don't actually know if I'm gonna need more of the coils. So now that I do have multiple things I can spend my ingots on, I will be a little more conservative with them. How's science going? Science is going great. Might as well pop that in there. And there's plumbing too. So with that out of the way, yes, I can fix 5 of those. So I need more ferro-nickel. I need more ferro-nickel. There you are. Might as well just turn the rest of them into sheets, if that's something I'm going to be needing. And there we go. So let's go repair the other 2. And now that I have the chemical plants, I can finish the plastic setup. Once again, I think it's time for a sip of coffee. There we are. You know, something else I should probably do. It would be very smart of me to go ahead and get my hotbar set up. So, I haven't used any belts yet. That's really weird. I don't really know what else I want to put on here at the time being, actually. Like, I have some buildings and stuff, but I can't really make them yet. But maybe I'll put them down here just so I don't have to dig through my inventory looking for them later. Yeah, that's probably cool. Might as well throw those down there. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay. In you go. You will make ethylene, yes. Which takes methane. Which is what you are. Okay. I did build you in a weird place for some reason. Oh, you also take oxygen. Oh, I have oxygen down here. Okay. For the time being, it's not like I need ethylene for anything but this. Oh, but you do produce water also. Yeah, you do produce water. Okay. So let's do this. Yeah, this sucks. When do I get my first underground? Looks like my first underground pipes are made out of plastic and take a science I don't even make yet. That's a little disheartening. That's not very cool. Huh. Wow, so I'm going to be routing fluids with just regular pipes for a long time, it looks like. So maybe even this area down here, where I thought I was being kind of conservative with my undergrounds, maybe I still was not being conservative enough with my undergrounds. So let's go ahead and get this replaced. And this is just going to have to be regular pipe as well. That has to stay because pipes cross. This doesn't need to be underground. Technically, this doesn't need to be underground. There we are. Guess I'll put those on my hopper. You can go like up here. That gives me a couple extra. Yeah. Okay, we'll just keep it going. Of course, there's a power pole right in the way there. Guess I'll just... You know what? I will just move you. Move you up. There you are. Competing with Dosh for Nullius views. I am confident I'm gonna win. I will come out on top. You wait and see. How am I gonna get oxygen in here? Well, I can't run oxygen anywhere along here. I can't... Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll put an underground there. And then I'll have a pipe here bringing oxygen in. And in you go. Okay, there we go. So now you're going to make water and ethylene. The water can come up this way. Again, there's a power pole right on the way there. But if I made the water the underground? Yeah, that works better. That looks better. Excuse me? Water. And water. Water and water. What? I'm sorry? Why do you think you have something different in you? Why is that icon showing up? You're definitely not connected to this. I don't know why you think you are. What? Okay. There. Okay, it's fine. Let's just not think about it too hard. Anyway, you're now going to come over and around, I guess. Or I can just move the pole in one. Didn't want to, but there we are. Okay. That's gonna give me hydrogen chloride and my first plastic. I am fearful. That was a battle, and it's not even gotten bad yet. I also can't make chests, which is interesting. Is there chests soon? Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and just move you up front. Could be residual from flipping. Like, it's possible. It was just being a little weird. I'm not entirely sure what was going on. I have to admit, I'm gonna be straightforward here. I have Squeak Through on, which in normal gameplay is nothing. It mostly just allows you to walk through an area like this, where ordinarily you would not be able to walk through. It's actually giving me kind of a really big advantage here, in that I can just walk through pipes. I'm going to try not to do that, just for the sake of fairness. But, like, that is really nice. Realistically, all it's preventing me, like, all it's saving me is having to go like that. So, it's not that bad, but all the same, you know, maybe if you're going to be playing this, install Squeak Through. That's all I'm going to say. You're out of iron again. That was a lot of iron that I put in you not that long ago. Guess we're gonna come... Maybe I'll do a little bit of handcrafting, since it is a slightly better ratio. And then the rest of this nickel goes in here. There we are. Oh, I guess I should grab stuff. Squeak Through is always a necessary mod. I mean... it's pretty nice. Oh, we are... Power situation's getting a little dicey again, and unfortunately I have all of my solar panels placed down now. Let's see, which one are you? You are the nickel. Let's get the nickel going. Oh yeah, throw more of you in there. As well throw a little more of you in there. Because waiting for science, this does take a while. I do have more assemblers now. But I don't have more chests, actually. Let me see. What if I just do this? There we are. That'll at least speed it up a little bit. Me last night. I wish Chaos had put Squeak Through in the mod list. Ignore that I had already put in my handful of QL on my own anyway. I mean, Squeak Through is firmly in the quality of life area. That's not something I would ever specifically call out. It's just, if you want to add Squeak Through, you add Squeak Through. Oh, we got the iron ore one, finally. Does that do anything for me? I don't actually remember. It's been so long. Apparently I did the plastic checkpoint. Might as well go ahead and queue engines. Place 4 furnaces. I'll get to that in a minute. Storage is on its way. Another one, huh? Character mining deconstruction speed. Interesting. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. We are completely out of power, unfortunately. there anything I can do to cut back a little bit? What's the... I don't see a passive drain on the miners, so that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, you guys are nothing. You're like 22... Yeah, barely more than 30 kilowatts, all this in total. Maybe 40 including the labs. That's absolutely nothing up here, as far as passive drain goes. So it is really all just these guys down here, but unfortunately I do need all of these guys down here. I guess we're just chilling out until daytime. Yeah, I don't have any other methods of power generation, and I'm not going to have access to any for a little while, so... Not exactly ideal, though. Yeah, everything is so slow. Let's see, at least this is going. So we have more of the ferro-nickel. Go ahead and throw more of that in there. Keep that going. The electrolyzers are my primary power draw. Interesting. After that's the hydro plants, but even 2 hydro plants is only like a third of 1 electrolyzer running. Well, at least the science is coming along quickly enough. Only need 3 packs? Yeah, there we go. So at least I can make chests now. You are iron sheets and iron rods. Go ahead and swap you over, so... I believe I already have some iron sheets. Oh, I just don't have any, iron. Let's see... I think I can make a furnace. I need stone bricks and ferro-nickel wire. Alright, let's make some ferro-nickel wire. Fortunately, I have ingots. Oh, I need rods. How's that do? That'll get me some. Okay. And the other one was stone bricks, I believe. Oh yeah, I can just go ahead and make you. Might as well make 4. There was a trigger tech for having 4 furnaces down somewhere, so hopefully this one counts in when I place these 3. I guess I should probably place all my furnaces together. That would be a reasonable thing to do. Yeah, there. Have fun. And then you can just go over there. You do have to set recipes on these, which is a little odd, but I've played Angels and Bobs, I'm used to it. So, iron ore into those 2. Then, do I have any more of this stuff? There you are. Yeah, just making sure it was 5 per recipe. Thought it was, but had to double check. So, I believe I needed iron rods. Oh, these are a lot slower. These are a lot slower. Okay. Also, it did not count for the furnaces, so I do need 1 more of these guys. Let's go ahead and make 1 more. You still have not completed 1 recipe? Okay, now iron. In you go. Now can I make a chest? Oh, yippee, I can make chests. Who would have ever thought that would be such You know, such an accomplishment, but here we are. I can make chests finally. So let's go throw a chest on plastic production. There we go. Okay. Oh, it makes a lot. Like, we had a lot in storage. Okay. I made the furnace and then did not put it down. That's just the way I play the game. So let's run all the way back and put you down. There you are. Okay, so there's the trigger tech. Very nice. That allows me to... Okay, I can craft my own miners now. That's good. It does take red science, however. Before I start worrying about red science, I do want to try and knock out all of the just yellow and blue science that I'm capable of. Oh, there's a way to get rid of the sodium hydroxide that's building up. Let's see. Does look like that's probably as far as I can go without red science, however. So at the end there, I will go ahead and queue it. Ah, Squeak Through, right. Definitely QOL. Okay. So, since I have plastic, it shouldn't be that long until I'm able to make pipes, I don't think. Okay, I lied. It will be a minute. Okay. So I have to go through fluid hell to electric boogaloo for just a little longer. How about solar panels? That's not happening, okay. Any other power generation whatsoever? Well, I can make power poles soon, that's nice. You. Okay, I should probably just beeline down to power. So, after mechanical energy, let's get power poles and then wind turbines. Because, boy oh boy, I sure do need them. What is red science again? I remembered it took engines, and I don't even know how to make those yet. Motors, my bad. So, gears and motors. Okay. Notably, I can't make assemblers yet, which is somewhat of a problem. I also know, I don't understand what the deal with this is, but there are different colors of landfill. I don't know why, and some of the different colors of landfill are used to craft different things. For example, only tan landfill can be used to make the road for transport drones. When I was messing around in creative mode to make my thumbnail, I happened to notice that. I have no idea why. Read the description for wind turbines carefully. You... you bring loading circles and crush my dreams of free power. Okay, hold on. Let's read the thing. Okay, I know wind turbines aren't necessarily reliable. They're kind of like solar in that they only work some of the time, but I'm okay with that. If that's all you mean, then I'm okay. Open turbines, motors, ferronickel. Okay. None of this seems that bad. I think I think on this one occasion I'm ahead of the game. I'm okay with this. Let's go ahead and start stocking up on lots of gears. Oh, did you also notice the byproduct? Sand and gravel made by different things used for different tiers. I've noticed that you get lots of random sand from different things, if that's what you mean. Like, gravel and sand keep popping up and filling up my inventory, and so far I haven't really figured out what I'm meant to do with them. Like, there is stuff that you do with some of these, but I do think they're going to become a problem very quickly. and I don't really see a good way of avoiding them, so it'll be interesting. We'll see. I suppose I should go ahead and run more ore into the processor down here. Might as well go ahead and handcraft some of this into iron, just since it is a better ratio. And then take all of the iron and the nickel back. Nickel back. That was a band that I never understood the hate for. I did used to listen to them quite a lot when I was younger. I will admit that on the internet, so I will be bullied for it, but I never quite understood why people hated them to the degree that they did. There we are. And there we go. Okay. So that's going to cook for absolutely forever. This can go in there. You need sandstone. I haven't run down and gotten sandstone in absolutely forever, but we are finally out. So let's just grab a whole bunch of that and get that shoved up here. Oh, I can make chests now. Let's go. That means I can go ahead and get this guy supplied. So, have a bunch of sandstone. Have some sandstone. We need bauxite, so let's get some bauxite in here. Oh yeah, I have even distribution. I literally haven't had the opportunity to use it yet, and I forgot I even had it. Let's do that more evenly. There we are. There we go. Okay. Filtration. I don't know what you are even useful for. I can make filters, and apparently not do anything with them yet. Interesting. Interesting choice. Okay. I guess this liquid needs a filter? No, it doesn't. And you don't need a filter either. Okay, sure. We have filters. Good enough. We only have the one foundry. No, we actually do have more foundries now, so I should go ahead and get those placed. Maybe I can finally start leaving some of these permanently set to different recipes. Like the ferronickel rods, iron rods, and then this one can be my flex. You know, it can do the different plates and such. Do I need iron sheets for anything yet? Iron sheets are used in chests. Okay. I have all these ingots on me, but I can't really commit to anything with them yet. Let me go and grab some of the blue science because we are out. Oh yeah, I need a bunch of gears. Gears are plates and iron rods, so I'll start on that once I get back. Just phase through the pipes real quick. I do only have 7. It's not a lot. And in you go. Anyway. I need more plates and probably more rods also. So let's set you to plates. And are you iron? You are iron, so let's just do that. Might as well get a couple in here. Energy distribution is up next, but that does take red science. I do have a couple more assemblers. Maybe I'll move these furnaces over a bit. Yeah, okay. Good enough. There we are. And once these are done, let's go ahead and take the ore out of them. I do want to reposition all of my furnaces over this way. That way I can put the red science under here and just start directly feeding that into the lab as well. There we are. Unfortunately, there's no power. There's no power there. That sucks. Okay, well, we just have to make it work for now. Oh, that doesn't work either. There we are. And in you go. So, red science, and then red once. Let's go ahead and move you down as well. So you want engines, which take a lot of stuff. Oh, that is a nightmare. Okay. And then gears are nothing in comparison. Oh, I'm out? 0.06, 0.03. Okay. I'm out anyway, so I guess I'll just handcraft gears for now. Oh, and we're out of power. Well, I guess I'll go place the furnace while I'm taking a break. I guess I'll set some of these recipes. So you're ferro, make this ferro, and then these 3 can be iron, I guess. Since you count as 2 anyway, this is technically in balance. Oh god, okay, so iron plates, iron rods, ferro-nickel sheets, and nickel wire. I can't even make nickel wire yet, actually. Yeah, not that recipe, okay. This is what they are used in, my bad. Okay, I can make this. So, ferro-nickel ingots with carbon monoxide. Alright then. Carbon monoxide, which is something I think I'm already making. I guess I have to go take care of that because I can't make engines until this is done, so... If not, I do have more chemical plants, and I do, fortunately, have 1 more distillery. I am going to need it. What are you making? You're making... Okay, so I don't have carbon dioxide. I do have a tank left. Can I make tanks? I could if I needed to. Okay, don't get distracted. One thing at a time. So... if I put you up here, that's what makes nickel ingots. Okay. Flip that around. What gas do you output? Carbon dioxide. That's what you are. Okay. Okay, I can live with that. So, let's shove you there. And then I can just connect you in there. And then monoxide goes on the back. Does carbon... Okay, that is dioxide, so that's good. What does carbon take? Carbon is also monoxide, so I do actually want to keep some monoxide available. So let's do carbon monoxide here. That's gonna take hydrogen, which is somewhere... Okay, I have hydrogen right here. Good luck. Don't know why I said good luck. That's an odd way of phrasing... Oh, pipe? Really? Oh boy. The pipeline restrictions are a lot more severe in Nullius, as it turns out. I did not even notice that. Okay. Well, fortunately it says 34 out of 32, so I only have to move this down 2 spaces. So that should be enough. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, that definitely took me by surprise. I was not expecting that to be a problem. Let's get power in over here. There we are. Never ran into that last night. Well, I have a feeling next time you pick up the game, you probably will. I have more wastewater to deal with. But fortunately, I can just loop it around to the left. Right there. That was all of my pipes. Perfect count, somehow. Oh, I can make undergrounds! Let's go! I didn't even notice! Oh, thank God! I thought I was gonna have to wait until the end of the red science line when I could make pipes out of plastic to get undergrounds. Okay, let's make just all kinds of underground pipes. Oh boy, okay, that makes me feel a lot safer. Let's reorganize this hotbar a little bit. What? There we go, okay. And then you in there. Yeah. Nullius, you cannot happily mess with the 2.0 feature, but also take away the inserter filter. That's just not fair. Yeah, it's, let's just say it makes the game more interesting. it adds some challenge. Okay, this pipe has to move by one square one way or the other. I'm pretty sure I just called that power pole a pipe, but oh well, you know what I'm talking about. But to be clear, that is dioxide, yes. Okay. If it wasn't clear, I cannot describe to you how relieved I am to have underground pipes now, because this was not going to be sustainable. Okay, anyway. This comes up and in. Let's see if I can bring that down. There we are. And might as well go ahead and store that. I have one tank remaining, so let's just get that in there. Since other things are going to need this as well. Then you take ferronickel and output nickel and iron. Okay. So, box. Naturally, you need to move over one. So, output, and then I guess... How do I want to do this? Can I make a furnace? Furnace would need stone and ferronickel wire. Let me just go grab one of those furnaces over here that I'm not even using. Since this is ferronickel, I will take the ferronickel furnace from over here. The bots will catch up. There we go. Do I have anything? No. Why would I? I guess I have some iron ore I can throw into these guys. Then let's run all the way back. Can I... hold on. Let me find where those bricks are and get some more queued up. Let's just do that. Okay, so... the reason I wanted a furnace is that way. You can just pop it over here. And another inserter. And a box. Guess I have to make a box. Guess it's not important for right now. Anyway, you're gonna make ferronickel. Let me go grab some of the ferronickel material. There we are. I should have brought more ore with me, I guess. But proof of concept first. In you go. You're going to take 30 years to finish, because I have no power. So let's just go ahead and go grab some of that ore that I said I was going to need. There we are. And all the way back. It's still only 300 ore. That's just not a lot, man. Do I have more mines? No. Okay. So, nickel ore. In you go. And in you go. We'll take that iron. And power is picking up. The sun is rising. There we go. You need 6. Okay. That's going to be a while, I guess. Maybe I need the fast furnace over here. Nah, I want to leave that one for handcrafting. That just makes more sense. Let's see. You don't have an inserter, I might as well go ahead and put that there. And what do I need for you? I need iron plate, iron bars, ferronickel sheets. So let's see. I do have the iron plate, have iron bars, even have some ferronickel rods. Have ferronickel ingots, so let's make ferronickel sheets. Apparently I'm gonna need just an endless supply of these, so I'm okay with just throwing a lot in here. How many do you take? 4. There we are. Don't worry, that +5 mining productivity research will speed that right up, yeah. Just blazing fast. Yeah, I am waiting on red research. I have nothing left that doesn't take red research, so I guess we are just waiting for right now. I do have some iron ingots. I guess I'll go ahead and make more of those. So let's go ahead and get whatever you want in. Nickel wire and plastic. I can go grab plastic. We have... That's the one thing we are swimming in. We have so much plastic. We have just crazy amounts of plastic. Okay, actually not as much as I thought we did. We got to 100 really fast, but the next 100 is taking a lot longer. At any rate, just chuck that in there. And all we need is the nickel wire, so let's go see what our progress over there is looking like. Okay, we have output something. That's all I really care about. Okay, we only have 1. maybe I care about a little more than 1. That would be cool. So, more nickel. So I'll take the iron that's in there. You're done outputting, but you're about to output a little more, so let me take this recipe's worth as well. And there we go. So let's go shove this in. Nickel. And in you go. Good timing, Bob. After Bobs and Angels, it's a little surreal to just get alumina out of rocks on the ground. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw that I was a little concerned. Also, am I running lower? Yeah, for some reason, when I walk over the ore, I run slower. I'm not really sure why. I've noticed that a time or two. How odd. Anyway, nickel wire. Where do I actually make you? You're in a foundry. Yes, you are. Okay. Foundry it is. So, this one. You become full wire. Okay, it is 1, fortunately, so I don't have to wait for more. And there is the first motor, which should give me my first red science. I just have to throw the gears in. I have enough for 1 red science. Yay! Well, at least that'll get me power poles. One thing I do enjoy is that if the beginning science is going to be so finicky and so expensive, at least it does only take like 1 science pack to get anywhere. That is very nice. It might be the ore, it might be the couple tiles of marsh. Let's see. Hard to tell. It does seem to be whatever this ground tile is. This sandy ground tile here, which might be a alien biomes thing. That would be my bet, at least. More nickel. Let's go grab more nickel, assuming there's more done at this point. Don't worry, it's not like motors are important. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're nothing. Well, I have enough for one more. Yay. Oh boy. Okay, how much is wind power? I'm gonna look when well, I guess I should probably start the craft first and then check. 2. Okay. It's funny how I can look and see that something costs 2 science packs and be unhappy about it, but that's just where we're at right now. Anything else in here? We are a little low on iron plate. But yeah, not enough that it's a problem anytime soon. We have no gears. Okay, let me get some iron on the go. There we are. We almost made it through the night there, I feel like. You included alien biomes, then yeah, it's the ground from alien biomes. I believe alien biomes is required by Nullius. I think that is a required one. Let's grab a little bit more iron. Get that shoved in. Even though that's not enough for a full recipe, I might as well. This gravel is beginning to build up a little bit. Yeah, it looks like the best I can do anytime soon is turn it into mineral dust once I get crushers, but I actually have no idea how soon that's going to be. It is red science though, so it shouldn't be too much longer. Alright, iron, I forgot. I was like, I have the engine, why isn't it doing anything? Well, because you didn't make the gears. There we go. And might as well throw the next couple in there as well. In you go. These guys are full, and you have more ingredients left, so love to see it. Should go look for more blue science. We are down to 4 in there, so let's go grab that. And while I'm going over that direction, I should take more ore. Always need more ore. It's dinner in all its glory. I'm not sure what that means. Let's see, how's this doing? Alright, let's wait for this recipe to finish, and I'll take everything. Oh look, it's almost exactly, full stacks. Cool. Okay, so let's get this thrown in here, and in you go. How's this doing? Not great. Not great. Oh, having dinner. Well, I suppose that'll do it. Iron ore. Let's get a little more on the go. And engine. Still just nickel wire. I do have that nickel ready now. And in you go. Didn't grab the blue science. Oh well, I'll get it next time I run over that way. I noticed that I'm at 49% and not 50%, and I'll be really mad if some sort of weird floating point number shenanigans keeps me from getting this completion on this next science pack. It better not come out to like 99. Okay, there we go, good. So, I have wind turbines. I can do it. We've got this. Place 5 for the next trigger tech. I can do this. Okay, what do I even want to go for next? That is not a good laugh. I do not like that laugh. You take that laugh back. Automation would be pretty cool. I guess I'll just do all those in that order. And more mines would be pretty cool. I guess I'll grab that, and pumps. Yeah. We're chilling now. They're 0 out of 10 mod, because that is what happened to me. Stuck at 99%. That sucks. That would be so evil. I always think it's weird when you wind up with something like that. I have no idea how that happens. Where it's just like, okay, game, that's cool. You can just stop there if you want, I guess. I don't need my full science pack. Let's see. Iron plates, some sort of wire, and plastic. Nickel wire for power poles is pretty painful. Motors. Okay, so more nickel wire. Okay, so nickel, nickel all day long. Very cool. Well, let's keep the nickel going then, I guess. I might go ahead and move another furnace down this direction. Do I have more? I do have more inserters, so that shouldn't be an issue. Thank you. Through the iron ore in there. Keep that going. Nickel mat. 99% emotional damage. It's not like the motor is a chore to craft at this stage. Oh yeah, definitely not. They're easy peasy, and it's not like they're the main thing gating my research either or anything. Totally. You're so tsundere for the motors. Let's just take this inserter off. Do I have things? Of course I don't. Why would I have things? Let's go through the nickel mat. Oh yeah, did I grab a furnace? I did grab a furnace. Okay. Furnace. This will presumably double the speed here. I can just throw you over there. Yeah, and who needs a chest feeding in? It's not like that will ever be important. So let's just... Oh, I have to set the recipe. There we are. And I guess I should go ahead and take the gravel out. That seems important. Pretty sure even if you fix all buildings, you cannot physically automate motors. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. It's gonna be a minute. More nickel wire, please. Not like I want to craft them or anything. Okay. So you in. And I do need more iron stuff. That's ferronickel. There is the iron. I guess if I'm just got ferronickel ingots chilling in my inventory, I might as well go through them in the thing. Also, do I have the ability to make more bricks? If I can find bricks. No, they take sandstone, that's fine. What I'm thinking is, wherever my bricks are, I have almost 400. I do want to go ahead and pave a path here. Hold on. Since this is a new install of Factorio, let me go and look at keybinds for just a moment. Controls. Where is floor? Floor. Large tile building area. There you are. And there you are. Much better. Okay. Let's go 3, I guess. And it'll just make it a little less painful to have to run back and forth. I thought of this like half an hour ago and then forgot to actually do it. Where is all my stuff? It's up here. There we go. Now let's grab a little bit of sandstone, and then just make bricks. Oh, I was already on the page. There we go. And as those come in, the box will handle it. That's wire. There we are. Okay, so more of you. Grab you. Don't know what you are. We'll come back to that. Oh yeah, I need some for power poles also. I'm literally out of power poles. I might just grab this foundry and also move it. I just made the path and then was about to just not take it. There we are. Come on in, guys. The pocket's fine. So, where can I shove this? I guess for right now that works. And then set the recipe for wire. Unfortunately, since you can't filter anything, best I can do is that. And then ferronickel goes in there. Do I have any mat? Of course not, why would I? And I also didn't bring ore. Guess I'll have to do that on my next trip. Grab that and grab that. So, let's grab mat. And distribute it through. Oh, I do need to leave one of you in there as the filter. Yep, and that's going to be a minute. Okay. I just moved my foundry. I was running back and I don't know what I was thinking. There we go. At least this is fast. So let's grab that. And what else do I need? I need plastic also. I'll run down and grab just a handful of plastic in just a second. And one more. How are you going? Not even close. Alright, let's go grab plastic. Ooh, why am I out of plastic? Ethylene, which takes methane, which takes hydrogen. Why are you backed up? Not the chlorine. You're full on oxygen. Well, one way to deal with that. Do I have more tanks? Can I make a tank? Yes, I can. I could also do like a circuit controlled voiding thing. That's probably just the better way to address this. But I do still want to have a tank so I can have some sort of buffer. So let's do that first. And then pump. And then void. There you are. Do that. And you will only be on when there's a lot of extra oxygen. So oxygen is more than like 13,000, I think. I believe these are 15, yes. So if we go above 13,000, we start voiding. I think that seems fair. Might want to do the same over here for chlorine, but I'll wait until chlorine's actually a problem to worry about that. I guess that's why plastic has been so slow. We just have been backed up for ages. Go ahead and grab that. And any of this stuff that's managed to craft. Oh, well, it's made a couple. Not too bad. Anyway. Ooh, that's expensive. That only makes one power pole? That only makes one power pole. Big oof. Wow, okay. Okay, well, What do you need? You need iron gears, ferronickel sheet. Let's just go grab the stuff for iron gears real quick. So, distribute that through. Make a couple gears. Wherever gears are. Please. Thank you. Go ahead and throw that in as well. Should still be fine up here. Not really, actually. We're running a little low. Not up here for whatever reason. You are covered. Okay. I've got a couple engines, at least. Nickel wire. And I am gonna need this stuff. Maybe keep some of that plastic on me, and some of these iron products. That can stay. Let's see. Turbines. Need ferronickel. I knew that was weird. Power. Ooh, those are slow. Yeah, 8-second crafting time. Not terrible, but not speedy. Yep, and then I'm just limited on the nickel wire. You have the first wind turbine, though. I'll take the win. Let's just shove you up there. Okay, the wind turbine is doing literally nothing for right now, but it's picking up. It's getting better. Okay, I can already make a second one. That's not too bad. Let's do a ore run. Should probably, just for convenience sake, grab these and move them down here. There we are. So now that I know how expensive these power poles are, I really don't want to be wasting them either. Alright, and let's go make a drop-off. Ooh, perfect. Look at that. Didn't even try. Maybe I should be a little lower, actually. Why did I just get the tooltip for shooting targets? Like, I know there's no enemies, but if I wasn't certain of that, that would be terrifying. It's like in a horror game when it teaches you how to sprint. Anything? No, nothing in there. Okay, guess I'll come back later. No ethylene. Each recipe makes 16. You take 25. But this should be producing twice as much as you do, or that you consume. But you're limited on methane. Well, I'm not that bothered by it. I'll check again later. You are already out of nickel. Not great. Do that. And I guess I'll just run down and grab whatever I happen to have. Which is not a lot. I don't have a second one of these, or I would just put another one down. Let's wait for this recipe to finish, and then we'll take what we can. There we are. Go ahead and take this stone, too. I think stone can be used to make bricks in our hand at the expense of making a little bit of gravel. Oh, I was like, why isn't this doing anything? I forgot I have to wait 30 years for this to craft. And even then, I'm not sure it's even going to produce anything. So I guess I'll come down and take a little more once this finishes. There we are. And let's just do this one more time, and then maybe I'll look at research or something and see if there's anything I can do in there. Is there anything that isn't just running back and forth for the next 10 minutes? Automation could be cool. Rushers would be nice. Oh, okay. All of that's locked behind the stuff I'm trying to do research at the moment anyway, so I guess that's where I will focus. Might as well go ahead and get the second wind turbine placed down. I crafted it and then never put it anywhere. There we are. Like, it's not doing a lot. I gotta be honest. They're not doing a lot. Like, it's counting up. It is counting up. And we are at a point where we're charging the batteries now, at least. But night is coming, and I think we're already about to discharge. Oh, well, it's jumping around a lot. Yeah, who knows. Let's go ahead and get a little science made, I suppose. Throw those in there. I do need more gears. So, more gears wherever those are. Let's keep some of our iron products on hand, but, you know. Looks like we need lots of gears, so we should make lots of gears. There's a little more of that. Though science is going to need iron ore before too long, I think. Just nickel wire. Throw those in there. And let's go and get a little bit more. Well, I guess I'll do the whole cycle. Grab the ore, throw it in the process, probably grab whatever blue science we've happened to accumulate, and just do a full run through. First science in forever. Let's see. There's the seam. Grab the blue. Only 13 in there. That's not a lot. Distribute that through. And whatever's in there. Only a single recipe's worth. Yay. In you go. Yeah. Wait, why does it say one wind turbine? We definitely have two. This isn't connected. None of this has been connected the entire time. Well, that'll help. Our power situation just got better. Oh, Claret, I just saw what you said, yeah. 2 turbines and double my power, unfortunately, does not seem to be the case. It would be very nice. A little more iron ore in there. Oh, I keep doing that. You know what? That was backward from what I wanted to do, but whatever, I've committed at this point. And in you go. A little more for science. A little more for science. Yeah, that's really something. Well, at least power is better now that I've connected all the extra solar panels and the second wind turbine. Accumulators are charging. That's all I can really ask for at this point. Alright, let's just keep it going. I can't even continue like making new materials or anything, because if I put down more machines, my base will just black out. Oh, there's a little more. Might as well grab the like one science in there. And get these distributed through. What's in here? One recipe's worth. Yippee. Okay. Oh, I can make inserters now, at least. Hilariously, I still have not placed a single belt. Not even one. I put down all available solar panels, accumulators, made a bunch of wind turbines, and it still isn't enough to power all the buildings you start with. Alright, give me one more motor. I believe this motor... Does this motor go into science? If this is a 1 cost, is it 2 cost? I think I just need more power. Can I even make another one with just one motor? Doesn't look like it. No, I do need another motor, and I need another 2 power poles, which is a lot more nickel. I mean, we are charging up, so for the time being, I will continue throwing motors into science. It's not enough to last through the night, but I do just need to start churning through the science. More power would definitely be very nice, though. I might go ahead and just move this. Yeah. Those can stay there as iron, that's fine. Then this is going to come over here and also be used for nickel. So let's get him thrown over here somewhere. Oh, I don't have any more power poles. Can I just craft one? I can. Okay. You in here, and over there. There we go. And let's go and grab however much of this stuff is available. A bit. That is a bit. Is it like a tremendous amount? No, but you know, it's a bit. And you go. Yeah, keep in mind, since this guy's twice as fast as one of these, I did just double my smelting speed again. There we are. Just take the gravel out while I'm thinking about it. And there we go. So that is noticeably faster, I think. Which it should be. It should be twice as fast. Okay. You can just be a power pole. And the next one's going to be another power pole. Or the next one can be science, I guess. Okay, we are out of that. So once this outputs... And there we go. I will go and make science, and then I will see if I can make another ore run, though actually we don't have any more ore. Which isn't super cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to make it all the way through the nighttime, but at least we're not undervolting the base. At least we have enough power during the daytime. And in you go. Oh, you need more gears already, okay. I thought I made a pretty good excess of those earlier. Let's go ahead and get some more going. In you go. And then gears. In you go. And let's see. Perfect timing, gone. But the solar panels are already kicking on, so that's pretty good timing, I'd say. It keeps us powered through most of the night, which is a pretty big improvement from not that long ago, where we didn't even have enough power to charge the batteries. It sure is slow, though. Okay, there goes logistics. What's that even gonna get me? Undergrounds and a recipe for you. Funny enough, not splitters. That's a entirely separate research down here. I have to reiterate, I still have not placed a single belt. May not be a bad idea, actually. Believe it or not, belts are kind of cool. Maybe I could start belting the ore down into the distillery down here. How are you looking? You do still have 200 ore in you. Okay, so since I do have underground, let's say I did this, put you here, grabbed a belt, ran a belt at like this level right here. Thanks, game, for teaching me how belts work. And then I'll pick you up, move you in. This can come down this way. I don't have undergrounds yet, so unfortunately this has to run over the road. I will fix that later. Keep 2 spaces away from the road, I think. Run it this way. Use belts to belt ore for convenience. I mean, that's mostly all this is. This is hardly even automation. This is just convenience. Because I don't think this is really gonna speed it up any. It just keeps me from having to pick it up and carry it. Speaking of, I have like 300 nickel ore in my inventory, so let's go ahead and throw that away into there. Grab the ore. One big thing is that since everything is outputting multiple items, and you can't filter on the inserters, I can't even output, for example, the nickel matte if I wanted to bring it up here. I could maybe output it directly into the furnace. Hold on. It says this does 0.4. You do 0.18. Okay. Like, there's an argument to be made here. I can't make underground belts yet, which brings me all the way back to the underground pipe problem from earlier. But once I do have the belt research, I could use a furnace as my filter, set the recipe up there, and then output the matte into here, and then belt the ingots up. That's workable. What's in here? Single recipe's worth, but there's one more on the way. There we are. Let's get a little more science going. Are you also 2 packs? You're also 2 packs. Well, I have enough for 2, I guess, and more mines would be cool. Yeah, mines are probably a good idea. I really would like more power. I'm just not being given that, that opportunity. Let's get A little more iron on the go. And which one of these am I building up faster? I have no iron plates and a lot of iron rods, so maybe next time I should throw all of my iron into iron plates. Might as well throw the gears in here. Didn't even realize it was out of gears and wasn't producing. Oh, wind turbine's spinning pretty good now. What are they up to? Almost 3/4 of a megawatt. Wow. Little disheartening. This will at least allow me to make more distilleries, which would be cool. What are miners? You take a mining tool and a motor and a gear. Of course you do. Well, I can make... Oh, I have underground belts now. Let's go ahead and make a couple of those. Oh, you take underground pipes. That's weird. Did not realize that. Maybe I should keep a couple underground pipes on me then. There we are. Which means maybe I should make a couple standard pipes as well. They take a while to craft, so I might as well keep some on me. Let's do this and that. Okay. So where do I want this to come in? On that side I did a 2 gap, but I'll have to do a 1 space gap over here just because the pipes are in the way. If I can even get away with that, honestly. Like, I can do that. That's reasonable. And then where does this get me down here? Okay, I can work with this. Let me go grab at least one of the furnaces. I might be able to do 2 of them, so I might as well just grab these 2. Where'd they go? So let's see how I can get this to work. So I can fit you there, and you here. Perfect fit. We want ferronickel, output and output. Fortunately, I do have another power pole, but remember the power poles are expensive. There we are. Just for aesthetics, I would like to have the ingots on both sides of the belt, and then bring it this way. And then we want to underground around in here somewhere. There we are. And the undergrounds aren't terribly expensive, so I will use them somewhat freely. The expensive part are the belts themselves, but the undergrounds I don't believe add any cost. Let me actually double check that. You do take 10 with a length of 7. Okay, so they are a little more expensive than just using belt. So that is something to keep in mind. Do this. And in you go. Thanks, game. Okay. So that's kind of automated. Oh, except it is going to, it's gonna put gravel on the belt. It is gonna put gravel on the belt. Okay. I know how I can fix that. I don't want to mess up my hand queue for right now. It's fine. Yeah, let's just take this nickel mat and throw it into those guys down there. There we go. And some of the nickel matte is always going to wind up in this chest. Not really anything I can do about it at the moment. Just have to come and take it every so often and throw it in here. Let's run up this way and get this iron cooking. There we are. Okay. So I do now have the ability to make miners. I would need engines. So let's go see about getting another engine. Gravel, of course, building up. Let's just snipe the gravel off the belts for now. And at least a little bit of this is going to go in. We do have enough for 2, and once this crafts, we will have another one. So I'll wait for that to finish, and then go get another couple motors made. Might as well grab this, since I'm just standing there. There we are. In, and grab that. Okay, that's, let's come over and get a couple new motors made. Really like to have that turbine, but let's just focus on science for now. Little iron. I did say last time I wanted to commit to just iron plates, since we seem to be going through those faster, so iron plates it is. In you go. I need more gears. I can never remember where those are. There we are. So let's see. You take 3 per. So that'll at least get distillation finished. And then there's 1 more pack. Okay, and I can make a bunch more gears, so let's just go ahead and get those on the go. 1 more craft, and throw them in. As well throw that in there. And let's see. Pumping. 49% done. It's still trying to jump scare me with those 49%. I'm not a big fan. Okay. There we go. A little more nickel. Let's go grab the stuff off the belts. And now that I have the chests that I was crafting, I can go put a stop to more of this fresh stone winding up on the belts. At least, kind of. Because what I can do is I can come over here, move this power pole 1 square over, and do this. So what I want to do is the ones that I want to have the ingots in, I'm going to wire their outputting inserter, and actually I don't need outputs on these, so that they only output when there is at least 1 ingot in there. So let's grab that and put you in there. So it has to be greater than 1. There we go. Copy you over there. And then all this stays unchanged. Except we move this over and use that single item as a filter. And of course, you want power, which means I actually have to make power poles. Oh, guess we're out of power. I saw the inserter moving through molasses. Anyway, that should mean we only get ingots on this belt now. I do every so often have to go and collect the gravel out, but oh well. Same way I have to periodically come in and take the iron out of that. Let's see. Where does that get me? I have another distillery now. So I want to make one more red science. And then I think I want to commit to making wind turbines until I've finished this. This says 5, I've already got 2, so I only have to make 3 more. I think that's reasonable. Oh, I thought I had iron ore on me somewhere. I guess not. So, one more red, and then the rest are going into turbine. Oh, I am also out of ferronickel sheets. And all of my ferronickel is currently being turned into just regular nickel. So I'll actually have to go grab some of that. I kind of forgot that I even needed just regular ferronickel. Actually, that's kind of funny. I have a spare furnace somewhere. So what I can do is, since some of the mat is always going to wind up in here, I can actually just put this furnace down here and go ahead and smelt what ferronickel winds up in here and just keep a little surplus. It wasn't much anyway. We should in theory be keeping... there shouldn't in theory be very much that winds up in here, honestly. Because... yeah, we only make like 2 per recipe, and it should probably immediately just put it into here. So it's unusual that it winds up in this chest. In fact, it may just never happen. Because I believe these inserters will all pick at exactly the same time, and these can only pick the ferronickel. So I don't know if this inserter will ever get more ferronickel. We'll have to see, I guess. Let's see. I do have 4 at any rate, and that's going to be enough to get actually don't remember how many sheets that gets me. We'll have to find out. So, ferronickel sheets, throw it in. It gets me 4. Okay, it's 1 to 1. I also had 4 on me, funny enough. That's enough for another 8 of these guys. And let's see. We have 2 iron ingots. Let's throw you in there, I guess. The insulated wire keeps throwing. Can I even do anything with you? How do I get you? You're way far away. Yeah, I have insulated wire and I don't think I can even do anything with it. That's hilarious. Yeah, awesome. Okay, good. Well, I have 1 motor. Wow. 15 belts for a motor. At least it does make 15 at a time. Still expensive, but... oh well. Let's go ahead and take some of these guys out, since I am going to need some regular ferronickel. Yeah, okay. I mean, they're doing their best. Any more up here? Doesn't seem to be. Well, let's see. 2 turbines. What do I need for 2 turbine. I know you are in here somewhere. There you are. I need ferronickel sheets. Okay, fair enough. So right back to ferronickel sheets we go. And boom. Okay. So then I need more ferronickel sheets for some reason. I'm not sure why, but we sure do. Okay. Well, more ferronickel ingots then. Let's go grab some. Lots of running back and forth. This might be more running back and forth than I even did in the Angels and Bobs playthrough, which is honestly hard for me to even fathom. But, we sure are doing a lot of back and forth. Okay, that's 4. 6. Let's grab 2 more. Never mind, that'll be an eternity. So, I guess this is just what I've got to work with. We'll make sheets out of these 6, and hopefully that's enough to last us for a little while. In you go. Okay, and does that get me anywhere? It can make 1. Very good. And I can make 1 more turbine after that. Man, the power poles are gonna be expensive. I have pylons, so guess I'm connecting you with pylons for now. That's silly. Let's not do that. There we go. Okay, so I need another 4 nickel wire for 2 more power poles. I need several more engines. Let me start looking for bottlenecks, because we are pretty much at a point where I can start ramping up, I think. Like, I'm pretty sure we are bottlenecked by this one distillery here, and I can make another distillery. Let me start making parts. The ferronickel sheets. Once more. More ferronickel sheets. Okay, so we need a lot of ferronickel sheets. Reading you loud and clear. Any in here? Yep, let's just take that. If there's any wires, I'll take them. Honestly, wasn't expecting there to be any, but I am pleased to see that there were. So, more sheets. More plates. Okay. So one at a time, I remembered a tank and a one-way. We also need a furnace, which needs ferronickel wire and stone. Make a couple stone, that's no problem. Let's see, ferronickel wire was made from ferronickel rods, I remember. So I need another 2 ferronickel ingots. Thank you. I'm not taking the extras on the belt because hopefully they do actually turn into more nickel wire, because I do still need nickel wire. There we go, so guess that's in here as well. Yep. I had rods on me already. Oh well. There's some wire. Anyway, let's see. I need 2 filters. That's the only thing that's left. So where are filters? Filters must be made in a chemical plant, and they take carbon dioxide and graphite. Okay, well, let's go make carbon dioxide and graphite then. Well, we already make carbon dioxide. I guess I just need to go make graphite. Let's see. Graphite takes hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Here's hydrogen right here. It outputs water. Fortunately, I have water right there. Input needs to come out just a smidge. Let's just see if I can get something like that to work. So let's underground the water. Thank you, bots. The reason being that'll allow me to get the hydrogen in, though I wasn't expecting the hydrogen to have to be on the side. Which actually means I think this can go here and work pretty nicely. Something like that, and now we're overextended. Okay, I have pumps. Let's just get a pump in here. Power poles being so expensive is brutal, but what can you do? Let's get the water connection placed in. Thank you, bots. And inserter and chest. Okay. Well, that's gonna give me graphite at least. I don't actually remember what I needed graphite for. Ah, right. Filters. You can just go like here. Unless filters need gas, they need carbon dioxide. Never mind. Carbon dioxide is this line and here. Yeah. Not a big fan of that. Yeah, okay. Plastic, iron sheets, carbon dioxide. Yeah. Best I can do. For some reason, the inputs are offset on this one. They come in on the side, so I guess it would make more sense to do this. Okay, let's just get your input settled. Iron sheets I don't just carry around, so I will have to go and get those. And you need a power pole, because of course you do. Can I make one? Yeah, now. Might as well make another. Okay, iron sheets. Let's go grab iron sheets. I think while I'm running, I will take a sip of water. Okay, so iron sheets. There we go. Oh, made from iron plates. Okay. In you go. Oh, and we're out of power. Looks like it is morning though, so that's slowly taking care of itself. Let's see. This is a pretty good ratio. Let's do that. And one more. There we go. Okay. I don't know how many of these filters I'm going to need, but if I'm making some, I might as well make some. There's one. I need one more. There we go. Okay. So there's my second distillery. Didn't really figure out how I want that to work yet. Guess I should probably do that. Also, you output 70, you take 1. Okay. Oxygen's also fine. Okay. So, first things first. Let's break these so that these can finish smelting. In fact, extras can go in there, I suppose. Okay. Then I just want to take that. I'll need it again later. Thank you, bots. Go ahead and break all this for now. And, take this out. Take that out. And once it's done outputting, I'm going to deconstruct it and rethink how I want all of this to go. So the major problem is the extras. The big chest over there is very nice for holding all the extras, but I guess I don't actually need it to be a big chest anymore, because before I was outputting and inputting from it. But that's not necessary anymore, and even if it was, I guess I have an extra. I didn't even know I had an extra. Okay. So let me think how I want this to work. So supposing I just put this right back here, and then the belt went in the middle, so I leave a 3-block wide gap right there. Or even just like right there. This comes into here, and there's my, you know, wastewater output. Sure. Let's get some recipes set. There. Where does that get me? So I can connect the water in. And then there's oxygen. Water can come down this way. Oxygen connects in here. There's my fluid input. Easy peasy. This power pole can come down 1. I'm very thankful for that. I do need at least one more underground. Let's get some undergrounds on the go. And probably pick up this. There we are. This just turns up and goes in. Anything else that I need now? I guess I could just use this guy again. Problem being, I can't actually get output out of you anymore. Also, you've moved back one somehow, so all of this is wrong anyway. So let's just rethink how all of this works. Okay, all of your output comes down this way. This works, somehow. Though this is disconnected now. Can I get this to work? Oh, come on. Oh, that sucks. Can I just move this? Yes, somehow that worked. Okay. Okay, we're in this. We're in this. This I would love if you actually output to the other side of the belt. But oh well. Beggars can't be choosers. And furnaces. So, furnace there. 2 furnaces here. Set your recipe. And just assume that I will never have excess ferronickel. There we go. So then anything that makes it past that point just gets loaded into a chest. A big chest, why not? And then this furnace down here actually goes into a chest. Maybe they all go into a chest, actually. Hold on, let me cook. Let me cook. My thinking is that since I do need ferronickel, just from time to time, okay, hold on. No, that has to be there. Okay, in that case, what if I did that, even though that's weird? Okay. Ugly solution. Oh well. Best I've got. Break that. Break that. Hold on. This is... I forgot this was going to be putting gravel on here as well. Okay, I can work with this. I think. I'm thinking. Okay, so I think this just has to move one. Because I'm pretty sure this only works if I'm outputting filtered, like into filter chest from the furnace itself. So I need to be able to do this. And then I probably need a couple more chests. There we go. There we go. And then ferronickel into you. Then you are stone. Ferronickel into you. What are you, gravel? You are gravel. So do that. Okay. I am gonna need another power pole, unfortunately. Just no getting around it. And then what I can do is, rather than keeping just one in here, I can keep a small buffer. So, ferronickel must be greater than 10, let's say. And 10 doesn't sound like very much, but then it'll be 10 in each chest, which will be 30. And 30 is a decent amount, I think, for a buffer of ferronickel. There we are. And that's not great, but I mean, it's better than what I had. So, celebrate the win. Okay, and then ore and ore. This should just work. I mean, it's been working so far. It's actually eating all the ore now. It looks like. Okay. And it shouldn't be backing up down here, so we shouldn't be accidentally starving the furnaces or anything. They should be able to take whatever they want, whenever they want. Alright. I mean, it's not wonderful, but it's twice as good as it was before. Four. That's just insulting. Feels bad. Well, let's go get this iron cooking at least. What do I even want to do? I guess more ore at this point. Yeah, you can go in there. There we go. I mean, hey, at least we need another drill now. Before we weren't even able to utilize two, so that's improvement. We'll see how this goes. I mean, we already have 10 ingots in here, that's not bad. These are beginning to fill up. Maybe. Probably, kind of. They might not be getting past the first furnace, actually. But, oh well. 0.4. Actually, yeah, you're only producing 0.36, even assuming you're running it full time, which you are not, and this one furnace is capable of consuming more than that. We actually don't even need these bottom two furnaces. I'll keep this one just as backup, but these guys can go. There we are. Okay, so how's this doing? Don't know why there was iron in there. Should have been putting AC. Why is carbon dioxide backed up? That would make sense. Hold on. You in. And since we have this guy producing carbon dioxide, we only want this pump to turn on if... Oop. That. Carbon dioxide is less than 12k. Something like that. There we go. We also don't need that power pole anymore. Or maybe we did. That can go there. This can go here and there. Maybe here and there. Nope. There we go. Okay, that works. Everyone's happy. I do unfortunately have to find some way to avoid a little bit of gas. I can just unset your recipe and reset you. There we go. And then throw junk back in there. I guess there was no more graphite? Fine. Don't think I really need more filters right at this very moment. Okay, four wire, let's go. I've got to be perfectly honest, I don't even remember why I want that anymore. Get that thrown in there. Also have a nickel ingot, so I guess I can throw that in there. Let's see. I've got some iron ore, so let's go get that taken care of. I also have a spare furnace, so I guess I'll throw that down as well. And iron. I guess a bunch of iron plates is fine with me. Probably should swap this back to iron rod though. And nickel wire. Get some of those in there. Ferronickel sheet. I believe I was working towards the wind turbines. So let's continue working towards those. Some ferronickel in there. And a motor. So let's get that crafted, and I believe that should allow me one more wind turbine. Yes, it does. You go there. Oh, of course. Okay, so how many is that? I've got 4 now, so I need one more for the advancement. Can't say that's a very good feeling that I still need one more, but you know, I need the power, so let's just keep cracking down. Interesting, that actually backed up, which is... You could say it's nice. On the other hand, it means it wasn't working, which isn't super cool, so... New output it is. So, 2 power poles. And what do you need? Ferronickel sheet. Okay, let's go grab some ferronickel. I'm glad I put the brick pathway down, because this has gotten some use. There we go. That'll be enough ferronickel sheets for a little while. I already had ferronickel on me. Never mind. Well, I mean, having some on me isn't a bad thing, I suppose. Ferronickel sheet. In you go, and it's 4 at a time. So, there you go. How are you doing? You've got a little bit left in you. Grab those. And let's go ahead and make that last turbine. So from here. And there we are. So let's put a pylon in here. Probably do this at the correct height for maximum reach. There we go. Why are you lower? That doesn't feel right. Oh, the rock was in the way. That's why. Silly and funny. Okay, well, I'm glad I noticed at any rate. Break the rocks. Yeah, okay. That should have given me the wind turbine advancement. I'm not sure what was locked behind it, but I don't see it on here anymore, so I'm gonna just guess that it did. Let's just assume that it did. Okay. So, more mining prod. Don't really know if that's exactly what I need right now. Advancement seems to be locked behind desalination. Though metalworking is also cool. Automation is a prereq for both of them, so I might as well take it. Your 2 red packs. And you don't take any red packs at all, so maybe I'll go ahead and queue you, since I don't have any red packs for right now. Might as well queue you as well. And then long inserters would be cool. Okay, I mean, nothing's changed for half an hour now, so let's just keep on keeping on. Hopefully my power situation is in a better place though, with 5 wind turbines providing a little extra. It's not enough to power the base, but it might be enough to slow the draining of the accumulators through the night to let us last until morning. We just did a couple things. You did something, who knows? Wait, produce 1,000 sandstone and it's at a red science level? My man, do you think I'm speedrunning or something? Like, really, I was saying as much earlier. Am I missing something? Because only 1,000 sandstone seems insane. Nickel wire. There you go. Let's just make a couple motors. Is there anything that I need to be making with you? Inserters, belts, mines. Like, maybe more mines? How are the, how are these guys keeping up with ore over here? It's not backing up, but I feel like we're probably at just about perfect. We're consuming about 1.5 a second. And we're producing 0.9 something a second, so actually a little more production wouldn't be awful. What would I need for that? Just wire. Always wire. In fact, I think I just made a motor. Yeah, there we are. Oh, I had a bunch of motors, actually, for some reason. So, do this, extend up that way. Somehow power reached. Wasn't anticipating that, honestly. I will gladly take it, though. Running out of the other materials, finally. Throw that in there. Some of my 50 iron rods. Plates. Let's go ahead, swap this. Well, I guess I don't really need to. You can stay on Pharaoh for a while. In fact, just have at it. And yeah. Lots more iron plate. More ferronickel sheet. Yeah, even that's not a lot. Get these gears into red science. Definitely needed it. That is going to get me automation, finally. Perfect timing on this. Okay, so... once I have another one of these, probably want you to be gears. I can put that there. Just remove some of that. So, gears. And what do I actually need to make you? Oh, you're a small assembler anyway. And you're kind of expensive. I mean, it's an assembler. What can you expect? But still. And in you go. Okay, so you're gonna be gears. Wherever gears happen to be. Was worried I couldn't make gears in you for just a second. Okay, there you go. Now I don't have to keep handcrafting you. Let's, there. Let's actually get a buffer chest in here. Plates. There's plates. And then I want to keep a small buffer of gears. Maybe not a lot, but some. I mean, I don't know if I've actually needed gears for anything yet. But, you know, maybe that's gonna change soon. Who knows? Let's go grab some iron ore. I'm getting a little low on the iron product. Here we are. There we go. Didn't really want the stone. There we go. Fine enough. And let's just, see if there's been any more wire made. No. Oh, I forgot I made a chest. Okay, yeah, there's been a bit. Pin's not too shabby. I'll happily take that. I do feel like I should maybe have a power pole on me. Crazy that's something that, like, I have to think about, that I have to be worried about consciously. Iron rods. In you go. And make a couple power poles. Remainder of the wire goes into motors. How's this doing? Doing fine. In you go. Maybe I'll do the same thing up here with motors. Let's grab this and move you down this way. And use my last inserter, so no more free rides, unfortunately. Nope, let's not do that. Connect you. Motors. You. And again, I'll keep, like, a buffer of 10, I guess? Oh, I'm actually out of inserters. Okay. Well, fortunately, I can just make one, but... yeah, that's not great. All the more reason to keep a stock of motors, though. Okay. I think we're nearly at the point where we can actually, believe it or not, start automating things. We're so close. We're so close to being able to start the game. I just realized mining productivity has stopped at 99%. Claret, I don't know if you are still here, but if you happen to watch this back later, I hope you feel some vindication. The game hates me too. Well, okay. Nickel wire, in you go. It is geology science that I'm out of. Fair enough. Let's go grab... I have iron ore on me. Distribute. And there you go. Plenty of the other stuff. It was just iron. Okay. Accumulators dropping fast. But the solar panels are returning. Let's see, who wins this race? Oh, it's gotta be close. Oh, there we go. I guess the wind turbines dropped a little bit, but they did charge for just a second. There we go, there we go. Justice, yeah. Well, there it goes. My, like, 0.1% floating point there of a yellow bottle there. What do I want next? I'm not really sure what would be better to go for next. I definitely cannot support another electrolyzer, so electrolysis is not very appealing to me at the moment. So maybe I'll go metalworking next. And then long inserter, and then just take whatever happens to show up. Steel is probably important, let's do that. And then mining prod after that, and splitters, sure. I'm not going to be super thrilled when every 15 belts starts costing motors. That's going to be pretty painful. Oh, thank you. Well, those researches went pretty fast. We're already at the long inserter. Grab some of this iron that's been cooking for a while, and throw it in. See. We do have plenty of gears, it looks like. The motors are building up too. It's just, you know, slow but steady. Speaking of motors, could I maybe get another couple mines in here? Because if I remember correctly, let's see, 0.7, 0.7, so that's 1.4. So with one more, I would saturate. If I can get one more mine in there, we saturate. So I believe that's just single motor. I think that is an acceptable sacrifice. I do have to figure out where the power is going to come from, though. If I do this, that works out perfectly. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, very good. So that should at least saturate our buildings down there, have us producing nickel as quickly as we can. Speaking of which, let's go grab whatever is there. There we go. Oh, a whole 4. Wow. I think that's enough for 2 motors. We'll bring us up to 6. Let's go. Well, okay. Am I going to get better power generation anytime soon? Maybe after magnetization? It doesn't really look like it. Yeah, there's so much research in the way of that. Energy storage. Prioritize buildings after placement using numpad plus. If you prefer, you can change controls to another key. Yep. Big 1 surge electrolyzer. Configure 1 open backup turbine. It's 1,000 steam and a turbine to generate energy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't necessarily follow all of that. I don't know what a surge electrolyzer is, but it seems to just be a standard electrolyzer. The turbines I think I understand a little better. I know there are modes you can cycle your turbines through. We'll see. Even that I think is a ways away. Where even was that? Okay. We're not that far, I guess. We need desalination, which I'm already on my way to, and then electrolyzer. I guess I'll take electrolysis too. Yeah, okay. Maybe an actual electrolyzer is going to be more energy efficient than the like janky starter electrolyzer that I have. Maybe that's something I can hope for. How are these guys doing? Working as intended, okay. Yeah, this guy has done basically nothing. Actually, we're up. Products finished 6, so yeah. The entire time he's been here, he's only worked 6 times. Which, I mean, has prevented that extra ore from flowing down and going into the chest, I guess. Which is, you know, what you hope to see. Just also, like... Oof. Go ahead, grab this extra iron, might as well grab the blue science. We don't really need it. I think there was like 70 something last time I checked in. Grab the 2 nickel wire. And let's get all of that put where it belongs. And am I sure these miners are supposed to be saturating this line? Because they sure don't look like they are. Like, that should be more than enough mining to keep up with these two running full-time. Like, 0.145-ish. Or 1.45, rather. And each of these is 3. So with 5, I should be producing over 1.5. So this should be backing up pretty quickly. And yet it does not seem to be. How curious. Like, maybe there's just some on the end of the belt and I can't see it? I don't know. Oh, well, this one's run out anyway. Which means I do need another power pole now. Trying to be strategic with it. Hold on. These are 2 wide, 1, 2... ish. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. Let's see if I can find any more nickel wire to just throw in there. Okay, I mean that's enough for another 3 motors at least. And that'll get me up to 10, and once I'm at 10, then I can start outputting the new ones into red science. So science will finally start running again. Granted, I could just reduce the number I'm keeping in storage, but I set that number for a reason. I kind of like to have some in storage. Perfect timing. Let's go. So this, I believe, will get me longhand inserters. It might only get me halfway. Let's check. Actually, you take 3. We're finally into things that take more than 2 science packs. Not that that's a good thing, but, you know, progress. I didn't realize the small assemblers, in addition to just being smaller so they're harder to work with, are also half the speed of the medium assemblers. Awesome. Fortunately, you're still more than fast enough to keep up with this guy, even if I was producing, you know, motors fast enough to deal with him. But, oh well. Just something to keep in mind, I guess. So how can I begin improving this? Because I am getting a little bored of just running back and forth nonstop. One solution is I could just pick up and move the entire science setup, reconfigure this area over there, and then just keep this stocked with its other parts. That doesn't seem like a horrible idea. In fact, I probably should just do that. I could just pick this up, put it over here, and then have science set up in this corner up here. That seems pretty reasonable. And I can't figure out a reason not to do it, so I think I'm just gonna do it. Take this whole chunk here. Up the bots a little bit. There we go. Thank you, bots. Then I will also take this setup from here. Hopefully I have enough power poles to keep everything running. I should. I should have at least enough nickel wire to make one more power pole by the time I get over here anyway. So let's go ahead and grab this. Horizontal flip. Put you like right here. And then paste. So you go here. And then the other science goes right here. Right here. Yes. Okay. There we are. You can go there. This has to raise one, but that's fine. And somehow I'm missing a box. I'm not really sure how that works, but that's fine. Okay. So let's get all the sandstone distributed. All the bauxite distributed. And there's no iron ore really, but I'll do what I can. Science in. Science in. Gears. I have a bunch of extra gears. Those can go in. You take all of those parts. And you also need some part. Have fun. So that's a little less manual. Like, I can reasonably live with that. In fact, can I rearrange this better? If I put you here and move. Hold on. I moved this down. Then I can put a power pole. Doesn't quite work. Oh well. I was going to try and be clever, but let's just make something that works. Okay, this goes here, and this goes here. There we are. My thinking being that since these two share a lot of parts, then I can just put iron rods and iron plates into this chest, and it'll make whatever it needs to make when it gets there. How am I missing a chest again? What? Maybe I put it up here. Maybe that's where this one came from. I'm not really sure. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Like iron rods in there, and iron plates in there. I can even put ferronickel plates in here. It's not like they'll be made into gears. Do I need anything else? Plastic. Don't have any plastic on me. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That should at least have science coming in, not faster, but, you know, less manual. Always nice. Let's grab this iron ore. And then go make a little more iron. Which, you know, while I'm automating things, it does seem reasonable. Go ahead and grab this. Thank you, bots. And grab these as well. Thank you, bots, once again. Okay, and now all of this, I will just run down this way. And now I don't even need to go up there anymore. The whole base has been migrated down here successfully. So, first things first, this box has to move. Leave a little bit of room in case I need to mess with this area up here. Move this down here. I need a couple more inserters, it looks like. But the idea is then I can just do the same thing with the chests. There we go. So... and of course, power. Looks like I can get everything with one power pole, which is actually very cool. Let's get that one jumbo chest for the iron, or the stone placed back. We'll need another inserter, I think. There we go. Now as things come in, should pick up the iron. Yeah, look at it go. So, iron, iron, and iron. Then, not iron, not iron, not iron. Okay, I think that's not too bad. What I might even do, so that like right now I'd have to come and manually pick up the ingots, and that's a bit of a pain because I don't want to accidentally unset the filter and all. Maybe in the future what I'll do is I'll put output limited inserters, just like these, over here, and then I'll have the excess flow out and then collect into a chest so that I can then come and just empty the extra chest and leave the filter items in place. That way I don't have to mess with these. Might do the same up here when I come back and do that. The only reason I wouldn't do that now is because inserters take motors, and I would need more power poles, and both of those are very expensive at the moment. Anyway, with this done, that way I don't have to keep manually feeding iron ore into things either, which is a nice bonus. Hopefully this is fast enough. Like, I know we're going to get some iron ore to come past since I just stuffed a whole bunch of iron ore in there. But maybe that's not even the worst thing in the world, since I do need some iron ore for science anyway. Speaking of which, that's a perfectly good place for all of this extra to go lined up. I don't know what they just went and picked up. I'm a little concerned. I'm hoping it was fine. I might, just like the other ones, limit the extraction here so that I can make power poles if I need to. Ten seems to be my limit on everything else, so I'll just keep it as 10. Throw that in there. Let's clean up just a little bit. What I can, at least. Things go in there. Should go and make some iron stuff. But I think what I want to do is replace this with a large chest. And then, where were those two were that I literally just had? Foundries! I put a foundry there and a foundry there. Fortunately, use power pole here. Oh, I can just do that, and then that works. Anyway, iron rod, iron plate, and then I can just do that. So we're, you know, a step closer to having some kind of automation. Like, I still have to manually come down and grab the iron and all, but better than what we had, at least. There we go. I just come down, collect the iron ingots, run them up this direction, and pop them in. It's a shorter run, and it's a little simpler. And once they output, we've got a little buffer, and the things that actually want them can go ahead and pick them off at their leisure. Might go ahead and limit gears. They stack to 100, and I don't think I need to keep more than 100 gears right now. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I will, however, go ahead and extend this brick road this direction. Make it a little easier to come over here and throw stuff in. Thank you, bots. A couple more, if you please. There we go. I guess I also don't really need this bit anymore. Okay. I believe we're starting to get to the point where more distilleries would be very nice. Power seems okay. So that's a little deceptive. With as much as the batteries dip during the night, it kind of looks like maybe a lot of the base was just idle. Why is water full? Why do you have hydrogen in you? That frankly shouldn't be possible. I'm confused, but okay, sure. Why not? Well, that would explain why most of the factory was dead. We'll see what happens. Oh, we are finally, I guess, producing ferronickel. Oh, iron's full. Never mind. I was all happy and excited. Oh, I just can't have good things. Never mind. Actually, I guess if we have... Hold on. We have iron ingots right here. I wasn't even thinking about that. I can just grab these, move that over here, and then have a limited extractor like I do for these guys. Swap this to iron ingots. There we are. Go ahead and lower that as well. It's not like I need to keep iron ingots in here. Just can't get iron in easily. That is unfortunate. Like, I'll have to spend a power pole and I'll have to craft belts, which means... yeah. Iron sheet. That's an odd one to need. It can be done. Wait. I actually need iron sheets, I guess. Or, iron plates. Let's do that. Get you both working. Oh, you're just all turning into gears. Okay. Let's do that. And do that. And now I can make some belts, at least. Inserters. I do have some inserters, fortunately. There we go. That's, I mean, that's not going to be enough iron, but that is certainly a start. And iron rods. Hmm. I guess I will want to limit these, otherwise it looks like iron plates will just monopolize the supply. So... Oh, and I have the long-handed research. I didn't even think about the fact that it was going to be Bob style. That's very nice. Anyway, this is going to shut off if we have more than 300 iron plates, I guess. Maybe I even want to bring that back down. Let's say 200 for now. Because I do need iron rods in here. And then, same here. Iron rods, let's say like 200 or something. I don't really know why I want to disable this one. It's just I'm disabling the other one, so now they match. Take that. Yeah. There we go. That'll give them something to chew on for a while. And even then, this is just the excess iron. Like I was saying a minute ago, I don't believe this is going to be enough to keep this running. But it is just iron that was building up there anyway. Also, is that properly restricted? No, look at that. All cool, all cool. You are missing ferronickel sheet. Can I make another foundry yet? You need nickel wire. Yeah, that's not too bad. But make you, I know I needed you. And iron plate. There we go. Then once again, back some of that off. Hold on. I can be so funny right now. Can I raise you 1 square? Yes, I can. Awesome. Okay. This can go here. Now that I have longhand inserters, I can put an inserter right here. Hold on. That's a shame. Okay. Nope, and you definitely have to go there. Yeah, no getting around that. Could I maybe move you? No. That sucks. Well, you can just go there. Okay. I need wire. And I need power poles, which means iron rod and plastic. Okay, iron rods. And honestly, I'll just poach 1 plastic. There we go. Okay, so there's power poles. You become ferronickel sheets. And instead of disabling this inserter when there's enough in here, I will disable this inserter. So you, ferronickel sheets, is greater than 10. And 10 might not sound like much, but keep in mind, we only build up ferronickel in here. Less than, my bad. We only build up ferronickel sheets in here if they're already filled up in here. And of course, we want to disable this inserter, because we don't really want to be spending extra ferronickel that we don't need to be spending in here. We want it all to be turning into regular nickel, but we do need the ferronickel sheets. So, in they go. Also, do I have any? Doesn't really look like I have anything interesting. Okay. That's fine. Well, we've mostly automated this. The only thing not going in here is plastic, And I can just throw plastic in there every now and then. That's fine. Yeah, there's like 200 plastic in here. In fact, I can just do that. And that'll keep that supplied for a good long time. I guess I do have to remember to throw blue science in there and restock the iron ore, but that's not too big of a deal. Okay. We are making progress. Let's see. Once this science pack finishes, I believe that'll be desalination done. Yeah, there it goes. I have no idea what this is going to do for me. All it does is turn saline water into regular water in brine, and I don't really know why I want that, but I guess we will find out. Steelmaking is also red science. Okay, that's fine. Gotta go move one of these mines. Just saw that it had run out. Oh, and I need... Let's just make a couple power poles. Okay, I finally feel like we're starting to get somewhere. I do think that I want to move this power generation out of this area. Since the grids are combined now, there's no reason to keep all of this over here. Looking at some of the checkpoints was wild. I don't remember what ones exactly, but some simple things are so far down the tree. I got one once I was already into red science for sandstone. It was just like 1,000 sandstone or something, and I'm looking at it like, are you kidding? Like, what do you mean? Thank you, bots. And let's get these extra solar panels and batteries put back over here before we black out tonight. And there we go. Hopefully that was in time. Does look like it probably was. That was all of them though, right? Does look like it. Oh, I have a bunch of batteries I can fix now that I have, carbon or whatever it is. Yeah, let's just grab some of that. Honestly, this chest should probably be limited. And where is all that stuff? Batteries, there you are. Might as well repair some of those pylons as well. And let's get these placed down. I've actually got a lot to go. So I might start placing some of them on the bottom as well. That's 3 more. Okay. So that should do it. I just have to actually stand here and wait for them to be repaired. Okay. Good. Well, that gives me a little more power storage at least. Wish I had a few more solar panels I could repair. All they take is sand, and I can make a lot of sand. That one's no problem. Surprised this is still building up. Okay, it literally just finished when I came over to look at it. That's going to be the last one right there. Now it'll go back to making nickel again. Plenty of plastic. Yep, just missing nickel wire. And then once that starts going, we'll get more iron up here. Those will keep going. Yeah. Oh, cool. Speaking of iron, let me go check the bottom of the base. Just see how that is doing. Okay. We somehow have nickel in here. That's a little troubling because you filled up. Okay. I can fix this. That goes here. Let's make sure I have a couple more U. Fortunately, I have enough. For any more, I would need iron rods. Copy this, and just change your recipe to gravel. And there we go. And then I want to do the same down here. There we go. And let's go ahead and do what I was talking about earlier with these guys. So change this to iron. Maybe just like 3 or something. Those placed as well. And then I need a bunch of materials to actually make that work. Throw that in there. Doesn't have to stay in my inventory. Is this running? Does look like it. Iron rod, no iron rods. No iron rods. There's some. I'll be taking those for a moment. I might also need a motor or two, so let's just snag a few. That's why I keep a buffer after all. And let's just come down here and see what I need. So, 6 and 2. 2. And I am, unfortunately, missing iron sheets. So, I can place all but one, and then I will have to go and get iron sheets to make literally one. It did kind of look like I might be able to handcraft it, though. I was thinking it had to be made in the machine for whatever reason, but maybe I can just handcraft those. Yeah, I can just make those. Okay. And there we go. So that should help with that problem. And just like I was talking about before, now I can just run by and grab iron when I want it without having to worry about the filters. Kind of want to do the same over here, but honestly I don't know if I really need it anymore now that we are making the coil up here. Let's see, speaking of which, iron. There you are. Nickel, I forgot to put the nickel away. Yeah, that's gonna cause that to run by, but, well, I'll just wait for this bit to get picked up. And then go throw it in myself. There we go. I'll just leave that for now. A little more is going to build up in this chest. It's not the end of the world. It is what it is. The extra iron I'm going to run up and throw into science. One of the reasons I'm not going out of my way to put another furnace down there is that I do know we need iron for science, so just keep it stocked up. Anything in here I don't really need anymore? I think kind of all of this I'd like to have a little bit on me. Yep, just missing nickel wire. Okay. Well, anyway. Let's start looking for bottlenecks. I know that this is kind of a bottleneck. Power, though. I think if I were to try and expand, I would run into power issues. Yeah, if we look at the accumulators, definitely not solid on power. The instability of the wind turbines, really something. I wonder when I'm able to make you. Well, we're a whole nother science pack away. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. The turbines are interesting. Have to see what that's all about. Because the problem is I don't really know how I'm going to reliably make steam. And that is kind of a concern. I think the only burnable fuel I might have is graphite. And actually even that doesn't say that it's burnable. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to be doing there. We'll just have to be patient and find out. Oh, okay. There's that. So let's see what that actually does. So it gives me the crusher. It does require material I've never used before, the screen, but I think that's just made in a forge. We can crush bauxite for a little extra iron, if need be. Calcite becomes calcium carbonate and stone. And we have our first phosphor recipe. Phosphorite becomes crushed phosphorite. No idea why I'd want to do that, but we certainly can. No idea why I want calcium carbonate, but I can certainly make it. Crushed bauxite might be useful, assuming I can actually use crushed bauxite for anything, because we do need standard bauxite for science. Okay, this is the recipe for... I was alt-clicking on this, and I was so confused why it wasn't taking me anywhere. I was like, okay, does this just not exist? Anyway. Oh. Okay, weird. Like, that's definitely better. It's definitely more efficient, but it is weird. Okay, that's not for a while anyway. Landfill, yeah, so there's not really a lot we can do with the crushed bauxite. Caustic solution. I do remember a research for that. That helps us make aluminum. Which is still several researches down the line. Does give us an interesting recipe for iron. Yeah, that's too far down the line to really be worrying about. All the same, we have crushers. Should try and make one. So... I believe that's what you were for, right? Telekinesis field. Hilarious, but not what I'm interested in right now. Crusher. Green. Made in... Yes, okay. Ferronickel wire. Of course, it is another different ferronickel product. Well, let's just get another foundry in here. Make you, I remember we need you. Inserters, iron plate, and nickel wire. Okay. There we are. Once again, just start backing off this way. This one can just go right here. And Oh, we have steel now. So, ferro nickel wire. Oh, which needs another one because that's actually made from rods. So, let's do this. Iron rods and iron sheet. Iron sheets would actually be cool. Let's go ahead and make something up this way that does iron sheets. I do need those on occasion. Means I do need to go ahead and grab a little more of that. Hold on. Maybe actually need a little more of that. So I need ferronickel wire. Of course, I need ferronickel wire. There we go. There's power. I do want to get a box, but that'll be a second. Inserter needs iron rods, which I have one. None in there. Two in there. Let me go grab the extra iron from the bottom of the base and just get that crafting in the stuff, because apparently I need parts. There we go. I mean, at least that is like 100 iron ingots. It's certainly not nothing. Keep a little in reserve. More iron rods, huh? Oh, and a chest. Almost forgot the chest. And let's see, what else did I need for you? I need a furnace, which needs ferronickel wire. How could I forget? So let's go ahead and copy one of these guys. Oh, wrong one. And just change you to ferronickel wire. And keep like 10 once again. I don't even know if that's ever actually used in anything. You are used in tanks and pipes, it looks like, so I guess, sure. Why not? Then you can just go in another box right down there. Maybe I'll do just one. That way you naturally back up. Don't I need you? Yes, I do. And there we are. And again, just like a single stack is fine. Make the iron sheets. Oh, out of iron plate. Did forget that part. That's fine though. I can do this, and then just flip you around and have you as a long output. And that should work. Missing iron rod. There we go. Electrolysis is finished. It wants me to make steel now. Weird. Okay, we do have energy storage finally. And I guess I'll research you next. Not sure... I wasn't even aware I could make steel at the moment, to tell you the truth. And in you go. So it does evenly split. Yes, okay. Very good, very good. It's gonna take a little while for this ferronickel wire to build up. Might as well go ahead and throw what I had in there. I am getting kind of full on junk, unfortunately. Gonna have to find somewhere to throw all of this extra stone and gravel and such. Another one of these would be nice. Would mean more furnaces, though. Which might mean... Not sure I necessarily left enough room for myself, to tell you the truth. I'm running equivalently 3 of these, but I think that is more than enough. So maybe just one more would do it. So if I did this, and then put you there without the power pole. You can just go up there, sure. That's fine. And then I do need a furnace, which is ferronickel wire. I just put all of that away. Let me go grab another ferronickel wire. There we are. And back in. If I did want another one of these, that would mean another furnace. I kind of thought so. So let's make another one, and then throw the wire back. I keep throwing the wire back because I need it to back up so that the ingots continue in and get turned into regular nickel. Okay, and I need a medium tank, which is ferronickel sheets. Oh, and ferronickel rods, look at that. Knew I needed some. And then, what else? Oh, I can just make you now. Look at that. Granted, that is only 1 extra, but, you know, that's 50% more than what I have right now. I do regrettably think I also need to move all of this pretty significantly. Maybe what I'll do is I'll move it to the left rather than moving it down and down and down and down. If I just move it to the left, then I can have as many of these as I want, and then just loop the belt back around. So many items, I'll have to help the bots pick up all the chests, but it is what it is. Oh, but if I loop the belt, then the ordering is reversed. Okay. Oh, I was like, how many belts did I place over there? There we go, okay. So... now I can put you down. Yes, okay. So now the order is proper. And in you go. And then I just have to connect this up this way. There we are. And I didn't actually wind up helping the bots at all, funny enough. Yeah, they can handle that for a minute. Let's get another one of these guys down this way. So, copy you. You in there. In you go. And then oxygen comes down this way, and also we are out of oxygen. Chlorine's full. Okay, that took longer than I thought it would, honestly. I kind of forgot about it. So, I believe that's enough room? No, it's just barely not. One, two, so I could put it here, and then that works. And then I can put a pump right there, and wire it up, and just change you out to chlorine. There you are. Implants are so cursed, but in a good way, I guess. Yeah, it's really interesting. One thing that I am looking forward to being able to do that I haven't been able to do yet is that the side inputs are chainable. So if you wanted a whole bunch of plastic, you could put them side by side by side and it'll feed the chlorine through, and I actually think that's really cool. It's just also awful. Guess I don't have a pump. Let's make a pump. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot you guys were busy. I'll stand over here while you work. There we go. And all those, and those. Okay. Just about done, it looks like. It does matter which one is which here, so let me carefully replace the filters. And then this is ferronickel. Why are both of your outputs wrong? Okay, I'll have to look at that. Oh, this is the iron anyway. So, iron. Okay, so this one's wrong somehow. In you go. And then you. Oh, I did flip them. That does make sense. I keep forgetting that I flipped them vertically. So it's reversed from what it used to be. Cursed, but in a good way. Exactly, yeah. So what are... Okay, so your ingots, you are... Great. Okay, the ones with the chest are easy. This one, outputs, that makes you much easier to tell at a glance. Okay. Well, that's not quite what I wanted to do. In fact, let me just take half of those out. And then I don't care as much about the iron. There we are. Okay, I believe that's all good. I just need a little extra belt. And of course some power, and this guy needs ore somehow. I haven't even bothered to examine how I'm going to do that. And that should all be going again. Very nice. Very cool. Okay. So, come up here. What do I need? I need iron rod. Some more motors would not hurt either. I have no iron rod, unfortunately. Let's do this. Some extra iron ore can go in here. Ferronickel. Let's get you in here. This guy's just working away. Okay, iron rods. A couple extra recipes. A belt is exactly what I needed. Run on back and get the last little bits placed in. And then I still have to get ore down to the new guy. Okay, at least I can do that. And that almost works. That works. Okay. Because then that allows me to do this. And run belt down this way. And in here. There we go. That's not too terrible. Now you just need to output. Guess I need to move that. And there we go. Awesome. Okay. You're all set. So then when I expand again, I can just place another one down here. Get it basically for free. Don't know why it only let me place a few in there. That was weird. Anyway, grab the extra iron. This is all flowing out. Very good, very nice. Let's go get this iron delivered. There was 8. 8 whole iron. Woohoo. How close are you to being done? You stacked the 200, so you're halfway there. I have just plain old nickel ore on me. I guess I can just drop that on the belt over here. Stone's definitely beginning to pile up. Nickel rod. Do I want to keep you? You can go in there. Solve my own question. Maybe I just make another one of these. I don't think that's an awful idea. Just go ahead and do it. Flip you around, get the pipes in, underground's in, this in, and then your output. And the pipe's too long. Okay, I need to craft a pump, which needs a lot of stuff I don't have. Okay. I'm also a crafting queue. The poor crafting queue. There. So, what do you need? You need a one-way valve. Can't actually tell what material that is, but that'll do it. And let's get you placed in somewhere in here. Maybe just like right there is fine. And come on, you got this. And in you go. Okay. Oh yeah, it's not enough to put the ghost here. I have to actually make it. So ferronickel wire. Looks like a ferronickel wire, rod, and coil. Okay, so just all ferronickel materials. Might as well grab that. Get you thrown in there. And let's just grab all this stuff and I'll put it back when I'm done. There we go. I think I cleaned up properly there. I also think I had all the other materials I need. It is just the building that I'm missing. Does seem to be. And in you go. Okay. Last of the cleanup on the ferronickel, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully that's gonna be good enough. I might go ahead and start planning for a few more furnaces at this rate. also going to just manually grab some of this so that I can bypass all this crafting up here and get a little bit of nickel on the go. So I can get this science finished up, because I would like to see what the turbines are all about. And that's the only thing holding me back right now. Oh, well, okay. Have fun. I forgot I'd taken some of the motors out, so it still wasn't going to be enough. Okay, this is just about done though. So once this fills up, then they will start bypassing into here again, and everything will be copacetic. Oh yeah, energy is not very happy with me at the moment. Granted, all 5 turbines together are producing not even quite 900 kilowatts of power. Awesome. Yeah, that's pretty sad. It's trying. Well, once the day kicks back in, the solar panels kick back on, we should be fine. Let me go here so I can see. Oh yeah, the wind turbines have completely stopped. That's the problem. Solar panels are kicking back on, fortunately. And there's the turbines. Okay. So... Crushed nickel ore, oxygen, and hydrogen make steam. Aluminum powder and water will make steam. Are any of these not cursed? Okay, just plain hydrogen and oxygen will make steam. Can I make that? No. Okay, methane and oxygen. Ethylene and oxygen. Yeah, some things I can't make yet. Graphite, water, and compressed oxygen. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so the 2 worth looking at, I think, were... where'd they go? So crushed nickel and aluminum powder. Can I make... No, okay, never mind. I take it back. You seem like I might be able to make you reasonably soon enough. But you are after the checkpoint. You are after the checkpoint. Interesting. So I have to use the electrolyzer, which means I have to make an electrolyzer. Which is fine, I guess. Let's take that. And a rod. And I believe some coil. There we are. I think that's cleaned up. Yeah, I don't think I took anything I wasn't supposed to. I'm so curious how this is supposed to help anything. That's actually really funny. I like that a lot. That's really funny. Okay, anyway. So it lied. Okay, configure 1 surge electrolyzer. So I understand the meaning. So if I have excess power, turn on the electrolyzer, and then somehow turn that into steam that I can run through the turbines. I'm just not sure exactly how I do that. So we go back to looking at steam just one more time. So crushed nickel gets me there, but I have to clear this first. Do I have this? Okay, I do have this recipe. I do have this one. So, if I just combine hydrogen and oxygen, it gets me steam. Hydrogen and oxygen, okay. And it does seem to be in the correct ratios also. Which, I mean, makes sense. It's coming from water and turning back into water, basically, so I guess that's reasonable. What I would like to know is how I'm meant to only turn this on when I have excess power. I guess what I can do, if I use my noggin a little bit, I can come over here and grab one of these batteries. So, for example, this one. Thank you, Bob. And then I can run over to where I have a source of water, and then I can just take a wire out of the battery here, and only turn on the electrolyzer if the battery is close to full. There was already a battery here. Okay. Oh well. Let's go put this one back. I'm going out of my way to put this one back because I'd never come back up here otherwise. So let's just go ahead and get this right back where I found it. There we are. And then I can just come and pick up this battery and use it as my my signal. And where do I want to put this? The water's up here, so I guess I'll put it right next to my other electrolyzer. That power pole was needed. But I can just replace it with one down there. How are you powered? Okay. I guess there's no getting around needing another power pole over this way. So let's connect there and there. And then I can connect the oxygen here. I want to do this though. Yeah, I guess I do. You're right on the way. Get that connected in. There we are. So you output as A. So let's make sure you only work when A is greater than 90. Oh, you also output an item. I suppose that works. There we are. Okay, and then a combustion chamber. Which I totally know where it is. Absolutely, definitely. There you are. So we need all that stuff. Okay. That's fine. Let's just keep this on me. I keep having to run up here and grab some. There's a lot in here for some reason. Oh, that's the electrical wire. Grab green wire. Let's do 20 or so. That seems fair. Okay, anyway. What do I still need? The wire. Need the wire. Okay. And then... is it you? Yeah, I believe it's you. Let's make like 2 of you. And, I suppose a tank. Tank's probably a good idea. Maybe a pump would be a good idea. Gonna need a little more of the coils. Let's just shortcut some stuff to get some coil production on the go. You got this. Come on. There we go. And a pump. There we go. Okay. Combustion. So you take hydrogen and oxygen. Seems a good place to put you would be right here. Can I move this? I can move you over here, I guess. Oh, one more. There we are. And then you need to connect in there. Very good. Okay. Recipe. There you are. Hydrogen and oxygen. So let's say you have same condition then. So went over 90. We take the excess and turn it into steam. Steam we buffer. And let's say I will need to adjust my keybinds for this. My keyboard does not have a numpad, so that's why I have to keep coming and messing with keybinds here. Debug editor mods. So let's see. Nullius prioritize machine. Yep, that's the one. Plus. And yes, that's all. Oh, confirm. There we go. Just about to start. Well, I wish you good luck. I've been going for about 5 hours, and I still don't feel like I really have enough. Like, I'm only just about to the point where I feel like I've earned the right to automate things, if that makes sense. Okay, this is kicked on. You are full, yes. So you should also be running. We just don't have much oxygen. Okay, I am only producing about 45. You can take a lot more than 45. So, what are these guys taking? Okay, they're taking basically... Granted, you're taking 12, but, you know, making 45. Oh, there is this guy. He takes 40. Ooh, okay. Fortunately, it's not oxygen that we're constrained on, but all the same, that is good to know. Oh, these guys don't have power. That's probably important. How do you recommend streaming? If you mean just in general, played C block, not a new. For me, I enjoy streaming. if that is what you mean, just in general. I enjoy streaming because I have a hard time playing a game like this when I'm just completely by myself, because I feel like I'm not being, big air quotes here, productive. And I don't know, for some reason I don't get that feeling when I stream. I'm not going to say that makes any sense, it's just how it is. And so streaming is kind of my hack to get around my own little mental block there, because if I feel like I'm wasting time, then I just can't enjoy it. Anyway, that's like my primary motivator, at least. So I need to consume 1,000 steam. Honestly, just generating 1,000 steam is going to be an issue, it looks like. I'm gonna give it a shot personally. Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. Just have some fun. You think that's not the reason I'm doing it? You would be wrong. Chlorine? Why is chlorine full? Because you have just a tiny amount of oxygen in you. Apparently not enough to actually vent. I guess I do need a dedicated vent for you. I thought I could share them, but I suppose I was mistaken. Oh well. That's fine. And then you go. And then that can go away. And then... okay. Why do you have chlorine in you? Like, literally the whole problem is that that is not the case. There. Have fun. Oh, can I not vent chlorine? Does that not work? Hold on. Huh. Okay. I can turn you into hydrogen chloride. Yay. Yeah, none of these other recipes do I have. Let me see if oxygen, like, explicitly notes that it can be voided. Yes, there is an explicit voiding recipe on oxygen that is not there on chlorine. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, I can just dump the tank, I guess. Okay. I'm sure there's a more elegant way. I guess you can't terraform if you're putting chlorine in the atmosphere. Yeah, fair enough. Sure there's a more elegant way of doing this eventually, but, there we go. So let's see. You're charging. No ingredients. Fair enough. How much do you take for a recipe? Big air quotes, if that's what you want to call it. Interesting. Looks like 335. This one's very close to. Oh, okay, it actually says 186. Okay, okay. Though the recipe's 335. That is the important part. Am I gaining? Yes, I am gaining energy, just not a lot. Oh no, I'm losing energy. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we have bigger things to worry about. We can worry about the Steam recipe later. Or the, the checkpoint. Okay, we are finally getting nickel into here again. And we're building up a store of motors. Love to see it. This is nowhere near full, but I guess that's because we've been eating all the nickel and none of it's been making its way into here. It does mean we probably have a good store of iron down at the bottom of the base, though. I haven't gone and cleared that in a while. Oh yeah, that's a decent amount. Let's run this up and throw it in here. There we are. That's going to be enough to keep that running for a while. We have no extra oxygen, which is not super cool. Granted, this is not kicking on because we don't have the power to kick it on. Getting there, just not quite yet. Let's just watch in here. Hopefully it does just tick over. It does look like it's starting to get night though, so I hope it hurries up. There we go, okay. We got a couple recipes of steam in there. The steam is... Did we generate anything with steam? Okay, it does look like we made power with steam. Couldn't tell you how much though. An imperceptible amount of power. Okay, there it is, it's the red one. Okay, there they go. You can see them running now. Okay, consume iron, we'll get there eventually. Make steel is interesting. I do have the ability to. There, nickel. Like, I guess I should probably have something capable of making steel. That just seems like that's probably a good idea. So let's go ahead and get another foundry built. And I'll just throw it somewhere with the intention that I'll make a little bit of steel by hand in it. There we go. And let's take some of you as well. Seawater intake, okay. At least I can make those now. Make more hydro plants, not that I can actually use them. And let's say... what am I looking for? This guy. Go ahead and make the furnace. I need nickel wire. Of course it's nickel wire. And foundry. Since it's iron related and takes oxygen, I'm going to just throw it down this area somewhere. Let's just say like right here. So you're going to be steel. And I need another foundry to make the steel plates. So let's just go ahead and get one made. Go ahead and make another furnace for it. Get the inserters. All I need are the nickel wire. So nickel wire and foundry. Factorio's become an idle game. I mean, it's not that far from me right now either. I kind of just keep running from one side of the base to the other and watch number go up. Do I need to store you for any reason? There are steel rods and steel beams, So I guess there are other products than just steel plate to worry about. So, as with all the others, the power pole spacing is unfortunate here. I can just raise you. In fact, that looks better anyway. Not that that actually helps. I can lower you. Yeah, that works. And then, let's say steel ingot, and then steel plate. Make a box. Put it in. As we've done so many times before, you will only be enabled if steel is more than, like, 30 or something. So, ferronickel and iron. I think I will probably just hand feed you. Yeah, I could grab ferronickel off the belt if I really wanted to. I might as well. I might as well. Let's go ahead and get the oxygen connected up here. Can I get an underground belt? Yes, yes I can. That way I can just bring that in there and not have to worry about it. Do I have any red pipe? I do have some red pipe left. Let's just try and use up this red pipe. That's one less slot in my inventory that I have to worry about. And then I'll just hand feed this iron ingots. I'm hand feeding it because I don't want it to consume all my good stuff. What is it? A ferronickel. I don't really need steel right now. I'm going to go ahead and make some just because it's asking me to. But I don't really feel like I need to do that. Okay. We do have a buffer of steam. I don't know what changed, but that's working now. Oddly enough. Maybe it's because I cleared the chlorine? Probably. Anyway. I have those three just chugging along. Produce 20 steel, that'll be pretty quick. Consume the iron, we'll get there eventually. Almost done. And consume steam for power. Getting there. So let's go ahead and get the air filter research. Might as well get landfill, and then the one that I'm afraid of, flotation. The recipe is just a crusher and a hydro plant. That's kind of hilarious. I don't know why that's the recipe, but sure, why not? Yeah, everything at the moment is locked behind trigger techs other than those, so let's hope those trigger techs don't drag their feet. You produce carbon dioxide. Did not even notice that. Yeah, carbon dioxide's way up there. Wow. Okay. I think I'll run carbon dioxide on this side and then bring it in. Is that carbon dioxide? Yes, it is. So... So let's run it like right along here. And we're already over the limit. Because of course we are. Move this over this way. And in you go. Have to go make a pump somewhere. I'm also out of power poles now, which is not super cool. But one thing at a time. Let's see. I need just wire. Cancel these pipes once again. Make a pump. I think this is the second time I've had to cancel a bunch of pipes crafting so that I can come and make a pump. Just realized that. That's kind of funny. 58, huh? That's quite a bit. What is this? 27, okay. So, 28. 39. Okay, so it's definitely in this break right here. Actually, I guess it's gonna have to go over here. So 1, 2, 3. Right there. There we are. And let's go ahead and get the pump placed in. I had 2 pumps on me already. Okay. Just not gonna dwell on it. Good. Let's see, I have those, so all I need are the wires. Let's just get 5 power poles made. A costly venture in Nullius. Okay, that pump is backwards. There we are. And everything is all cool. Okay, there we go. This is eventually gonna fill up with gravel. I don't really care that much. There you go. And can I make one of you? Nope. I need another motor. So, up this way. Grab a couple motors. And make an inserter. And in you go. Okay. So there's some steel plate at least. How's this going? You need iron. Let's go ahead and get that done just for the trigger tech. Let's see. It's 2 at a time. So once this finishes, I think we'll be done. Yes. Okay. Did that do anything for me? Silica processing. Nope. Guess not. That's sand and saline water. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the point where I'm going to have to rip up what I've built so far. And I'm not looking forward to it. I gotta be real with you. It's not going to be a good time. Crafting speed, I mean, it's only a couple. What are you locked behind? Using iron. What are you locked behind? The thing that was locked behind. And steam, okay. You're locked behind literally everything. Oh, awesome. Okay, I have this checkpoint I can start working towards, which is use caustic solution. I don't even make caustic solution yet, so that's probably a good place to start. It's in a hydro plant with water and sodium hydroxide. Right. earth am I gonna put this? And what is it even used for? Probably not making fission fuel cells anytime soon. I might use it in ore. That would make sense. Yeah, I kind of remember the crushed bauxite recipe. Okay, let's assume that's the case. In which case, that's ore processing, which is probably going to be over in this area. Maybe even up here. Also, my my mines are depleting. I need to go replace those. In which case, let's move some of this. And then get you out here. But I'm gonna need a lot of belt. Let's go ahead and just grab this. And start running it out this way. Pipes are easier to move than items, generally. But this area is kind of a mess. I also need more pipes. I keep forgetting that I canceled the crafting of my extra pipes. So let's get that replaced. Reason being, I would like to underground this and then bring this belt down, but maybe actually that would be a bad idea. It really does need to come up. Like maybe just spaghetti it out this way. I'm not really thrilled with this, I've got to be real. There's also water right here that I am just avoiding. So what if I put you, like, right there? You make caustic solution. I just get this belt over there somehow. I'm gonna need a lot of belt. Let's grab motors and just kind of everything. Yeah, there we are. And see how far this is gonna get me. I can run a belt up this direction, just alongside the existing belt over here. Underground you this way. And then you can underground this way. Seems reasonable enough. And in you go. Okay, I've got the iron utilization checkpoint. Don't know if that's going to do anything for me necessarily, but I do have it. Let's, once again, move the pipe crafting to the back of the queue. Yeah, good night, man. See you later. Okay, where does that get me? I've got the sodium hydroxide coming up. It's going to come up this way. Come into here. I do still need to get water in here. Also, go ahead and move it back a space so I can just load it in. Yeah, I think this is acceptable. Water, literally right there. Awesome. I do need power, but we have a pylon right there. Couldn't ask for more. Okay, I believe I've finished all my crafting, so let me go get the last little bits of belt placed in. And that's all you need. You're gonna make caustic solution. Let's make a tank. And get that in right there. And we'll see where it goes from there. saline water. Saline water. Okay. I do make saline water somewhere. I do not remember where. Okay, this is saline water right here. Wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Or I would have just processed it down here. That is a curveball. Yeah, that's not cool. At least these underground pipes go really far. Can I make another underground? I can't. Sure, I'm gonna need it, so let's just have it prepared somewhere. And then this pipe's gonna come up this way. Okay, and there's where the underground needs to be. There we go. And let's not do that. There we go. Okay. That was only, you know, horrible. Wasn't too bad, just terrible. Cancel you, and move you to the back once again. That way I can get the underground belt made and the ore flow restored. There we go. Also need to go and move these miners up here. Just while I'm thinking about it. That should probably happen. I do want to go and reorganize all of this also. Okay, so miners. Hate that there's this here. So let's get that mined up. I don't know how long that'll last, but I do want to just clear it out. That one little strip where the belt was. Okay, this should have been connected. Oh, nope, it would help if I actually connected it. And I need a pump. Fortunately, I have one. So let's just go ahead and place that in. And there we go. I don't know why this one says 64. Well, this one says 32. Weird. Very weird. Pipe 1. Pipe 1... Yeah, no idea. No idea. Maybe putting a pipe somewhere on the pipeline makes it more? But no, this one says 32 also. How interesting. Do different fluids get different pipeline extents? Everything else seems to be 32. I don't know, man. Who can say? Anyway, we've got caustic solution now. Let's see. What can I do with that? Red is better, and including one red sets it to red. I was almost wondering if it was the worse. The opposite, because it seems like the majority of my pipelines go to 30... This one's 64, though. Yeah, this one over here is 32. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm very confused. Whatever. I mean, I'll take advantage of it. Should probably, while I'm not crafting anything, have pipes on the go. There we are. And just start running pipes out this way. And out of curiosity, pipe extent 3 out of 32. So this already says out of 32 before I've added anything to it. Like, yeah. Don't know. Weird. Wild. Wacky. And pump. And power pole. Full power pole for one pump. This is the equivalent of 2 motors right here. Just to keep that in perspective. Okay. I've unlocked a lot of stuff that I should probably be using by now. For example, crushers. I can crush iron, get crushed iron ore. I don't know why I'd do that though. I can also crush nickel ore, and again, I'm not really sure why I would do that. Like, let's just start with iron, right? So 6 iron ore becomes 5 crushed iron. And then 50, so that's 1 to 1. So that makes no sense. Why would I do that? I'm just turning iron ore into stone. Using more iron ore. Because the geology research takes iron ore. I have no idea why you would do that. Six iron ore, or 6 crushed iron, and 30 caustic becomes 5 iron oxide. Okay, there's a genuine improvement. So 11 crushed iron ore becomes 8 iron ingots. I believe that is slightly better than the current ratio. I would have to, like, work that out to know for sure, but I believe it is. I can turn it into gravel. Yeah, the only reason I can reliably see is if I wanted to do this other, research recipe, which I do not have. I can also make it into landfill. Good. Yeah, I do get this soon. You I do not get soon. And you seem worthless. Also, why are you nickel production? Okay, well, anyway. How about the crushed nickel? Are you any better? So 4 nickel ore becomes 2 crushed nickel ore. So 50%. So 7 crushed nickel becomes 5 nickel matte. I still feel like that is a worse recipe. 6 to 5, 7 to 5. Yeah, wait. Okay, this one generates steam, at least. They both generate some sulfur dioxide. This one has to be done in a medium furnace, which I don't think I even have researched yet. Yeah, I'm really struggling to figure out why I would do any of this. I guess maybe this one for the steam? Like, that would be 14 nickel ore to 5 nickel matte. What is my current recipe right now? 8 to 2. Okay, so maybe it's not as ridiculous as I thought it was. So this is 8 to 2 nickel and 2 iron ore. Yes. So 14 to 5 is better. It's almost twice as good, actually. But it doesn't give me iron. Well, okay, I get some iron. I get half the iron, it looks like. Well, even then it's crushed iron, and I don't know if that counts. Well, might as well get the research going. Okay, it does look like the recipe expects me to use is this one. I am already producing the graphite, so that's not that bad. Yeah, not that bad. Silica. What do you... Okay, I can queue that. Fine. So let me start laying some groundwork then. So the iron ore, up until this point, has been coming up here and getting smelted. Doing anything else without filter inserters is going to be really difficult though. So is there just a research that gives me filter inserters? How about inserter? So out of curiosity, let's look at you and... Okay, why not? I would like to pipette you if I could. Oh, I think I did. Okay, use filter. So, the tier 2 inserters can be filtered. We just need to make blue circuits to get them. Oh, wow, look at all of this. All of this is a prerequisite for the next tier of inserter. I have to do all of this before I get inserter filtering. That's crazy. Okay, I can filter with splitters. I don't even think okay, I can make splitters. Decently expensive, but I can make them. So when it's time to remake the iron area, I'm at least not completely without recourse. There is a way to get it done. It's just not very pleasant. I am once again realizing that I have this entire area, which I've said like 19 times that I need to rebuild at some point. And certainly this area cannot carry me to late game, but I still have it. It's still here. Not really sure when that whole rebuilding is gonna happen. How's science going? It's going, okay. So I have the caustic solution. That was the whole point earlier. I guess I'll mix it with the crushed bauxite for now. That's still several researches down. And importantly, it is below the caustic solution checkpoint. So that's not the one that it wants me to use. Interesting. What was it that unlocked recipe then? It wasn't you. Oh, there it is. So, caustic solution. Kind of figured it would show me what it was used for, but I suppose not. Probably gonna be a flotation cell. Let me just go ahead and make a flotation. I don't have it researched yet. It takes 3 reds. Okay, 3 red science isn't too bad. Speaking of which, how's the other science holding up? I've got some iron ore in here. Reds are going, plenty of blues. Might go ahead and restock the iron ore in science, but it's doing fine. Might as well go ahead and grab the blues as well. And in you go. So this is running. This is not because we have no nickel, as always. Always the nickel. How are the mines? Mines are running. Okay. Is anything else maybe stuck or not running for any reason? You are full on carbon monoxide, but you are the thing generating carbon monoxide, so I think that is acceptable. Graphite's full. Okay. Chlorine building up again. I think I'll just go ahead and void that. Oxygen's fine. Yeah, everything seems alright. We've got a full steam tank even. Which does seem to be helping power a good bit. Like, power does at least seem to be steady at this point. So it might not be a terrible idea to start thinking about expansions. Speeding things up. I did just get the flotation, so let's see. I need bricks, and I need some sort of wire. I'm not entirely sure how I need 4.2 wire, but that's what the game says. Okay. Let's throw you up this way. And I have no recipes for you yet. So I guess flotation is not what I need the solution for. It's kind of banking on that. Telling you the truth. Kinda thought that's what it was gonna be. Is it aluminum? Nope, definitely not aluminum. Definitely not. I'm just clicking on all of them at this point. Okay, you're after the checkpoint. Oh, I got one. I got one. Okay, hydrogen chloride and caustic solution combined to make brine. Is that the only thing I can do with it? I can also just void it. Funny that I can just dump caustic solution into the river and that's fine, but chlorine, that's a no-no. Well, okay, that does give me a way to get rid of chlorine, I guess? Is there anything I can do with the brine? I can turn brine back into salt. It can be turned into salt and a little bit of steam. Priority electrolyzer. Surge mode. Ah, okay. Okay. So there are modes. What does that do? Time to be a little ADHD and go find out. So, I put you over there. Hmm. Uses surplus electricity only after satisfying other demand. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's what I want. And now I can just take the condition off. And take the wires off. There we go. Much better. Awesome. Okay. Anyway, with that taken care of, you are worthless, so let's just pick you up. Water utilization, huh? Good. Caustic solution. Yeah, the only thing I can find to do with caustic solution is void hydrogen chloride. Is there anything I want to do with hydrogen chloride? Not for a long, long time, it looks like. Yeah, you just get to be made into brine, I guess. So bring this pipe down this way. That is still up there for later use with ore stuff. Like, I'm still fine with that. I'm happy with that. There we are. 30... 32. There we are. Let's get a pump in here. Oh, if I had any pumps, I guess. So let's go make a pump. Oh, I can just make some. And where am I trying to go? I think it's probably a chemical plant. Yes, okay. Just pick that up. And let's say you're right there. So something like this works. Oop. There we are. One-way valves also extend pipes. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Limited throughput. Can't imagine that would be an issue at this point. Yeah, probably not. Let me see. Flow rate 300. 300 is pretty small, actually. I mean, still plenty, but you know, worth thinking about, I guess. I will make a couple. Anyway, that's gonna make brine. Do I already make brine anywhere? I almost felt like I did, but I don't see any, and maybe I don't. Oh yeah, guess I should actually place that. There we are. Caustic solution, there we go. Is that not what you are? You're a combustion chamber. Okay, so that is different. I can just void you into the ocean. Yeah, I don't think any of these are going to be super useful at any points in the near future. So I think you just get dumped. Yeah, you just get dumped. I have a feeling that I can dump you. Yes. So let's make that. And figure out where I can put you. Here we are. Of course not. Can I make landfill? Yes, I can. In fact, that'll get rid of some of my gravel that's been building up, so I'm quite happy to do that. That's brown landfill. I guess that's not what I have. I have gray landfill. Still works just fine, apparently. So, how am I going to get that through this mess? That works, I guess. Maybe pick some of that up. Sure. You know, just get in there. Just go. Get out. Be gone. I've checked this like 5 times. I don't like voiding liquids. I just know at some point I'm gonna need so much brine, but you know what? It's fine. Let's just get rid of it. Maybe I will keep a little of the hydrogen chloride, just in case I need it, though. Like, you are kind of vaguely almost useful. So, if that's more than, like, 12k, then we'll void it. We already got the trigger tech for the caustic solution usage anyway, so I don't need to force it anymore. Engines running. Okay. Okay. It's trying. The base is trying to work. It's doing its best. Near inserter. It's not super useful at the moment, but I guess that's just what I need to keep on going. What are you gonna get me? Tier 2 tanks, small tanks, pipes out of plastic. Sure. Anything else more worthwhile it could be doing? Crushed iron. Let me make a crusher. I don't remember if I've made a crusher yet. For some reason I have ore on me. Let me just get rid of that. And there we go. Okay, what can I actually do in you? I can turn sandstone into sand and stone. Hilarious. Bauxite into crushed bauxite with a little bit of iron. Calcite. Phosphorite. Stone becomes completely worthless. For some reason in a crusher I can make landfill. How odd. Transport drones has confused factory planner somehow. Probably due to the fact, if I look into somewhere, I forget where it is. Can't remember where it is anymore. Every item has an option to make it with 50k steam. Oh, I don't know why 50k steam, but that's probably the way internally that logistics drones handles an item arriving. It probably just spawns the item, you know, if you think from a back-end perspective, when the drone arrives at the port, and consumes steam as fuel. Steam is the fuel for the drones here. That's probably why there's like 5,000 drones, actually. I forget what menu it is, but somewhere you can open it up, and there's just a, like, page after page after page of just drones. Anyway, I guess this is working to void the salt as well, so I'm not that upset about it. The next iron smelting tier is coming up, So I want to start thinking about how to tear all this out, which probably means I want to start thinking about how to get this to work in a slightly more formalized way. That being the case, I probably want more than like 0.2 or a second. So let me go ahead and make just a whole bunch of distilleries, but that also probably means I want a little more wind power. Yeah, we have completely burned through all of the stored steam, and the accumulators are on their way to the bottom, so we do definitely need more energy generation. So for the time being, that's what I'm gonna focus down. Let's just make more turbine. So iron plate, iron gears specifically, and ferronickel sheath. And that gets me pretty far. Saw a million boxed recipes, but no drone. Yeah, I can't remember where it was, but for some reason, just the entire first page of something I was looking at. It very well might have been in creative when I was making my thumbnail. Like, that's entirely possible. But I feel like it's been sometime tonight. Or today, or, you know, whenever it was. Your casual reminder that usually when I stream, by the time I'm done, I've been awake for 24 hours-ish. What is all this? Steel, silica, and glass. I know I need to make glass. That is another foundry. Hey, I finally have a recipe for the flotation cell, at least. Yes. Ooh, wow. I have to automate sand. But there's like 30 ways to get sand. Yeah, that's a lot. Out of curiosity, how far away are you? You are kidding me. Okay, wait. Transport drone speed. Never mind, never mind. Transport drone system. Okay, it is purple science. And it is pretty far away. But it's not like crazy far away. But it is pretty far away. Yeah, we have to make flying robot frames first. Yeah, roboports are a prerequisite to transport system. Okay. Just had to look. Seems a little backwards if you ask me, but okay, that's how it is. Prerequisite. For whatever reason, that one particular word trips me up. I get tongue-tied on it. Just every time. I have to be careful, otherwise I slip into ooh-woo. That makes it sound like I do it on purpose. Oh god, I certainly do not. I'm still feel like there's gotta be something else I can do with this. But yeah, that's like so super late game. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just, once again, start making more of these guys. So that's filters, furnaces, valves. Let's just start by making a bunch of furnaces. That's a bunch of brick and a bunch of iron plate. I have no iron plate. Let me go grab iron ingot. Ferronickel. Throw that away. Probably want to put a stone chest somewhere somewhat soon. So that's a good bit of iron, I'd say. In you go. In you go. let's go ahead and just throw this up this way. What can I even do with stone? Turn you into gravel. I can turn you into bricks. And I can put you in a box. Wow, that's it? That's it? Okay, wow. That's kind of crazy. Let's just start a couple boxes for stone, I guess. Well, I will need some. We just do this and make you into bricks. That can go in there. Okay. Speaking of gravel, actually, I should probably come down here and see how these chests are doing. Let's go ahead and just empty these. Might as well take the little tiny bit of extra iron. Okay, we've hit the 6-hour mark, and I guess I can't speak anymore. In you go. Let's go ahead and get a couple more chests on the way. I mean, we're gonna wait 300 years for all of these stone bricks to craft, so might as well. Oh yeah, while that's going, I do want some iron plates. Go ahead and queue, let's say 12 furnaces, just gut feeling. Another couple wind turbines. Would like to have this. That's gonna take... Looked like that was more motors. Nope, just nickel wire. Just take all of it. So make another one of you. Gonna need it, I'm sure. You require the... whatever this is. There are nickel sheets. 2. Might as well. Let's grab a few more. And make a tank. I'm sure I'm gonna need it. Do I have more hydroplanes? I do not. I do have 2 flotation cells for some reason. Oh, the recipe makes 2 of you? That's weird. Also, you take a distillery as an input. That's just cruel. Filters are probably something I should have a couple of. So let's just take whatever I have in there, throw it in. How's plastic doing? I haven't looked at you in forever. Plastics, wonderful. Actually, speaking of which, I'm surprised we haven't run out over here. But we're doing just fine. Okay. Yeah, actually go ahead and put some of that back. I do have some silica. Gravel. Gravel can be ground into mineral dust, which I'm sure there is something you can do with. Yep, probably somewhere. Alright, let's say that's enough bricks for now, and start crafting the things we actually care about. I also need more power poles, so let's go ahead and grab some of those as well. A few of you, grab those guys, and make a couple power poles. These miners have run out, so let's reposition them. Somewhere. Sure, why not? Have fun. Okay, so these guys take a long time to craft, so once they're done, I'll go get them placed somewhere. After them, we've got another foundry coming, and then another 2 of these distilleries. the new distilleries are great and all, but I'm probably gonna need... I was gonna say more oxygen, but actually the oxygen's full somehow. Thought this guy consumed a massive amount of oxygen. But okay. Seems like we aren't making enough hydrogen. This guy's running non-stop. Interesting. Yeah, one just isn't enough, I guess. How's the power situation? Not wonderful. Charging, but, you know, not wonderful. Maybe I need another one or two of these surge electrolyzers. They seem useful. So just add that to the list. Electrolyzer, that's filters also. Interesting. But just take those. Electrolyzer needs nickel wire and more of this for the sheets. So let's grab more wire. It's another electrolyzer. Might as well make two. We're past the point where we have to be quite so picky with resources. Get another combustion chamber, though I don't really think I'm gonna need it. In fact, let's just not. You work so fast. Like if I come over to the existing one, you take 200 and 100. Hold on. Do I not have a better recipe than you yet? So 200 and 100, right? Creation's what I wanted. No, not yet. Not for a long while. Water, there we are. Yeah, I have a recipe that gives me proper ratio from just regular water. So I don't actually know why I'm using saline water. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing that at all. Well, let's just make regular water. Okay, but not here. So oxygen is in here. There's no pumps until this point. Hydrogen has to get up there somehow. That'll be a bit tricky if I put it back here. I am kind of just building up resources for the Great Rebuild, so maybe I'll just hold on to those and just keep accruing things. So I can make another distillery. I like to do them in groups of 2, though. Maybe another hydro plant wouldn't be a bad idea, in which case I do actually need another one of you. Then I need 2 of these seawater intakes, which, okay, I need oil. Let's just grab that. And 2 of you. Might as well make one more, because I am going to need more water. Once again, get rid of some of this extra stone. There we are. And once these are done crafting, then I will do the hydro plant. Use science, might as well grab it and get it thrown in. How are you guys doing? You have plenty of iron ore. You are almost out of bauxite though, so I guess it wouldn't be a horrible idea to just go run and grab some of that while I'm thinking about it. And we have another miner that's run out over here, so let's get that. moved over. Thank you, bot. And take the path. The path is noticeably faster. In you go. Oh, it didn't all fit. Whoops. Well? Oh well. There we go. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and make a handful of chests. A couple more inserters. What do I need for you? Motors? Grab the motors. Make a couple belts. Not getting much in the way of tin right now for some reason. Let me go see if there is any particular reason why. No ore. You're running. No ore. And no ore. Okay. So I could just use more ore. Pretty easily arranged. Just have to make a couple more miners, which needs more motors, which is what I'm lacking. So that might be a little interesting. Just gonna wait for this to finish. Grab you. And make one. And then wait for the second one to finish and make another. There we are. So let's go get another 2 miners laid down. Granted, I remember that this was enough to keep all of our current production saturated, but sometimes they run out and, you know, good to have just a little extra. Electrical connections? Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Speaking of electric poles, let's make a couple of those. Also, I have some turbines to go put down. Let's go find where those can live. Also, go ahead and repair those two pylons. Gonna need them before too terribly long. Let's see. Let's get the bots to clear some of these rocks out. Yeah, just grab you. And as soon as I can place you, get you down. And once more. There we are. And the next one. Fortunately, these do seem to be spaced apart exactly the length of a pylon, which I appreciate immensely. That is very nice to see. And let's see, what can I do now? Forgot there were some solar panels still over here. That's pretty funny, actually. So I have a couple more distilleries. Let's go ahead and get another 2. Gonna be... looks like just more rods. Iron rods. Or maybe not iron. Maybe, ferro-nickel? What do you want? Ferro-nickel. Okay, maybe it is, iron then. Put those back. Thought I had a whole bunch of iron rods, but I guess I've been busy. That's going to bring me up to 4 total, but one of those is going to get eaten to make 2 hydro plants. So I still need one more. But that's just coil. There we go. Might as well have a couple of the chimneys handy just in case I need them. Make a few underground pipes, a few more regular pipes. And maybe at this point in the game it wouldn't be super crazy to have a couple assemblers just to make me personal items. That seems somewhat reasonable. How is power from wind turbines? Looks like about 3.5 megawatts, so they're finally catching up to the solar panels. Yeah, just about. Yeah, they go all over the place, but you know, they're doing their best. They peak at like way more than the solar panels, but then sometimes they crash to basically nothing. But, you know, so do the solar. Solar's just reliable. Anyway, let's get these little mini assemblers down. I really don't want to spend extra power poles on them, so hopefully I can get them to just go here. But that's not going to work. So maybe I'll do them up here instead. There we are. The reason being, I want this to be pipe, and underground pipe, and brick. There we are. And then you make gravel, and you take sand. That's a bunch of chests to throw around. So I guess all of these have input, so you don't need to do that for all of them. There we are. And let's go gravel, gravel. There we are. And then that way I can actually have one that is all pipe as well. Could I possibly do this? I can, but it has to be one at a time. But oh well. This is still churning away. Replacing the engines and the copper cable that I took. Just very slowly. I feel like it was coming faster earlier, so I'm a little confused. Yeah, like these furnaces aren't even on. Whatever. That's why we must rebuild. Pipes, that's good, man. There's the first one. So you just take stones. Let's go grab that just stone, and in you go. You take sand. I don't actually know I have much sand. I could just put a sandstone crusher up above it. That would give me some stone also. Doesn't seem the worst idea in the world. Could also crush gravel, I guess. I mean, I am getting gravel over there. So, let's see. Crusher. Put you up there, though I'm out of power poles. Always need more power poles. Okay. I guess I can't crush gravel yet. So we'll crush sandstone. So that's going to give me regular stone. Okay. So I'm going to do this just to set filters for the chest. That back in there. And then all that stone can go back in here. Then all I need is sandstone. Which I should have some of over here. Yes, I do. So let's go get this placed in the crusher. That's going to start making the underground pipes and the regular pipe. There we go. Automation, isn't it beautiful? Let's do something like that so that we actually get a backlog of pipes and it doesn't turn them all into undergrounds. But other than that, I think we are golden. Okay. That way I don't have to keep handcrafting those, because that was getting a little old. Nickel wire, of course. But it is building up slowly but steadily. Anything else that I want? Could make just another one of you. Probably nice to just have an outfall on me, just in case I need one. Maybe make a couple more of those turbines, which means more motors. And some of the good old ferro-nickel. There we are. Maybe just go ahead and make another wind turbine while I'm at it. Where could this one go? I guess I just keep working my way down. Grab you, just run off this way. And then the turbine should go right on the corner. It should... Oh, okay, that connects. All good? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright. Maybe like one or two more of these, but I think I should probably start saving my belts and my inserters so that I can expand. In fact, I probably want more inserters. Inserters are really expensive for some reason. Go ahead and turn all of those into inserters. And I think we are finally time. Yes, that is exactly what I meant to say. I think we are finally time to start rebuilding. I will wait for this iron smelting research to go through first, just so I don't interrupt that, which does mean I have to actually wait for it to rebuild a lot of stock. So maybe I will just manually kick that off. Not that this is even all that good or anything, but it does give me my next recipe for iron ingots, and I'd rather just go ahead and rebuild around knowing that I have that. I might actually wait until I have this one as well. So that is another 5 red science. Ish. Well, one advantage to having no power is that it does split the ore a little bit, or the ingots rather. So even after all those turbines, I still don't have nearly enough power. Granted, it's not like they're doing nothing, it's just that the power demands of the base have grown a little bit. Anyway, there's the iron recipe I was talking about. Should have one more coming. Just thinking if I want to force it along or not. Also, why do I have bauxite in my inventory? That I could not tell you. Okay. Well, let's at least start planning things out. It's not like this is going to be a super permanent base either. It just needs to be better than what I have. First on the agenda is probably straightening out where ore is going to come in from. Also, it seems like our aluminum mine finally ran out up here, so how much is in here? I'll move you when I need more aluminum, I guess. I don't necessarily love the way this belt comes down and around and down and in like that, and if I keep expanding this, I feel like this is only going to get messier. You take in oxygen and saline water, though. Saline is from seawater. Is that the only thing I use seawater? Kinda looks like it might be. Does kinda look like it might be. Interesting. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted. So then where do we get just regular water from? Like this. So when I make graphite, I get a very tiny amount. Fresh water becomes regular water. Where do I get fresh water from? Okay, good. That's the only place, really. So, just regular water. I can get from steam. Closed turbines, which are interesting, I would like to have. Or I can combine methane and oxygen. I realize those are compressed, but I would assume there's a non-compressed. I make methane, there's a small amount of water. When I make ethylene, there's a small amount of water. Interesting. So maybe instead of voiding this water, I should be electrolyzing it. I have an electrolyzer here. Saline water, that's just regular water. Okay. So that water at the moment is just being dumped. It's just being voided. So what if I just bring this in here and electrolyze you? Where is the hydrogen? Okay, hydrogen's over here. There we are. So there's hydrogen. And then oxygen is down here. And there we go. So one-way valve. There. Nope, not gonna cut it. Interesting. So that's 25. Let me work this out. So 25, 26, 27. Let me do it this way. So 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Then I can put a one-way right there. And that should be fine. Okay. So some of it is going to be dumped still. I don't know if I'm able to stop that or not. Like, out of curiosity, do I need to? I suppose if it backs up, I would need to. I just don't know how much fresh water I'm actually making. I don't know if that's a concern I need to have. It does seem like we need more hydrogen than we can get our hands on. So maybe a little supplemental hydrogen is what we need. Oh, okay. Let's get however much more done that I can. Let's get some engines into here. We have no power. Those two should be enough to get us enough research to finish out the nickel, and once nickel's done, then I will finally rebuild all of this horrible mess. Let's get another... how many filters do I have, if any? Looks like I have used all of them, so I do want to get another couple filters. So, iron sheets, let's just go grab a few. Didn't think I actually had that many. Okay, so that's gonna make me a couple filters. Okay, I did have two in there. Graphite is full. These are running. Engine. Everything's good. We just have no power. Maybe I should focus on that first. Like, I can make another 3 wind turbines, so I probably should make another 3 wind turbines. Let's just start a lower layer. So, let's see, start from these guys over here, and just drag down. And boom. And then 1, 2, and 3. So you in. You in. And you in. Yeah, basically nothing. Let's go ahead and get these rocks out of the way. Just clean up a little bit. Thank you, bots. A couple more miners would probably be a good thing to focus on. Let's make another handful. Let's see, how many's over there? Okay. So let's at least aim to double. So that's going to be more wire, more iron. Okay. There we are. And a foil. There we go. So that's going to be double the number of miners. I can double the number of distilleries. I should have the hydro plants to sustain that. Electrolyzers are interesting. I only have one electrolyzer. Maybe I should make one more electrolyzer. That's gonna take more nickel wire, which takes more nickel, which we don't have for whatever reason. I guess because it's all being made into ferronickel sheets right now. There we go. Give me wire. Thank you. Apparently I still need more nickel wire. I did see that I needed 2 power poles, so that's probably why. One-way valve, medium tank. Go ahead and make those. And then, yeah, just the nickel wire now. Looks like one more should do it. And there we go. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this here as best I can. And I'm going to redesign everything so that it works better kind of off to the side. And then once it's time to actually hook everything up and get it working, then I will tear this down and rebuild what I need to rebuild. So, first things first, I'm pretty happy with the way that this stuff over here. Let's just bring that over this way. I also should make a lot of power poles. That's probably a good idea. Oh, pumps. I didn't even think about pumps. With as weird as the, restrictive as the pipes are, I will definitely need many pumps. And apparently a lot more belts, because just rebuilding this little section right here is already most of my belt. Thank you, bots. Also gonna need some undergrounds, most likely. Okay, so pumps, power poles. Let's see what I can do. Power. And grab you. Make 1 pump. That's not a lot. Better than nothing, but it's not a lot. That's all of the wire we have on hand, so I guess I'll make do with that. Let's see what I can do to make this a little nicer. So, you live up there. Power pole at the top. pull at the top. You live up there, and you go down here. Let's see what I can do. Okay, first, that needs to go. And we'll just make everything consistent. So this part through here will also be up here. We do have splitters. Splitters are expensive, but we do have them, so we should make use of them. There we go. Let's go ahead and... well, I guess I'll keep the loop around. That seems fine to me. Continue that down. And let's see what happens if I try and copy from right about here. Let's see if this works. So the loop around is going to be off, of course. But I think everything else should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's the total distance I need to go. That is correct. Bring this down. So, is there anything else that I would need to do? Are all the pipes connected correctly? This is all water to water. They all reach. They're all cool. Probably need a pump in here somewhere. But, that's fine. Hello, Mr. Bot. Let's go grab some of the undergrounds that I've got cooking up here. And probably refresh all of this stuff as well. You take stone. Grab stone, pop it in. That's gonna make bricks for you, and you just need pipe. Okay, let's grab all of that. Pop the sandstone in, and keep on going down this way. Oh yeah, I should probably make more belt. Just while I'm up here, let's go ahead and make more belt. Yeah, that's not a lot more belt, unfortunately. But it will have to do. How about this side down here? Oh yeah, that belt's running out real fast. Okay. What can I do? I have nickel wire. So I'm just missing coil. So let's grab some of the ferro-nickel sheets. That'll let me make quite a lot more belt. I just have to wait for it. Am I missing anything else? It does seem like I had enough inserters. I had enough pipe. I do have an odd amount of pipe, which is concerning. There you are. That would be the reason why. Go ahead and break that. And I guess that means I should break that as well. Get all the little belt bits placed in. And help out the bots where I can. Just about perfect on the amount of belt, actually. Yeah, like half a craft over, but couldn't do any better than that. Anyway, there's a full rendition of nickel ore roasting. Because naturally that's exactly what you want to do to all of your nickel ore all of the time. Okay, so that's what I've got researching right now. So it takes just a little graphite and turns 9 nickel matte into 6 ferronickel ingots. Whereas before I was getting 5 to 2. So that's more than 3 times better, it looks like. Which is pretty impressive. You just add a little graphite. Getting this one soon as well. Classic Christmas song? Nickel ore roasted on an open fire. Sulfuric acid on your nose. Yeah, I keep wanting to jump forward to some of the better recipes, and it's like, nope, not yet. Can't do that yet. Combustion chamber. When do I get a combustion chamber? I already have combustion chamber, evidently. Yes, I do. Okay. Let's just make one of those. Let's just play around for a second. So far that's all I have. When this nickel research finishes, I can combine oxygen and hydrogen with crushed nickel ore to make nickel matte. I can get crushed nickel ore by crushing nickel ore. So let me just math that out for a second, because I remember doing this earlier and it seemed weird and confusing and not worth it. So let me use a stand-in item. What's something I have a lot of? I have a lot of silica. So you put in, let's multiply everything by 4. Let's go 5. So you put in 20. 5 because I don't know what all the multiples are going to be. So you put in 20, you get out 10 crushed nickel. And then 7 of those crushed nickel. So yes. Hold on, what? So you get 2 out, you spend 7. Let's just multiply everything by 2 then. Well, I need to get it up to 14. So let's multiply you by 7. That's going to be 28 input. I don't know if this makes any sense what I'm doing at the moment, but just bear with me for a moment while I lose my mind. So that's 14 crushed. 14 crushed would result in 10 nickel matte. So I have to... Okay, 10 nickel matte. And then that... Yeah, that's just nickel matte where I am now. So typically, nickel ore is just divided by 4. So nickel ore comes in, divides by 4. So I would expect you to be 7. We get 10. Okay, so it is a very slight improvement. It's about 50%, actually. So I guess that is worth it. It just means combining it with oxygen and hydrogen. But I do get sulfur dioxide in exchange, which I have to assume is a good thing. Also, what ratio are we working with? So a little more oxygen than hydrogen. That's annoying. Okay, whatever. It's still the preferred way of doing it. But does that mean I don't need this at all? And if so, is there anything else that I would want to do with it? Saline water becomes regular water and brine. Air becomes nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Regular water is actually kind of appealing, because I can electrolyze that and not get salt, and get not chlorine also, and get better, like, even ratios on my hydrogen and oxygen. That is kind of appealing. Yeah, and I can do that for free. I can just make water and electrolyze it, and all it costs is power. And power is definitely a pain point, but I have to fix power at some point anyway. Which says to me that I don't actually need any of this. I think that is not the play. And I get a little crushed iron from it still, and I'm going to get a little crushed iron from crushing bauxite also, which should help offset the amount of iron that I'm losing from this process, because I do believe I get less iron this way. But that's fine. Let's just help the bots pick this stuff up. But that's why you plan your builds. If I just pushed forward and carried on with this, then very, very soon I would have realized that this was not the way that I wanted to go. Would have been better to realize that before I built the mock-up, but, you know, I pretty much just copy and pasted an existing build. Wasn't all that much work. Thank you, bots. Come on home. Okay. These guys, though. What are they like? How expensive are you? You are pretty cheap. So I can just make a bunch of you. And how many of you am I gonna need? So 6-second crafting time. And at the end of those 6 seconds, I get 5. So it's less than 1 per second. But I mean, you're producing like 0.2 a second. So almost 1 per second is an unimaginable luxury, actually. I do just wish the research would hurry up and take over. What am I missing? Looks like I'm missing foil. Let's grab a little foil. Ah, no iron rods. That's odd. Let's go grab some extra iron. There we are. I mean, that's a pretty healthy amount of iron, if I do say so. In you go. And with that running, let me go ahead and look at that sulfur dioxide. You're made... You can just be vented. Also made into acid, but that's a research. That's a pretty good ways away. So chances are we will just be voiding you. Oh, we certainly will just be voiding you. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So we have a couple more motors available. Could make a couple more of these guys, but I've already got these three, and I don't know if I'm gonna need three. Why would I make more than that? Yeah, I think it's time to just start tearing stuff down, honestly. If I keep delaying it, then it's just not gonna happen. Oh, I keep saying that, forgetting that I do actually need the nickel production science to finish. I can't set up the new nickel production until nickel production is finished. So, science in. Hopefully nothing else is important. Like, none of these seem that vital. Being able to craft chemical plants actually might be kind of cool. How many more chemical plants do I have? I have 2. Okay, maybe I also want that one. I mean, I should have more than enough red science to get that done, it just means waiting. Let's see. Yeah, I have enough for another 6 packs. I think it's time for a sip of water. And I guess since that's already running, this is already enough, I can go ahead and start deconstructing stuff. So let's start from down on this end, and just start ripping things out. Just absolutely everything. I'm gonna wind up deconstructing these full tanks of gas. Oh well. It is what it is. Everything really needs to go. We'll keep that just as a marker for what should be there. So all of this really needs to just not be here anymore. I'll allow chests of items to stay for the moment, just because the bots have better things to be worried about. Go ahead and leave that so that I can have power during this process. But like, this can go. There we are. Even gonna rebuild that because it's not in the best place. The solar panels need to move. This stuff wasn't needed to begin with. Break all of this. Probably gonna rebuild all this stuff at the top eventually, but for the short term, that's actually kind of useful to keep there in case I need stuff. Okay, I think I've mostly marked everything that I need to mark. So let's help the bots get stuff picked apart. Actually, keep that there. Whoops. Well, I guess it's too late now. The items weren't going to show, so I'll just get rid of it. Pick up this belt specifically, since it has items on it, and that would take the bots a while to get. I cannot pick up this chest, so let's unmark it. Okay, let's zoom out in just a second and see how much progress that's made. Oh, that's the power pole. Okay, we got a couple more things at the top here. Let's go ahead and just grab those. There we go. And just keep all this stuff going. All these pipes over here should probably also go. They don't actually lead to anything anymore. There we are. And, just a little more to go. I just picked up 900 plastic. I'm surprised that fit. This I cannot pick up. And let's unmark the chests. Same down here. There we go. You got this, bots. I believe in you. Guess I'll pick up that one rock. Sure. How's inventory looking? Getting pretty full. Plastic can go in the trash slots, I guess. That's fine. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. Pick up the belt of items. Mostly just pipes left, I think. And there we go. I think that's everything. Thank you, box. There we go. Alright. Now, how do I even start this again? Go ahead and break all that. And all these pipes down this way. That's saline water, so I have to remember that. And might as well go ahead and replace all that. So, combustion chamber. Let's say this belt no longer dips way down. And instead just comes straight across. Right that way. Thank you for the tips, game. So, combustion, I believe, has to be crushed ore. Let's see. Crushed nickel goes into the combustion, yes. So we do have to crush the ore first. So I might actually break all of this, and then make sure we do the crushing over here. We also have a couple mines that have finished up. Get a chest, throw that in there, just to help pick up some of the mess that I just made. Also, if we don't want ore on this belt, then we should probably pick up all the ore that is already on this belt. Just makes sense to me. So let's say all of the nickel flows actually out to the right. Go ahead and pop that in. And I know I have crushers. Okay. If I've definitely made one, I guess I just don't have it on me for whatever reason. Well, that's fine. We'll just put it like here. And then as we expand, I can just have a vertical wall of crushers here. So you crush nickel. Thanks, bots. Sure. I was trying to find a better way of doing it, but oh well. Works, I guess. Anyway. Crush nickel. You're gonna get nickel and iron and stone. So let's get splitter right about here. Let's go ahead and pick up all this stuff over here. Now the crushed iron I'm not really sure what I want to do with, to tell you the truth. Oh, those are sources. So it looks like I just want to combine it with graphite and a furnace. Which I do kind of already remember going down this train of thought, but yeah, okay, there we go. So graphite and a furnace. That's going to get me iron ingots. Good, cool. Where else do I get crushed iron? So when I crush bauxite, I will also get crushed iron. And that seems it. So bauxite or nickel. I believe bauxite's right up here. Yes, it is. So bauxite will also be crushed, just kind of up in this area. And then the crushed iron will come and join the crushed iron from this area. So let's say this inner split here is actually the nickel. Crushed nickel, there we are. On the other side. So then we'll have stone and iron coming out this way. And you coming out that way. Stone, I don't really know what I want to do. So let's go ahead and filter stone out here. And I think for now, stone will just get thrown in a chest. So, chest. And there we go. So that's the fate of stone. Go ahead and move you inland. And get that power pole over there. So then this central line here should be only crushed iron. So let's try and remember that. All this can go. Let's pick up all of this nonsense. And there's one of my crushers. Okay, and that's going to get me to 1 crushed per second. So not a blazing fast speed, but you know, it's something. In the combustion, wherever they are. Combustion, where are you? There you are. So I think combustion should be handled down this direction. So maybe I'll just have an underground down this way. And iron can be the same. They both just continue down this way. In which case I can save just a smidge of belt if I don't split them until down like here. There we are. So, combustion chambers along here. Alright, so that's not quite gonna work. Thank you, game. There we are. Okay. So, this comes in. And in you go. Let's flip that around. There we are. Makes it a little more expandable later on. There we go. Might as well continue that up to here. That's gonna make brush door on the other side. And then we have this gas that we have to deal with. Let's just bring it out this way. Ordinarily, I'm not sure if I would be a fan of this method, but since undergrounds cost underground pipe, this is definitely the cheapest way of achieving this result. I will buffer what I can, and then we will avoid everything else. So give me a pump. And some power. There we are. So grab you. And we only want to start voiding when you're over 12k. We're only connected to one tank, so I'm not counting combined total. It's just this one tank over 12k we vent. Sus. See, in my right mind, I would never make that joke. You have to realize. Okay, so now all we need is hydrogen and oxygen. Also, do continue the belt down far enough. We also have this over here, which is the iron, so let's just go ahead and turn the iron this way. Also, maybe go ahead and pull these pipes in just a smidge. Just so they don't stick out quite so much. And then we'll get electrolyzers. I don't actually know how many of these that I want, but 2 seems like a good starting point. So that's going to be 140 and 70. So 140 hydrogen, 70 oxygen. Okay. So just one of you is probably fine. Yeah, I believe that's fine. But if I ever do any more of these, I will need another electrolyzer. Also, let's go ahead and flip that. And then I can do this. And then move this up here. And there we go. That way, if I do make another electrolyzer, I can just put it down here, and just like you would for oil, you have your 1 pipe and your 2 pipe. Just like that. But for now, I believe 1 is plenty. We do want regular water, though. So let me see what I can do about that. Okay. I was wondering if that would just work, but unfortunately it would not. So let me move you back one. And you're gonna take saline water and make water and brine. Okay, you make brine anyway. I kind of forgot about that. So let's put you up here. What can I do with brine? Feed you through a boiler. I can make salt. I can just void you, which seems most likely. Yeah, I think we're gonna just void you. That's what it looks like to me. Okay, so brine is a waste product. And it'll just flow off that way towards the ocean. That's fine. So let's say regular water gets to be too tall. 90 and 30. Okay, so we'll definitely only need one of these. There we are. And then brine just goes backwards this way. And eventually just goes off and gets voided somewhere. And then regular saline water is your input. And I think rather than doing another building like right over here, I will just pipe saline water in, because saline water seems like something that makes more sense to make by the water. Pure water, like just plain water on the other hand, is like, while it looks like it's used in a lot of things, half of these are just boxed recipes. Then the other half seem like some sort of acid that I'm not going to be making for another 40 hours, probably. So I'm not all that worried about it. Like, yeah, none of this seems exactly pressing. I also need saline water up here, though. So maybe I... Oh, this is saline water. Never mind. I was getting my own liquids confused. So, bring that in. And then there's saline water. Okay. Very cool, very cool. Okay. So with that taken care of, I do have, like, a lot of extra hydrogen coming in. Is there anything I can do with that? This is an equal ratio of hydrogen and oxygen, so that's not helpful. I do need hydrogen for graphite. That is true. Okay. Doesn't really look like there's anything else I'm going to be using it. Okay, well, I do need it for this also. Okay, that's fine. I mean, we can always just vent it. There are other things that need it, though, so we'll get there when we get there. This can all be deconstructed. Nothing's even over here anymore. There we are. Much better. Okay, maybe this just needs to move. Like, I put this up here so that I could use it for ore processing stuff, but maybe that's just in the way? I don't know, it can stay for now, whatever. It does need salt, which is kind of annoying. Let's see. So I do need saline water, which does mean a hydro plant. So let's pick somewhere maybe around this area right here. And say this is where saline water is produced. Though, do I want to do it horizontally or vertically? I think horizontally makes more sense since the lake is kind of vertical. We want to respect that. And make the outputs, or the machines rather, go horizontal. I do want to get this out of the way a little bit. There we are. And hydroplant. So, all of this is really in the way, but I definitely can't move all of this. I can pick some of this up, though. Yeah, like that's no way. No way that one's happening. Maybe I can consolidate it out of the way just a little bit, though. So let's do this and just start getting some of this stuff picked up and out of the way. How much is left? There's not much. Okay. It looked like more than it was. Okay. Go get this guy. That was about half of it, I think. I do also have a large chest now, so let's just pop that in. And get all of this kind of stuff loaded in there. And there we go. Love to see it. Okay. Good. Sure. Okay. Anyway, that's that stuff temporarily out of the way. So let's make some brine. I'd like to have inputs right along here. So let's say like this level. We're gonna take seawater and make saline water. So the wastewater is going to be the 1 tall, then the saline is the 2 tall. Then we just run that out and into the ocean. So I have a dump somewhere. There we are. Okay. There we go. And in you go. So that will dump the wastewater. Then the saline water just continues out this way. So that's going to make 140. We need 125. Okay, so we are good. We are probably going to need more eventually. Yeah, we'll sort power out in a minute. Let's just get the pipes laid in. So we just run way over this way, get the pipe in, and probably just start running straight up. And I guess right end, that'll do. And that's a silly underground. Don't really need that. Everything's connected, all cool. All cool, okay. let's make sure this all actually works, and I think this is a small enough, like, minimum viable product kind of test. Okay, so that's plugged in. You don't have an input. I hear rumors that sometimes buildings like to have inputs, but I've been having trouble confirming that. Okay, so that's running. You're running. You're running. These should be running. Okay, so the oxygen and the hydrogen should definitely have buffers. So let's grab a tank. Okay, if I did put another one right here, let's just put you there as a placeholder. Yeah, that works for hydrogen. And then I can put oxygen there. It's a little messy though. Not sure they like that. Like, I would love to have a more central area where I could store and look at gases. Like, maybe if I have something more... or like a little fluid bus kind of thing going off this way. And other things are surely going to need hydrogen and oxygen anyway, so I don't really want to monopolize down here. In fact, let's just go ahead and get this hooked up. I'm gonna need it, I might as well have it. So in this area, let's have the oxygen, and then you can be the hydrogen. And now we need pumps. So let's get pumps in. There we are. And there we are. Actually, that needs to be overflow valves. I believe there are some sort of valves in here. I'm pretty sure there are. I'm pretty sure there are. Let me look at keybinds. Just one more time. It's gonna be in mods if it is anything. Control Shift R. Control Shift R. Okay. So that's not what I'm looking for. Configurable valves. Nope. Nope. Well, I'm sure they exist somehow, but I'm not gonna bother looking too much harder for it. Hmm. Because the problem is that it is going to suck all of the hydrogen and oxygen out and not leave any. So then I have to do some circuit balancing, and that's kind of what I was trying to avoid in the first place, but I suppose there is no avoiding it. Hmm. So I can do that and that. Get tanks over here. And then wire you in and wire you in. So the top one is oxygen. So I only want you enabled if oxygen is high. So let's say like over 10k. And then same down here, but for hydrogen. There we are. You're filled up on brine. That's because I don't actually vent brine yet. Let's get that taken care of. And there we are. And of course, we can, right here, 58 out of 64. Let's see if this just works. Hopefully so. That's got a limit of 300, but we only make 30, so I think we're fine. So that should be running, that should be running. These should be filling up now. This has never gotten ore, but it is full of gas. Let's go ahead and connect this down to power. And then move all of these miners so that they output into the crusher. So belts first. Then in this way. And in they go. Okay. So just a whole little line just to get things tested, make sure they're working properly. This is going to be so many power poles, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Okay. Go ahead and take that one off, I guess. Now, those should be feeding into here. That's going to start outputting. It does look like we probably need more crushers. For every 3 of these, that's 1 per second. We have 13, so let's say 12. So that would be 4 a second. So we just need another 2 crushers. There we go. We just copy what we've got here. I don't actually have the crushers, of course. Can I make crushers? No, but I can soon. Okay. Anyway, that's going. Outputs, the stones getting stored for now. Very good. Comes down. Irons. Doing iron stuff. Good. I did build this entirely in the way by forgetting that iron existed. Which isn't super cool. Yeah, it's one tile too short. Man, even that's a tight fit. Okay. So even the better design is going to have just a little spaghetti in it. Or I could just split the iron a little earlier. Could just split it here. Oh, whoops. Over there. There we are. And then iron can go that way. And that sidesteps this whole issue of the tanks and everything. This stuff is definitely gonna go. It's just in the way. Okay. So we did create a little bit of the stuff. So we are on the right track. The iron does need I'm blanking on words for some reason. The black stuff, graphite. So graphite comes from carbon monoxide and hydrogen. And carbon monoxide was hydrogen and carbon dioxide, and then carbon dioxide just comes from the air. So basically just mix hydrogen with air twice, and we can smelt iron with it, in which case iron should probably smelt way back in here somewhere. We've got the furnaces, so let's just set up iron like right in here. I'm trying to keep room for stone shenanigans. There are only 2 spaces. So if I do that, that'll give me 3. There we are. And there we are. And that way I can have the crushed iron on one side and the graphite on the other. But actually, now that I think about it, I don't think that's a good idea. Reason being, if I actually look at the recipe here, you'll see that it's 1 graphite to 11 crushed iron. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work very well. Just out of curiosity, what's the throughput here? Okay, 0.15. So I need 10 furnaces to consume 1 yellow belt. Not that I'm going to be producing 1 yellow belt. In fact, I'm going to be producing 1 per second with this mini crushers. And I can produce at most just over 3 per second. So I'll build out to that. So just over 3 per second. Even still, that would be 20 furnaces. Let's do this. And there. Oop, that's backwards. Oop, got a little too excited. And then I can just copy the whole thing. Well, let's put power poles in first. There we are. And now I can copy the whole thing. Once I have belts on. And in the middle. And I've deleted this side. Because I don't know if I want them to share a belt. Actually, it's fine. Once again, as long as the belts are all the same tier, there's 1 input and 0.25 output. So this is a quarter belt coming out, so it will always be able to fit on a half belt. That will never be an issue. So I can just grab that horizontal flip, and shove it in. And just take the power poles out. I am going to need to put them on the back though. And then we do need a connection. In which case, I might actually just move this whole thing rather than use one power pole. Let's see, where do the poles connect? Okay, that's a little closer than I wanted to be, but whatever. It's not gonna kill me. And I think while I wait for the bots to deconstruct and reconstruct this, I will take a sip of water. Alright, bots, let's see if I can help you just a smidge. There we are. Get all of this in there. And over there. Okay, guys, you got this. All good? All good, okay. So, let's grab a chemical plant. Just pop it right here. No sense in getting too fancy. Gonna make graphite here, and that's all we need. Maybe I'll put it like here, actually. Graphite. Yeah, 0.05 is gonna be plenty for this entire stack. Where does power go? Literally one more square. Let's just do that. Then you can output here. We have water coming out. We have water literally right here. There we are. In you go. Go ahead and buffer water so that I can turn this guy off when we have enough. So let's say shut off at 10k. Now hydrogen. Hydrogen we need. Bring that in. There we are. And there we are. And then carbon monoxide. I think we'll just make a bespoke carbon monoxide generator. You also create water. That's so inconsiderate of you. Okay, we can put you there. Bring the water in like that. Yeah, sure. Good. Hydrogen. Yeah, you can go there. Okay, sure. There we go. And what are you? Carbon dioxide? That's used in. Where are the recipes to make you? I know that you're just air. Air, oxygen, residual gas. Don't have that recipe yet. Don't have that recipe yet. I do have that one. There we go. So, void the nitrogen, we've got carbon dioxide. Okay. Right there. Yeah, best I can do there. Well, I guess I could vent from over there, in which case I could lower you by 1 square, and then the power pole doesn't have to be jank. In fact, there is no reason that I can't output just directly into the vent. And if I do that, I can actually lower this pipe. There we are. As long as all the numbers work out. So you take very little. You produce more than enough. You take 40. You produce 40. Okay, perfect. As long as you run at full uptime, so 150 air input. Which I believe was 3 of these guys. Somewhere over there. There we go. Yes, you're 50 a second, so you will run at full uptime, so you will run at full uptime, and you run at full uptime. Everyone's happy. Okay, so once you output nickel matte, then I want you to have your own graphite supply and be smelted in a furnace also. There's something better to do eventually, but we are a long way off from that. So I think I'll just copy this setup here and run it down. I don't want to be in the way of this area expanding, though. If I did a little horizontal flip, and then a little vertical flip, and put you, like, right here. I think that makes an incredible amount of sense. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, right there. I need a lot more furnaces, and I'll need other things as well, I'm sure. Looks like I'm gonna need more inserters. I should probably... thank you, bots. Just come on home. I should probably go and see how this area up here is doing and get it connected to power again, even just temporarily. There we are. Let's see, I've got some motors, which is nice to see. I'll go ahead and grab those. Might go ahead and just grab all the cable as well. So for furnaces, I need ferro-nickel wire. Or, not wire. No, ferro-nickel wire, okay, okay. Fortunately, I have quite a lot of that. So let's come down here and start getting this stuff in place. So let's see. Inserters and furnaces. That's really it. Okay. Can't be mad about that. I do need some iron supplies for making the inserters, but let me allow the bots to build out what I do have. And while that's happening, I'm crafting furnaces. Get all of this in play. let's see if I can't get hydrogen out this direction. There we are. And one-way valve. And might as well just put pipes here. Okay, still too much. That's 45, so I need to drop by 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What? Oh, that is perfect. Look at 32 out of 32. What are the odds? Not like I was trying. Oh, even that doesn't work. Okay, so you have to be a pump. Interesting. Very interesting. What if I just do this instead? I saw the red for a second and I kind of panicked. Okay, anyway, that should be connected now. Okay, so that's all running. We just need to get this connected up to water somehow. One direction, once again. Pop you in there. And what is that? Let's do this. Just save. Oh, that doesn't save pipe at all. Okay, never mind. In that case, we can go back to plan A. Connect you in, and connect you out. So that should have safe passage for all the water being generated down there. Should just come up and get stored in the tank. And then electrolyzed away. Anything else down here that can get built? Still missing quite a few furnaces. 5 over here. And 15 inserters. That's a lot of inserters. Don't think that's happening immediately. And then quite a few more furnaces up that way. Okay. Well, the graphite is building up. You just need iron products. Okay. And then furnaces need iron as well. So let's just go grab all kinds of iron. There we are. And see what that gets me. So let's try something like that. Hopefully this should build from the bottom first, if the bots are intelligent. Since this is where the belts are going to back up, this is where I would prefer to have things constructed. Crafting is taking a while. Just a little bit. I'm very glad that I have the enhanced crafting thing. Where does it actually show that? Does it show that? It doesn't show that. Anyway, these gears are supposed to be 4 seconds apiece. We would be here forever. Yeah, total 20 seconds raw on the inserter. 20 seconds per inserter would be pretty rough if we were waiting for that just straight up. Oh yeah, I forgot it was multiple per craft. 4 inserters. Okay, that's not so bad. I'd kind of been thinking it was single inserter per motor, and I was like, man, that's expensive. But if it's 4 per, that's not terrible. I can live with that. Any missing up here? Guess not. Might hold off on crafting more then, because I might have other things that I want to spend motors on in the near future, like maybe belts. This is the wrong recipe. This is the wrong recipe. Okay, I can still do this, I just selected the wrong recipe. Okay, oh, this is iron anyway. Never mind. There we go, okay. I was starting to worry when this wasn't working. Alright, that's going to take an eternity, but it is 0.5 ingots a second, so, you know, it is what it is. Okay, that's not what oh, crafting speed 0.25, I forgot, so take that and cut it by a quarter. Well, anyway, that's gonna be a bit. How much is this supposed to be making? So if I'm actually feeding it enough. So I should be producing 2 a second. So only, not even quite 2 of these would be running. So about 1.5. 1.5-ish. So like 8 of these will be running. Oh good, I could have stopped, like, here. Yeah, whatever. Oh well, I overbuilt a little bit. It's future-proofed, you know? Gotta have a little future-proofing in your builds. Okay, so that's nickel taken care of. Well, nickel and crushed stone, whatever that is, gravel. There we are. Which I also get out of here for what it's worth. And I'm still not really sure what to do with gravel. Can I make any more furnaces? I'm missing 6, so let's just make 6. So let's do like this. Gravel gets sent off to the side. So only iron continues off that way. Gravel just kind of comes over this way and goes into permanent storage. Power from this way, I guess. Sure, good enough. And that's gravel storage. Maybe I'll do something similar for the other guy. Do like that. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and break that. And then you come down this way. There we are. So that's going to get stored away, and then there's the ferro-nickel ingots, which I do have some use for in just their default state, but for the most part we do want to be transforming them. I'm running out of resources a little quicker than I thought I would be, unfortunately. Let's get the plastic out of here and shoved into here. Also have some of this ore that I would like to be rid of. Let's do that. So iron's up there, nickel's down here. Is there anything that I'm going to be able to do that is better than this recipe? Or just regular old nickel ingot? Nickel solution? Like, after I beat the game? So, okay, no. This is the one I'm using pretty much forever. So, carbon monoxide, ferronickel ingot, that provides nickel and iron. Okay. Okay. I think what I will do is I'll throw a splitter right... I want to leave, again, this area open in case I need to expand anything in there. But what is free range, I think, is anything after this line. Like, this line is kind of... nothing's ever expanding all the way down to here, right? So I'm going to add a splitter, let's say right here, and anything that wants actual, whatever these are, ferronickel, it can take off this top line. But then this line continuing this way, this is going to be turned into just regular old plain nickel. So ferronickel down here, and regular nickel on the bottom. I think I'll wait to split until about here, however. So there's that. And then this one is going to be my transformation. So I need carbon monoxide, I believe, which is also what I produce over here, right? Pretty sure that's what I need for graphite. Carbon monoxide, yes. So what I will probably do I make excess? Make 26, you take 14. I make a little excess, but not enough to care. So I'm just going to grab this whole setup here and make another one down this way. I'm kind of feeling like maybe it would be better if I did ingot stuff down this way. Like, this is already overbuilt. I'm never gonna need this much. Like, by the time I need more than this, I guess I should say, I will be much more able to expand. So what if I just throw this here? And then put you here for carbon monoxide. You take 6. But I need quite a few of you, I think. Mickey Bots. So... let's see. I remember saying like 10 of these is all I was getting. That's 1.2 a second, but even if I wanted to plan for like 1.5 a second, well, that would be 10 of these, which would be 60 a second. So 2 wouldn't do it, I would have to have 3. you're 42nd, you're 42nd. So I just need 3 of these setups. There we go. Up to 100 a second. Okay, so each one of these does actually max out 1 chimney anyway. Like, I was kind of thinking maybe I could combine them or something, but actually not really. So this is pretty much perfect. I need power poles, which is kind of a shame because this is the stuff that allows me to make power poles. So that's a bit annoying. What do you need? Carbon monoxide and ferronickel. Let's throw the ferronickel in there. We definitely need you to have power. The way this is going, you need to be the 1, and then this is the 2. And then connect these up. There we are. Okay. I don't have small power poles, but I have pylons, and that'll get it done in the short term. So you need hydrogen, and you need air. Can I make the air pumps? I can make a few of them. While that's crafting, let me grab the hydrogen that we're going to need. How much hydrogen am I going to need, actually? 40 times 3 is 120, so okay. We're limited to 300 on the one-way, but that is plenty. So you in, and then just keep this going down this way. There we are. Somehow I had an odd number of underground pipes, and I'm not super amused by that. Guess that's necessary. Okay, those can go in. That can run. Start filling up. Just no hydrogen. Okay. That's fine. Ah, there we are. That's the problem. Let's take the little hooks off, and then suddenly everything's better. And we're back to an even number. Yay! Okay, so what's the deal with you? You still need hydrogen. Oh, I didn't place the thing. There you are. Now you should run. Okay, and now that I have nickel, I can grab together something real quick that'll let me make power poles again. Assuming I have the stuff in my inventory. There you are. Let's just pop you up real quick and make nickel wire. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Power poles, yay! And I guess also some vents. That's going to take one-way valves and stone. I think I'm somehow out of that, I guess? You need ferro-nickel sheets. let's go grab some nickel. Okay, guess that one has to be made in a foundry. So, nickel. In you go. And boom, okay. So, I also need bricks. There we go. So that'll cover both of the chimneys. I just need a couple more air filters. 4 to be exact. I can make 1. Then I need more ferro-nickel. There we go. Any in here? 1. Oh yeah, carbon dioxide. For all of these, let's just move that power pole 1. Actually, up 1 more. That doesn't make sense. You'll see why in just a second. Then you can just come down here. Makes that a little neater. And then you can just be there. Point being, then I can do this to connect them all. There we go. There we go. And not only is it a little cheaper, because I've avoided using underground pipes, and now they're all connected, but I can also just cycle the carbon, what is this? Dioxide back in, and then cut these off when a tank gets too full. Obviously, I could also just void the stuff at the end, but eh. As I've said before, I'm not exactly a big fan of venting stuff if I can help it. So you, only if you're less than like 10k. There we are. And then bring this one around. In you go. Okay. Anyway, I still need to feed the ingots in and get the outputs out. But that's pretty much it, I think. Do I have power poles? I have a power pole. So let's break this. You go there. You don't need to be there anymore. Inserter. So input goes here. Output here. Make a splitter. Splitter goes here. There we are. And then if I need another one, it can go down here somewhere. And then this is no longer necessary. Let's break all of that. Okay, so that is the belt of actual ferro-nickel. And then we have a second belt that is just nickel. I am, of course, out of power again. Or power poles, I suppose. But I can just grab a foundry, pop down somewhere that does have power, and ask it very, very nicely to make me a little bit more nickel wire. There we go. For the time being, belts are a little bit precious, so I will take those extra belts with me. But at any rate, combined with anyway, we do have 3 of our ingots now finished, and I'm going to kind of run them over this way and start a processing area over here somewhere. The real question is where. I would kind of like to maintain this path down here. In fact, let me see if I can find stone. What are the brick materials again? Sandstone, calcite, regular stone. I thought I had an incredible amount of stone somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, that I'm literally looking at it. Never mind. So, start making a whole bunch of brick. In fact, don't I have assemblers? Let's grab some assemblers. There we are. Can I make 1 incendiary? Yes, I can. All of you are going to make bricks out of stone. Have fun. Good luck. And there we are. Okay. Reason being, I would like to pave a path. I would like to keep the path coming down this way. But I just didn't have quite enough stone to keep that going. There we are. Not leave that corner dangling. None of this up here is important. I've just left it for emergency's sake in case I needed to come up and do more science or something. I think if I needed that, we would already be pretty screwed, but not as screwed as if I deconstructed it. So that's the metric there. Alright, I've got ingots coming in. Let's just go ahead and bring them over this way. Because this whole area in here, I kind of feel like is no man's land. Like, I could maybe need to build more in here, do something, or whatever. I don't really like putting stuff up there. What I might do, though, is go ahead and start building stuff here, rather than extending it out. I just don't know if I have enough room here for both ingots. But, let's see what happens. So this comes down. Keep in mind we have stuff over here just like we do over here. And where are our foundries? There's a foundry. Like, I couldn't realistically put a foundry here, I don't think. Because even though I could load in the ingots, I wouldn't be able to output them. But maybe that's a problem of having the belt so far over. Maybe if instead it was over here, that wouldn't be as much of an issue. And if I do that, then I can reuse power poles, which is always a bonus. So if I put you there, and then say nickel wire, I have no other uses for just straight nickel that I know of. So I can just do that. And you will just make nickel wire. I can turn it back into ferronickel. Nickel wire. Okay, this is straight up the only use. So I can just direct feed this. Foundry, there you are. Get rid of that power pole, put you in there. Okay, let's get rid of that. And maybe put the foundry there instead. And then nickel wire. I think that works out well enough. The question is, does that mean I'm gonna be bussing around nickel wire? I don't think that's a good idea. It would be better to move around nickel ingots and then turn it into wire on site. Just because nickel ingots are twice as dense. And it's not like this takes any other inputs or anything, so maybe I'll just go back to moving just the ingots. Though, hilariously, does that mean then I bring the ferronickel down and do stuff with it? Or do I try and just do science like right in here, maybe? I don't know, I feel kind of silly not just direct inserting here. If I can, I might as well. Like, there's a lot of stuff that needs you. But most importantly are power poles and motors. So here's what I'm thinking. If I do wind up making enough nickel that I can run a second distillery, then I can just melt the ingots up into this guy, or each one can just have their own separate foundry making cable. And then the cable comes down here and gets used in stuff. Like, let's just run it down this way. Maybe that's backwards. Let's run it up. Like, I'm not sure how much I want to commit to a bus when my recipes will likely change again. But I can't keep flip-flopping forever. So let's just start placing buildings and seeing how I feel about it. So, other things that I need. Let's say about ferronickel. I need ferronickel sheets for motors, as well as the iron bits. So, iron rods and iron plates for motors. Those also go into gears. So, do I bus, for example, iron rods or iron plates? Like, right? Like, you kind of have to, right? Iron rods are just a component in things. They're used in inserters, belts, gears, motors. So how about the ferronickel counterpart? You're only used in medium tanks and ferronickel wire. That's not to say I don't need you, you're just not as needed. So what if I make this design a little more like a mall? And have this stuff come down, and then all the ferronickel stuff is right here. So, ferronickel, Let's make that... Let's see, 1, 2, 3. There we are. I was worried the pipe was going to be in the way, but it actually just so happens it works out. I do need more inserters. Let me see what I can do about that. Let's go ahead and just pop that in there. Let's finish that bit out. Ooh, this needs to come in space. Fortunately, that still works just fine. There we are. Get you in here and you in there. Tried and true classic. Make sure this doesn't eat all of our stuff. We'll keep like 50 rods. There we are. Let's pick up all this loose cable up here and see if I can make power poles and inserters. Perfect crafting amounts on both. That's crazy. Come on, inserter, you can do it. And there we go. Okay, actually, why don't we have resources coming in? I feel like we should. Oh, this is producing steam out the back. Interesting. There we are. Everyone's okay. Alright. There we are. Okay, I think I have turbines on me. Funny enough. I'm sure I do. I just cannot find them. No? No? Okay. Fine. I guess I will go pick these up. I could have sworn I had turbines on me, but okay. Generates electricity, yada yada, operates when wind and solar are insufficient. Useful to generate power from heat exchanger steam. Switch generate mode with button. Generates electricity from compressed gas, venting it to atmosphere. Primary energy provider like wind. Operates whether or not the energy is required. Right. So... okay. So only when wind and solar is insufficient. Only as backup to satisfy unmet demand, doesn't change surge equipment or doesn't charge surge equipment or grid batteries. Okay. So this is like your true emergency power. This is what I want them to do, and then the other option is I want to get rid of the steam, and as a byproduct, if you happen to generate some power, that would be cool. I kind of think that might be how I want one of them to operate. Funny enough, I kind of feel like my ideal would be one exhaust so that this never backs up, and then one standard. That just seems right to me. I mean, we're only generating like 26 steam a second. The exhaust is definitely going to be able to deal with it. So maybe this should be more like backup and then standard? If I put you on exhaust, what happens? Okay, you do just start running. Okay, maybe what would be better then, because this is steam, this is my power. Something like this. Little pipe to keep it in line just aesthetically. Power pull down. Okay. Don't like that. Give me a regular pump. There we are. Height, height, and tank, tank. There we go. So to make you, I need wire. Let's go grab some wire. There should, I would assume, be some. Yes, there is. Connect that up. And if steam's backing up, then get rid of it. And then swap you to exhaust. There we go. I need a little more wire, as it turns out. Not that there is any. Let's just grab this. And toss you in there. You got this. Come on. Take those iron out for now. I kind of forgot that there was iron, I'm not gonna lie. Will probably actually require me to redesign this entire system because there's iron in there and I forgot. Anyway, that's gonna allow me to make a power pole. So you shouldn't be doing anything. And I don't believe you are. But for some reason, the steam keeps disappearing. It says contents 75. One more recipe's worth. Do you turn on? No. Okay. You're just still filling up. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Good. Okay. So this is all running grand, great, awesome, cool. This is going. You are producing. You have iron. Since you have iron, it's not a lot of iron, but there is iron. What do motors take? Iron rod. So one iron rod. I might just try turning these into iron rod. Gotta be real. Does that mean I have to run iron rods out? Yes, it does. Is this stupid? Yes, it is. Let's not do that. I literally have filtered splitters. Let's just make use of them. So let's not grab that pipe. I will do something like this. Which means all of this will also have to move. There we are. Which then means all of this will have to move. But that's fine. There we go. Oh, cool. Okay. Go ahead and break that, and then need power in here somewhere. That does mean first I need to put the thing back. Oh, but you don't have power, of course. So, nickel wire. I don't have nickel. You got this. You can do it. Come on. There we go. Okay, nickel, in. Give me a power pole, please. I beg of you. Please, just a power pole. So, that's coming up. Get to here. And split. So, iron ingots. Go left. And then the nickel. Come down this way. I can't help but notice I have an odd number of underground belts. Don't know why that would be. Does it bother me a lot? You know it. Oh, I found the answer. Okay, how do I get to nickel? Does nickel come down? Or, not nickel, iron. Does iron come down? It only makes sense for iron to come down. Let's have iron come down at level here. There we are. And in we go. Thank you, bots. Okay, anyway, that's gonna come down this way. And then I guess I just bring the iron over here in. So you go in, and then out it goes. Let's see. So grab you. Let's get this to move in a spot. Good. Best I'm gonna get, I think. Pick that up. Nickel wire. Ah. I left you over here. There we go. Then I am missing an inserter again. So let's see if I can't do something about that. There we go. It does raise the question though, like I said, do I even want to go ahead and make the wire here, or do I just send in the ingots? And I kind of feel like maybe this can just be a mall area, but I continue the ingots out and then science is over here. I think that's reasonable. In which case I need some of these, but not all of them. That made no sense. In which case I want some of these to be turned into wire, and then like the bulk of them to continue on over into the science area. I think that's what I'm gonna do. In which case, this should probably go here, actually. Break that. And then this can go here. And then we'll have a splitter right there. So that's going to be my personal use wire for making power poles and things like that, and for all the engines and little bits that I need to make. But that's not going to be the science cable. So in you go, have fun. Speaking of, let's go ahead and make some belts. This area is kind of right where I would like science to be now, since that's where all the resources are flowing into. So I might move this. I could probably get it like right here, and that would be better. Somewhere right around in here. Let's go ahead and get this moved. Yeah, just grab it and pick it up. So, vertical flip, get the outputs to line up a little better. There you are. And then let's grab the pump here and the outlet. And the power poles, the precious power poles. As well as all these pipes. They don't need to be here anymore, and they were kind of right in the way. There we go. Come on, buddy. Alright. Get that in there, get these in here. And is there power anywhere nearby? Absolutely not. So let's get this pulled in this way. And over here as well. I would like to keep the maximum length pylons when I can, but we have power pole efficiencies to think about now. So let's not be wasteful with our power poles. Seawater intake. Like a seafood diet. You see water, I take. What you waiting on, pal? I'm not sure what you would like someone to do. Like, what are you waiting for? I'm so confused by you. What? Okay, fine, whatever. It goes down here. Good. Let's see. I wonder if I could just share this output line. Probably not. Yeah, look at that. It's just like the venting stacks. It has a quote-unquote recipe of 100 units, and until it hits that, it will not vent them. So, I am glad that I checked. Let's see if I can't get this to line up a little nicer. There we are. And let's see. Anything else? Where does that leave me here? So I've got some belts to play around with. Got 2 power poles. Awesome. I do have ingots coming in faster than before. That's not saying much, but, you know, it's better. This is working. Let's go ahead and cap these to reasonable limits. I don't need any of this very often, but I do occasionally need it, so it's nice to have. So there's iron. Okay. I do want to take this and split there, and then carry the ingots out this way. And I think I do want to have a little mall area for iron, but unfortunately, I'm out of room right here. I could just continue down. I don't think that's an awful idea. I could also just put it in here somewhere, even though I've said like 80 times I don't want to build in here. This corner's better than this corner, you know? And it's not like it takes a lot of room. I think what I'll do is I'll underground this area right here. Get rid of this right here. This no longer goes to anything, so let's pick that up. And then I will have the merge happen around here, and then also split here. Let's go forward 1 belt right there. Just so I can hug the inside of this lane here. There we are. And then I think I want to do iron on this side. No, that would get in the way of expanding this in the future. Oh, but if this is just a handcrafting area, that should be fine. Should be. Let's see. Assemblers. Okay, I knew I was supposed to have some. I forgot I put all of them to work making bricks. In fact, let's go resupply those guys. So I have plenty of stone still in my inventory. There we go. Have fun, guys. Now, assembler. And do I not have any other assembler? I guess not. Okay. I'll put you there. And now you are going to make motors. There we are. So, I do want these guys. How could I move all of this in? I'm tempted to just cut and paste this all one pile over, and in fact, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Yeah, grab all that, move it one tile in. In which case, you need to return to your original state. How about that? Who would have thought? These chests with items will give the bots trouble, so let's go ahead and pick those up for them. There we are. Come on, guys, let's get this show on the road. There we are. Now, long pickup and long drop. So that'll drop the sheets in there. Then I just need iron plates and iron rods and plastic. So I'll have a belt come up kind of this way. Nope, one more. There we are. That's going to be for the 2 iron products. And then I'll just have to have a chest here with plastic. Don't think that's the end of the world. I apparently put all my plastic somewhere, but, you know, proof of concept. Good enough for now. Oh, I guess I'm out? That's a surprise. So, what do I need? I need plastic, what do you know? Where are gears made? Gears are made in assemblers. Okay. Already done that before, but I could not remember. Fortunately, I do have an assembler. Let's do this to be extra funny. And then just put the assembler in the middle of them. There we are. Out of inserters again, so let's get on that. Okay, so you are going to make gears, which take iron plate and iron rod. Head out to your in-stream. Catch you next time. How far have you gotten, out of curiosity? Like, I'm assuming you've started by now. Like, I think you've said as much earlier tonight. But how far did you get? Let's see, let's throw those in there. That's gonna make iron gears. Streamed last night, got the motors. Motors is a good stopping point, I'd say. Motors have been a pretty hard wall. I'd say I pretty much hit motors and bounced off. Anyway, good luck. Have fun, man. So, we've got iron plates. I do want to buffer these. Kind of the problem. So let's do that. I'm gonna read that as pinion with ya, and I don't know how to interpret that. I do also need this. For the iron sheets, there we go. And then that can just go in a chest. You can go here. You can go here. What I do want to do is put you on the inside. There we go. Oh, I don't have you in a chest yet. The thing that I said I wanted to do. So, chest and chest. Then output and output. And then you get to go on the inside. There we go. So, let's say stack of you, stack of you, stack of you. These guys need wires. I do want to just copy you, put you on here. So that's going to be, what, iron plate. And then you get to be iron rod. And make sure to reset you to inside. There we go. Also, maybe 50 is reasonable, I think. So maybe I'll make you 2 stacks. There we go. This guy gets to be 1 stack, that's fine. Your iron plates. Always forget that one. You know what? Hold on. I can just do this. There we go. And then just, swap you. There we are. All good, okay. Oh, that would be backwards now, so let's pick that up. Iron rods. Let's just jumpstart some things. There we go. Okay, so that should be cool. As soon as we build up enough iron rods, which are 50, keep in mind, so it'll be a second, but, you know, once it happens, it happens. In fact, let's just, demonstrate. There we are. So that'll come in, get loaded in. Then we have motors. Yay! Stack size 50. Yeah, being that everything needs motors, I think 2 stacks is, if anything, maybe not enough, but let's leave it there for now. I also kind of feel like I should do this, and rather than have this reach right here, let's just do this and have the buffer here. That seems to make a lot more sense to me. What do I need here? Plastic? Or a motor, I guess. Probably the more reasonable thing to do. And grab you. Ferro-nickel sheet. And 50 is probably reasonable, being that they stack to like 200. Okay. All good? All good. Okay. So that's all the basic materials that I can think of. We have plates, bars, sheets, and for iron, and then ferronickel, bars, and sheets, and wire. We have the nickel wire. We don't have any of the steel products, but oh well. Haven't even started making glass yet. But that's fine. If I really need steel, steel can go in this little square right here. Here you go. Alright. So that's those guys pretty much dealt with. Let's get them across the road, and then we'll start making science. This can go. Okay. There we go. So what I need, first things first, is to deconstruct all of this up here. All of this must go. So let me pick up the chests so the bots do not have to. Inventory full. Okay, hold on. Let's throw some of this ore out, and we'll deal with that in a moment. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. That can stay. This, however, should go. Okay. So, let's see. Have lots of foundries, but I don't need to make every part anymore, because that's being made down there. So all I need are what's necessary for motors. So I should have a large crafter, or at least a medium. So lab, everything kind of terminates right. Do I want to go up or where? I don't want to be near the water, because water is like valuable real estate. So let's tentatively say lab right there. If the lab's right there, then that means I should have a belt of science right here. There you are. And eventually I am going to have more labs, of course. I literally cannot craft more labs. Like, even, how far am I? 9 hours into the game? I don't even have the ability to, you know, make more labs. And that's just kind of crazy. I'm moving this back a little bit. Just to give myself a little more breathing room. Again, I don't want to be right on the water, but like, let's not get carried away now. So, the inner belt here, let's just say that's the two easier ones. So something needs raw ores, so I'll deal with that kind of up above somewhere, and then I'll also just kind of deal with the blue science that just takes water and maybe air, and those are going to come in on this belt right there. That means this belt is going to be red science. So let's say that goes right here. Well, red science, if I can even find it, there we are, takes gears and motors. Gears aren't too bad. I can just slap down gears right here. Or even right here. But motors. Motors aren't my friend. Let's actually flip this. Yeah, this is a little difficult. Maybe I'm just too close up here, so I'm going to try moving down, and then I'll move the whole thing up if need be. So let's just see what this works out to. I was going to try and throw a buffer in there, but then realized that that's not really necessary anymore. So 0.25, 0.2. Okay, so you do produce all the gears this could ever want. Good to know. At the same time, I really should be feeding you with a belt. Like, I just should. And the motor takes so many parts. That's what's throwing me here, is that it's so hard to plan for. Like, maybe the problem is I just need to accept that this needs to be lower and further to the right. Like, I think this is fine. We will live. There. Something like that is fine, I think. Maybe I'll even bring it in. That's fine. Then copy and paste over here somewhere. Because I would like to have at least 2 of them. But I would kind of like to be able to put them vertically, I think. There we go. Get that going in. So your materials are over here. And your materials are motors and gears. Once again, gears easy, motors hard. I think what I'll do is a classic technique called turn the belt around. That way I can kind of have this be however big it needs to be. Something like that. That way, as long as I'm outputting onto one side of this belt, the outside of this belt, then I can always output cleanly into the inside, and it just works. The reason I'd want to do that, so I could have 2 gear machines here. Both of them making gears. There we are. Bring that up. And then we're gonna have foundry on each side. So once again, we're starting to get cramped. Like, if I wanted to expand this, it would, after a while, get really hard. But that is 1 per second, 125. So I do need twice as many plate as sticks. Or more like, just one of these is more than enough for both of these guys. And I don't think I'm going to be able to support too many more motors than that. So let's not get overzealous here. So, output here, output here. You both take iron as your input. So... I don't think I'm gonna need you, so let's just go ahead and I'm underground there. I know I am going to need you. Do I even need to underground here? Like, the major problem is I've designed this bus entirely wrong. I did not put any foresight into this. And if anything, I should have probably shot it out towards the left. It just makes making the other sciences a lot harder. But I think what I should probably do is turn this and point it down. There. Just until I'm past the lake, and then I can turn it back around. I might even turn towards the left, potentially. Nah, I'll go to the right. I do need a lot more belts, obviously. Let's say I turn right here. There we go. And now I can move all of this stuff one final time. All of this just comes down. Yeah, I think right about there is good. Don't need to deconstruct any of that, really. And let's go give the bots a hand. They deserve it. For putting up with all this nonsense. Here we go. Pick up all this stuff. Pick up the lab. I'm gonna need a lot of belts. Can I make any? No, of course not. I can if I come over here and grab some materials, though. Yeah, let's get that going. It is nice to be able to just handcraft 15 motors just like that, when each one used to be so painful. I mean, they're still expensive, but, you know, how times have changed, you know? The sign of progress. Thanks, bots. And there we are. Okay, I believe that's everything rebuilt that they can rebuild. I do want to move this down just a smidge, actually. I realize how ironic that is after what I just said. But I would like to go ahead and make more of this right here. Which means your input's going to have to change. Let's bring you more this way. Didn't realize that was an actual rock. Okay, I'm going to need a lot of splitters soon. There's another rock. So, for now, since things are a little expensive, what I might do is go ahead and not bring the ferrous nickel down here. Like, I'll have a spot for it. It has its position on the pseudo bus here. But I'm going to just leave that disconnected. And I'm going to dead end my connections into their places. So if I need to expand later, then I can come back and add the splitters and everything. Thank you, bots. Let's get all this placed in. Okay. So I notice we are getting iron, but we aren't getting anything else. That's somewhat concerning. That's because we've already filled the chest with stone. Okay. That's not super cool. So I can crush stone into gravel, or I can craft it into bricks and still make gravel. So gravel just kind of has to sit around forever. Like there's nothing else. Like I feel like I'm missing something here. But I can't make mineral dust, and even if I could, I don't see how that would help. Yeah, I think I just have to keep storing more. There we go. And there we go. And then might as well get a head start on you. So let's see, that's nickel. Okay. That's gonna get that coming down, and funny enough, nickel's also my source of iron, so when this one patch died, it killed both the iron and the nickel, which is why it seemed like there was just nothing all of a sudden. There is some stuff coming, right? Okay. I see 2 furnaces on at least. That's something. There's a furnace on over here. Can I make crushers? Crushers require cable. Let me go grab cable. Okay, that's gonna take a minute to craft. I'll go put them down next time I run by it. Anyway, this is the iron portion of everything done. Now I just need the not iron portion. Namely, that's going to be nickel wire. Because what else are you going to do with nickel? There we go. There's nickel. Okay. So, let's grab this. And somewhere right about here. Looks good. Maybe I actually want to do the input down this way. There we go. And then I can output over here. And you're gonna make motors. Still don't remember where motors are. Okay, they're all the way over in intermediates. That does make sense. We do need ferronickel sheet. I forgot about the ferronickel sheets. Let's go ahead and run this guy down too. You get to be on the inside of the belt, I suppose. There we go. And there we go. There we go. I believe everyone's happy. I mean, nothing's actually connected yet, but it should be good. It does mean that I need to go grab more cable to make more power poles with. And we got a pylon around here or something? Not really, they're pretty far away. That'll do, though. Okay. I will move you up one. There we go. That's kind of okay. Oh yeah, you need to be the ferro-nickel sheets. Let's get that going. And then iron rods and iron plates. There we are. And then all that's left, I believe, is plastic. Plastic requires setting up the whole chemical trail again, but now let's just throw plastic in you. I will go ahead and put an inserter here. And, good luck, plastic. We wish you well. And then where on earth do I output? I guess in here. If I need another one, it can go here. Then they can both just output onto this belt. So pick up all of this, and then you go in. That should be everything necessary for red science. Oh yeah, how fast do you craft? 0.12, you need 0.6. Okay, so you perfectly match those two. Good to know, good to know. So yeah, this isn't really expandable. If I want to expand this, I have to break all of this and move it down so I can do more of the top part, but, you know, oh well. Also, what are the ratios here? You make 0.58, you're fine. 0.5, fine again. We have about 0.1, or we have about 1, and about 125 to spare. Plenty, plenty, plenty. Okay. Good to know. And down you go. Oh. You have to actually make them, though. There we go. Whew. I feel like I've been doing this forever. And by this, what I mean is the whole deconstruct and reconstruct phase. Deconstructing and reconstructing always feels a lot harder than the initial construction, somehow. I think because it's not, you know, it's not novel, it's not new, you're just kind of reconstructing the things you've already done before. At some point you're like, okay, come on, let's move this along a little bit. So, let's see. If I put this, like, here, just for example, and you make the blue sign. You make 0.01. You make... Okay, we make 12 times more red science than we do blue science, but that's assuming this red science runs at full time. Which, even still, does not look to be the case. We don't have the capacity for it. But I think we could. I think at this point it's just an ore issue. You have never had oxygen. That's probably not good. Yep, that'll help a little bit. So still, once we're through this backlog here, it doesn't look like we're making nearly enough ore. Let's go ahead and get those two placed, I guess. See if that helps at all. Though I kind of feel like that's going to be a drop in the bucket. So let's go ahead and copy this again. And maybe even one more time. There we are. Make sure I can actually place that so that our existing infrastructure continues working. There we go. Now let's go build belts and crushers and such. Crusher, what do you need? Wire, of course you do. Of course you do. Maybe I just need engines instead. Well, that'll do 4 of those. Then I need motors for inserters and motors for belts. We are getting some. Just not a lot. Go ahead and void the excess oxygen here. I'm gonna have venting properly set up at some point, but that point is not now. There we go. And one more. There we go. So, what do I need? 1 recipe belt, 2 recipes of inserters, 2 power poles. I think I can manage that. So let's come down this way and see what we got. You're missing ferronickel and plastic. Plastic I can do something about. The ferronickel though. That'll do. Yeah, it's all going into this guy. Which, you know, fair enough, but also, eh. Oh. I purposely have you disabled. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Ferronickel sheets, get in there. Okay, that's gonna... producing those. So now I need iron rod. Where is the iron stuff again? I believe this would be the iron stuff. There we are. So 1 recipe belt, 2 inserters, 2 power poles. I need just a little plastic. There we go. And then 2 of you. That's just rolls. There we go. Doesn't leave me really any extras, but it will get the job done. Oh, I also need 2 furnaces, it looks like. Go ahead and queue those up. Not those are a dire need or anything, but you know, might as well get them built. Okay, so that should have a lot more ore start coming in, I think. Oh, I'm also walking around with just 4 solar panels in my inventory somehow. Let's go and get those placed. Perfect fit. Love to see it. Any other goodies in here? Actually, yes. I have a random battery. You can just go here. Have fun. Alright. I think we are pretty close to actually having a working base, believe it or not. We are almost playing the game. Let's see. Red Science still hasn't kicked on yet. We are missing nickel wire, which is missing nickel ingot. Okay, here comes a nickel ingot. Okay, it does say I've made 14. Oh, this is running. Never mind. This is totally running. You are 0. You are not. Yeah, reds are building up. Okay. So let's get blue figured out. So you need a little more than 2 air compressors. Let's just make you 2. Or I guess plan for 2. I'll just do like that. You wired in. And then you take seawater. That's easy enough. At least it should have been. A little convoluted, but whatever. Can make one of those power poles, and of course they place that one. Okay. Why not? What do I need? I need wire. Of course I need wire. You always need wire. Okay. I think I need to do the same thing here. So grab you, do that. And wire. Nickel wire. Let's keep like 20. That way for these rare crafts where I actually need the wire and not the motors, I actually have the wire itself available. Though in this case it does look to be the case that I need motors. Okay. So, make 2 of those guys, and a power pole. Once again, I have no leftovers whatsoever, but it does get the job done. So let's just sit here, wait just a second, and it should be all finished up. And now just the power pole to get it all connected. Okay, very good. Come on, you got this. You got this. Okay, it's gonna take a second, it looks like. Oh yeah, I do remember talking about how this is 12 times slower than this setup over here. That would be expensive. That would be quite expensive, especially since we only have the one lab. But I mean, it really should be done well. Like, there's no reason in redoing everything if we start just not doing it correctly again. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's see how many I can get. Let's turn personals off for just time being. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then horizontal flip. 3 spaces between. Because I think that's the minimum you would be able to get away with. Maybe that's not the case though. So let's do all of this. Should have set the recipe, I suppose. And then do one more down here, just to complete the pattern. And I guess actually I will need to do that. Is that good? I think that's good. Yeah. There we go, and then just get rid of the last ones. So you attach. You attach. Okay. Pretty sure this is all good, all correct. So let's get some water. Here we are. Bring that down this way. And bring it in. Of course, you will need power. Yes, you will. Let's see if I can't put this in the middle. Good enough. Okay. And then for each of these, which there should be 12. Yes, there is. 12 times 80, let's say 85. So 10 would be 850. Then plus another 170. So that would be 1020. Each of you does 50, I think. So why did my brain just give up? Should be roughly 2 apiece. Well, 1,000, it was 1,200, right? So 200 would be 4. 1,000 is 20, so 24. Yeah, we'll just make 2 apiece. It's a little overbuilt, but whatever. So let me try and get a power pole out here. That'll do. Might as well bring it in one. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then go ahead and copy all of that. Vertical. Nope. Horizontal. And it does just barely fit. Look at that. Yep, that's a lot of air. That's a lot of air need. Oh well, let's see how far we can go. So we can at least get all the pipe in. Standing just like here, we need a lot. We need a lot. Let's see how things have built up over this way. So we have a couple of you. Yeah, 6 power poles isn't even gonna come close, but let's see how far that'll take us. Might as well make a couple of recipes of those. Can I make any of the air? I need filters. Kind of forgot about filters, to be honest with you. Guess while I'm handcrafting, what do filters want? Graphite, plastic. That's pretty much it. So, graphite and plastic. Should probably go ahead and start setting up the new plastic line again, just while I'm waiting for that to go. That's going to be even more hydro plants there. Oh, I already have the saline water, so that will help a little bit. Do I have electrolyzers? Yes, I do. And I have oxygen and hydrogen right there. So let's see if I can't make a little line of electrolyzers here. Set the recipe. So we want the sodium hydroxide recipe. Make oxygen the 2-tall. Connect this together. And then yeah, these boxes have got to go. There we go. Not too bad. And then the hydrogen. Let's see. What can I do for hydrogen? Oh, that just works. Okay. Cool. All cool, all cool. Okay, so let's do that. You do have an item output, let's not forget. And for now, you get to go in a box. Not that you will work regardless, but you know, we're planning. We're planning. So, more wire. Thank you. That makes power poles. If I had plastic, it would make power poles. I believe there's a lot of plastic in one of those chests I was just messing with, so let's go up and see if I'm correct. I actually don't see any. This one? No, okay. I might actually be out of plastic at this point. So maybe I should start planning on making some. I mean, that's what the electrolyzers are for, granted, but still. Maybe I should go harvest some from the things making engines right now, since I don't really need those. Well, you're already out. How about this guy? You've got plenty. Okay. So you're missing your input. Let's fix that. Also the chlorine. So let's do this. There we go. And that has those guys started up. This hydrogen is full. So let's go ahead and get a pump in here. As well make a couple. I kind of half remember not being able to void. No, you can void oxygen. Okay, never mind. It was chlorine. Chlorine you couldn't void. Okay. Make another couple pumps. There we go. Trying to get it out of the way. Even if only a little bit. A couple of these guys. There we are. You can go in there. And then power pole right there. Okay. So copy you. And copy you. And then go ahead and raise this to like 13,000. And 13,000. That way we keep a comfortable buffer of all the fluids, but we don't allow it to get close enough to risk jamming anything. These guys running full-time do produce over 100 hydrogen though, and that's just them. So maybe I actually want a little more. Might as well have some extra. Once I actually start using the hydrogen, it won't be nearly as big of a problem, but for the moment it is a problem, so might as well address it. Anyway, that's going to be making the chlorine that I need for plastic. So, let's see, where do I want actual plastic to go? Maybe right where these assemblers are right here. Go ahead and pick those up. They aren't really necessary anymore. Plastic. Let's get you in here. Kinda line you up there if possible. And like that. You also need ethylene. That's right. Completely forgot the ethylene. Completely forgot the ethylene. Okay. So that takes the whole methane chain. Okay, so that's starting with carbon dioxide, which is just air separation. Okay, so in that case, let's reorganize just a smidge. Move these guys a little further that way. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. I was trying to get that so that all three steps leading up the plastic could fit in this horizontal area right here, but that's just not gonna happen. What I might be able to do, though, is make it vertical. Not sure if I'm super thrilled with that, though. I think I'd rather just... Yeah, I think I'd rather just have the processes to make the gas and then have plastic above them. So you produce methane and water, and then you produce ethylene and water. So yeah, let's get something like this in here. The water can just come in here somewhere. So, saline water. You produce just water. Which is right here. Need a few more underground pipes, it looks like. Been slacking on them. Let's get that in. And I knew it. Okay. We have production flowing in this way. So what if I put a tank here? Does anything consume this water? So that's more production. Okay, we have consumers down this way. What if I do that? That probably does literally nothing. That does absolutely nothing. 44 out of 32. 33. Wow, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. So that makes people happy. So the only consumers right now are this way. So what if I just put a one-way right there? Alright, should be fine. So you need carbon dioxide and you need methane, but you're the one who produces methane. So that seems reasonable. You produce 24, you consume 16. Okay, so you do slightly overproduce, that's what I wanted to see. Carbon dioxide. That comes from air, which needs filters. I do have the ability to produce you. You need glass. Silica in a foundry. Okay. I think by chance I happen to have some silica on me. Let's make another foundry. Just throw it there for a moment. Make some glass. Yeah, there's some silica right there. Making sure I can't do anything else with silica. Silicon ingots. Not anything anytime soon. Okay. It's a little slow. Just a touch. Just a touch. Oh, created first glass. Let's see. I need 3. Okay, let's go ahead and make the tank and the one-way, since those are also ingredients. Oh, you're very slow. Let's go ahead and have another foundry on hand for when we need them in the future. Okay. Come on, glass. Come on. You've got this. You can do it. I believe in you. I will probably need more chemical plants, so what if I just take half the silicon and throw it in there? There we go. Chemical plant. And then you get to be the super special plastic one. So put you like right there. You make plastic. You make plastic out of ethylene and chlorine. So just double checking, ethylene is your output. So you go there. That goes there. And this goes here. There we are. So, ethylene needs to be hooked up first of all. And then you need methane. And methane needs carbon dioxide, which I keep forgetting needs a filter. Which was kind of the whole deal behind making a chemical plant. So let's pick you up and put something that can make a filter like down here. Okay. Bots off. Undo. Place. Bots back on. There we go. Filter. So graphite, plastic. Then throw plastic in there. Carbon dioxide, which is what I need to begin with. Bots, back off. So let's come back over this way to where I have carbon dioxide. Trying to see if it's any easier to get to over here. No, not really. Okay, well, whatever. Momentarily, you get to be here. There we are. Plug you in. Throw some plastic in. Throw some graphite in. Do I have all the parts? Yes, I do. Interestingly, it's actually carbon that I'm shortest on. Let me go see if I can... Oh, there's... This is the carbon producing area. I was gonna say, let me go see if I can find more carbon. I think that will be fairly easy. I just wanted a couple more filters before I deconstructed this, because coming and putting it all back would be kind of a pain. So it's 2 for these distilleries, and then it is 1 per chemical plant. So I figured, I don't know, something like 8's probably fine. Maybe go ahead and just shoot for 10. Might as well. Just allow it to run out naturally. And there we go. Now I can put this back. Okay. So distillery. That's what I need for carbon monoxide, and then I might as well make one more chemical plant. There's that. And let's come over this way. Hold on. Let's not make a chemical plant, actually, because I need this. Which means I need foil. But that also requires 2 filters. So, I'm glad I stopped that when I did. So, let's get crafting on that. I decided to do so many because I knew I needed them, but actually I would like to have them a little faster, so let's do them one by one. Also, let's go ahead and grab this guy and get him thrown somewhere around in here. The nitrogen needs to be vented, can't forget that. In fact, let's make another chimney to vent it. And let's say air separation. There we are. This is 40 per second. And you need 32, so about as perfect as you're gonna get. Might as well go ahead and move that in a little bit. Good enough. And then, what do you need? 150, so that's 3 exactly. So, 1, 2, 3. I can't quite get it to work, it doesn't look like. So, I can totally get this to work. Hold on. If I put you there instead, then I can put these guys there. There we go. You just don't power you anymore. That's the problem. But I can still just put you there. Okay. All cool, all cool. Okay, so this whole chain has kicked off. Very nice. Got you going, and now we have plastic again. Yay! Through the output in a tank. 1, 2 down. And actually, maybe I'll do output that side instead. Or maybe I won't. Maybe output gets to go down here. Anyway, there's plastic. Now where do I want to send plastic? That's interesting. It might actually come across the path and then down, just because there's so much junk over here. In fact, I kind of feel like that's a good idea. Let's do this so that they are even. There we are. And in you go. But then I just need a bunch of stuff. Just a bunch. By a bunch, I mean like 3 motors. 24 should certainly do it. Oh yeah, I also need undergrounds. So let's see how that, let's see where that gets me. Oh yeah, what's the output here? So 0.3 a second. Important to remember. I don't remember how much I need, but at least I know how much I had. That was all of those undergrounds already. Okay, so who was it that needed plastic to begin with? 'Cause I don't actually remember. Engines. Where do engines want plastic to be? They don't really have a good spot for them. Probably just move that up, and then plastic can go there. Oh, is this plastic? This is plastic. Okay. They do have a spot. And what do you know, I just so happened to accidentally line it up perfectly. I'm just that good, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that's gonna give me motors once again for science. Why do I have another inserter? No idea. Anyway, here it comes, and I am gonna just stand and watch it work. Always watch your builds work, you know? There go the motors. And then that comes down this way, into science. Good to go. Did I ever build any of this? I made a couple, it looks like. Missing one. Considering they craft in pairs is especially annoying. Still need a whole bunch of air filters though. Just an incredible number. Let's make a chemical plant so that I can make more filters. Now that I have plastic, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and buffer plastic. So, let's see. Plastic. There you are. And you're only enabled if plastic is more than, like, 50. And let's go ahead and review science real quick. Masonry. No idea what that's for. Mining prod. Kinda cool. Making glass. Sure, that's just gonna happen by itself. Pipes would be kinda cool, I guess. Being able to make pipes out of plastic would be nice. Phosphorus processing. Graphite, sand, crushed phosphorite. Sure, I guess. Organic chemistry. Why not? Just better plastic recipes, I assume? Kinda looks like that's where it's headed. Might as well throw you on the end. Metallurgy 2, sure. Waste management sounds interesting. Does this allow me to get rid of waste? So, sand and seawater. So, mineral dust and hydrochloric acid. Sludge and seawater. Crushed iron ore becomes gravel. Calcium carbonate becomes mineral dust. Landfills of various amounts become different landfill for some reason. Okay, being able to get rid of sand doesn't sound all that interesting, I've gotta be real with you, but it is heavily pushing me towards making mineral dust for some reason. And then getting rid of mineral dust with hydrochloric acid. Which doesn't sound that awesome, but sure, why not? Gonna need it sooner or later, I guess. Alright, so one of these guys. Let's pop him somewhere that already has power. Okay, you also need gas, I forgot. Carbon dioxide. So where's my carbon dioxide line? Right over this way. Funny enough, I will have to do exactly the same thing that I did in the previous setup. So, graphite, plastic, just whatever else. And let's get power in here. Okay, keep one plastic for me, and go and grab a wire from somewhere. That looks like a promising place to nab a wire from. There's another research down. Ah, I placed you wrong. There we go. Now you're making filters. I do need to get this somewhere a little more permanent, but I don't even have a graphite production chain on this side of the factory, so that might have to wait for just a minute. Oh, plastic utilization, okay. Let me look at the new things over here. So carbon monoxide and hydrogen makes ethylene, propene, and benzene. Ethylene and benzene makes styrene and hydrogen. Ethylene and steam makes butadiene and hydrogen. Very cool. Where's my styrene butadiene though? Where's my better plastic recipe? Unless you make... Okay, it is a dedicated rubber actually. I was expecting it would just shortcut to making plastic. But I suppose there is a rubber item. Well, interesting. Filters, good. Grab you now. Go ahead and take the pipe back. So maybe what I'll do is go ahead and copy this setup over here that makes the carbon just one more time, just so that this side of the base can also have carbon. And then once I have carbon over here, then I can use it to make filters. Let's put it more over this way, I suppose. It's not very useful over there. Like, it's out of the way, but it's also out of the way, you know? Yeah, I'll just put it like here. Why not? So I need another distillery, another air filter, another chem plant. Oh, we got the plastic pipes. And we've got something to do with phosphorus. We'll deal with that not today. Let's see, what do you need? You just need foils. Whatever those things are called. I can never remember those for some reason. So those are right down this way somewhere. So just grab those. Might as well grab some of the bars. No wire. A little bit concerning. Stone's backed up again already. Okay. Wow, okay. We produce a lot of stone, I guess. How do I make this? Don't even have the research for medium chest, let alone large chest. Oh, there is no medium chest, okay. This one we're not terribly far away from, but at the same time, do not have. Yeah, I really don't know what to do with all this stone. I can't even box it because I don't have the boxer yet. Turn it into gravel. Apparently there's a way to get rid of mineral dust soon. Gravel can also be turned into sand and mineral dust, but that's later research. I might as well make crushers and just start dealing with it. Would like to have 2 crushers in here. Realize that's not going to happen for a while, but what I would like to have happen. Power pole? Of course not. It is plastic this time, however, which is at least a novel one to be out of. So, crushed stone, there we go. And then let's see if I can't get one more of those guys. That requires plastic again. Okay, interesting. You got this. You can do it. Once again, very thankful that I got the handcrafting module as soon as I did. And then just another crusher. Not that I have the recipe yet, but I might as well go make one more. Just be prepared. There we are. And there we go. I do need to make a power pole. There we go. And then once I have the tech unlocked, I can just set the recipe and have it going. And this is all temporary again. It will change. But for now, that's what I've got. Alright, one more power pole, I guess. Fortunately, I had enough. This is 1-to-1, so essentially I only added whatever inventory the Crushers itself has and one more chest. So I don't anticipate that to last for very long. So at least since we had a massive backup in the other Crushers, we're just flooded with resources for the moment. What was I even trying to make? I've completely forgotten. Oh yeah, this thing over here. Now I remember. I need coils. I also need more coils and more glass. Assume it is these coils. It does seem to be so. Might as well make an extra. Well, okay, the filters are a little in demand right now, so maybe I won't be too willy-nilly with them. Make a couple chem plants. And let's see, I do need some underground pipes, it looks like. Also need a flare stack, or a chimney, rather. Get that in place. And get that in place. In. And in. So, water. Let's see. Where is just pure water? That's saline water. I'm sure I have water around here somewhere. There's water. There we go. And then just straight in. Okay, maybe that's not that great. Let's not do that. Could I perhaps go through here? Nope, there's hydrogen there. How about here? Okay, I have to move you one more time. But I think that's fine. Okay, and then get just regular pipes there, though I do have to underground here to avoid the hydrogen. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Like, I could reroute it to the top and everything, but yeah. I need several power poles, which means more plastic. Here's some plastic. And there's a couple power poles. What do you know? There we go. And let's get a couple more underground pipes. And that's all the sand that I've got. Don't really need that many extras. Good to stay on top of it though. Still need two... Yes, still need 2 power poles. Just need more nickel wire now. Okay. Ooh, I forgot about the whole hardly any distance thing. Okay. Guess that's not good enough. What's your extent? 1 pipe too far. There we go. Actually, you're generating, so that pump was backwards. All the same, we need another motor for that. So let's come down here, grab more wire, more motors. Always need more. So there's the pump, and then let's get the power poles in place. Oh yeah, the air filters themselves would probably be nice to have. We need air filters. So let's see. The filters do take carbon, but they do also take the gas. So let's see if I can do something like this. And then filter. So, insert, we need plastic, so let's get plastic down this way. How much? Like, not a lot, certainly, but enough that I might consider just making another plastic plant. Let's see. Second plants. Let's just make a couple. I mean, I am just about at the finish line there for the filters, so it shouldn't be too much worse. Mostly just thinking about how many more chemical plants I want and how protective I have to be of the filters I already have. So let's grab this and put you there. Sure, I have a chest or two. There we go. In addition to outputting that direction, I also want you to output this direction. There we go. Should give a little extra. And then this one can be like 40. Actually, let's drop this one since the other one is so high. Let's say this one's like 20 and this one's 10. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, this is running, right? Okay, it is. It is. And this should output on its next thing. Oh, I have so much plastic, actually. Let me, assist. There we go. So, what are you missing? You need iron sheets? Iron sheets, huh? Well, that's not very cool. That's kind of making me feel like I'm stupid, and I should have been building this down here, down in this area. So much so that I kind of want to go rip that up and just move it down there, because where I have it doesn't make any sense. So let's just rip all of that up. Thank you. Thank you, box. Come on home, thank you. Yeah, let's just grab all of that. Including the pump and everything. And there we go. So, bots, I'm trusting you to just come and clean this up real quick. Would be cool. Thank you, guys. You're the best. So now let's run back to the other spot where this should have been the whole time. Grab the paste. So iron products are down here. These guys, let's flip that. Right around here, it looks like. And then this, we just flip around that way. And let's see, I had a wired inserter. There we go. So grab you. All good. And looks cool to me. Can I just move this over one? Is that ridiculous? It's a little ridiculous. Let's just do that. Okay, we still need plastic in here. Plastic is right over here, fortunately. And I can just do that. A little too far. And there we go. That should be everything in here. Other than the carbon. I keep calling it carbon. It is graphite. I acknowledge it's graphite. I'm sure I will continue to call it carbon. I apologize if this bothers you. It is beyond my control. That is no good. There we go. This comes down and in. There we are. So, it is iron. Graphite. You need air filters. I can make one for now. You also need graphite. I make graphite literally there. Okay, all you need to do is get water connected somewhere. I think water is right around in here. Yes, it is. And there we go. Knew it was gonna happen. Okay. So, out of curiosity, that's 42. 43, 44, 45, 46. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, this isn't pure water anyway. Oh, is this pure water? How have I connected to saline water? I have no idea. Maybe that's saline water? It is. Maybe I connected to it, like, momentarily? Okay. Good enough, I guess. It's so angry at me. Now it's 32. Okay, so saline water is 64, but fresh water is 32, I guess. That's what I'm getting here? I don't know. Okay, so 28. So 29, 30. So it kind of has to go here. So then you have to go here. Which, I mean, works. That's fine. There we are. And I guess it would be cheaper, all things considered, to use some one-way valves. It's not like I'm making a lot of this stuff. And then get another one right here. And that separates everything neatly. Okay. And then filters. Okay, well, filters are what we are trying to make. There we go. No hydrogen. That is a good point, being that you are not connected to anything. So let's find hydrogen, I guess. Is that hydrogen? That is hydrogen right there. So what if I just run a pipe this way? How much trouble do I get into? I'm not getting anywhere good, but it's not awful. There we go. That's where we want to be. That's the good stuff. So give me sand, I guess. How do I make sand again? I can make stone bricks from sandstone. Or I just crush stuff. Okay, basically sandstone and a crusher. Do I have a crusher? I can make one. Where was my sandstone? Oh, it was way up there. Okay. I couldn't remember where it was. I just remembered it was south for some reason, and it certainly was not. Okay. Crusher. You're gonna make sand for me, thank you. Yeah, good enough. Sand. Sand. Yippee! Now, underground. And maybe a couple more. So where did I leave off? It was somewhere down here. There we are. I need actual underground pipes as well. Wherever that might be. Okay, I can only make one more. So I guess I need to go get more sand. So let's go get more sand. I kind of feel like there's a bunch of sand just stashed somewhere. But, oh well, this works too. I keep losing where I was building. There we go. So, let's see, this needs to connect to hydrogen right here, which means we want to underground this stretch of belt right here. And connect in to right there. Beautiful. Okay. So you should be running. Yes, you are. That's making filters galore. Look at it go. It's beautiful. It's really not. It's really not, but you know what? It's working. So let's see, where does that get me? I can now make the air filters. I'm missing like 30 over there. But I'm also missing some down here, and I think making these will speed up the rate at which I can make more filters. So let's start with these. Let's see. Okay, so I can make one more. And once this is done, I think I'll just let them build up for a little while. And I will go back to working on the very first science, because we actually don't have any of that running right now. Funny enough, I'm pretty sure we either have or will very soon have a new, possibly better recipe. But if I don't have it already, I just have to make the old one. Yeah, this is the only one with that that we've got for right now. Yeah. So sandstone, bauxite, and iron ore. We just have to somehow get them all together. Do I even get iron ore from anywhere? I don't think I do, actually. Just oddly enough. I need nickel wire, as always. Fortunately, everything's a little more compact these days, so I don't have to run quite so far when I need one random power pole. There you go. And did I ever get that one recipe that I was looking for? Doesn't look like it. Guess we will later. Okay, we have a little room, fortunately. Let's come down here, grab however many filters I can, and then just start making more air filters. I can't because I need motors. Or maybe just wire themselves. Interesting. Oh, that might be the other wire. Hold on. Is it this wire? No, it doesn't look like it. I thought I was onto something. Oh well. Oh, what is this nonsense? So you're backed up, you just don't have carbon monoxide. That's because water is backed up. That's because it's not connected to anything. But why is it not connected to anything? Like, where was my water pipe even originally laid? I couldn't tell you. Okay, good. That's water over there, so let's just try running over that way. I guess this works. There we go. Shockingly, that works for some reason, because it's 64 length this time. This one also now reads as 64 length. I have no idea. Look, this one up here is 32, but this one is 64. Perplexing. Maddening. All adjectives you could use to describe the sensations I'm feeling right now. Including exhausted. I'm very tired. If my monologuing to myself is not making that clear. I was hoping to have all three of the first sciences finished before I skedaddled for the night. I'm increasingly wondering if that's actually going to happen, but I am dedicated. I am going to do my best. Let's see. What can I do? I need the wire. This is running. We just have no power. We just have no power. Understandable. There we go. First wire in forever. Well, at least the solar panels are kicking back in now. And wire. Apparently not wire enough. Okay, now we can make one. And that is only one. We're missing some over here, we're missing a billion over there. Do I even care to place these, actually? I'm not sure if I do. Like, you have plenty. Though granted, you have such a backlog behind you right now, maybe it wouldn't be an awful idea. Make sure that you are running at full capacity. Oh, hello random construction bot. How do you do? Anyway, let's get the ores brought up this direction. But I have to figure out where I'm even going to get iron ore from. Unfortunately, the solar panels are maxed out right now, and we are not charging the accumulators, which isn't very cool. Does mean I probably need a couple more wind turbines. Also, I do have a electrolyzer that I should probably be using to create and store steam. Yeah, let me get a couple power poles. There we go. I'm also going to need turbines, I guess, so that means a couple more wires then. Do I need anything else for the turbines? Just the motor, it looks like. Wonder if there's motors on the science belt. No, of course not. Why would there be? Perhaps in here. No? And no. Oh, there's some right here. Look at that. So let's do that. You still need nickel wire. The ferro wire, let's make sure I actually put some of this back. There we are. Okay. So I have the turbines now. Let's make a steam tank or two. I would like to have another electrolyzer. There we are. So, electrolyzer. Let's get you shoved in somewhere around in here, and I want to use the actual water pipe. So maybe I'll have them start like right here. We do have a one-way connection, unfortunately, right there. But we do get a water connection to bridge the gap right there. So maybe we'll bring them up a tad then. So electrolyze. And then I believe it was a combustion chamber. So priority, surge, surge. So hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, just bring that down. And how does this work? Okay, so the steam technically comes out of either the front or back, which is interesting because that means I could chain them, I think? No, they don't have input, it is explicitly output. Okay. Interesting. Well, anyway, let's make something like that. Connect those. And then you can sit right here. And you can go here. And let me see if I can go grab a battery from up this direction so that I can enable and disable this so that I don't burn through needless amounts of materials. So maybe the play here is not to connect it to my standard oxygen and hydrogen, because I'm creating and destroying it in perfect ratio. So maybe I could bring in like excess oxygen and hydrogen from top. So there's my oxygen. There's my hydrogen. There we go. So oxygen right there. And in. Hydrogen in right there. Seems good to me. Except then, once again, that will clog it. Oh, and I would also just avoid it. So yeah, that's actually not a good idea. Oh well. We just void the excess, that's fine. This is for energy, this is not. That's acceptable for now. One tile off. Oh well, not like I won't need power poles for the generators anyway. Fine. I need nickel wire! Yay! I'm losing my mind. Nickel wire! Give me a couple power poles. Grab some turbines. And there we go. So... oh yeah, guess I have to actually connect the power poles, not just make them. Okay. I wonder out of curiosity what the efficiency here is. So it takes 2 megawatts. Like, do I get a good breakdown in here? Doesn't really look like it. But this is electrolyzer 1. 2 megawatts. And how many seconds? 1 second. Okay, that makes it easy. So you make 140 and 70. And then you take 2... okay. Let's focus on just oxygen. So 70%. So half would be 220. And then plus 88. So that would be 308. 308 steam. That's very close to what you consume. Yeah, very close. So about 200 energy. What does 200 energy mean in this context? Couldn't tell you. Max power, 1 megawatt. Good. Okay. I have no idea what the efficiency of the steam is, but let's just say it's fine. It acts like a big accumulator, I guess. I do feel like it's a shame that it is a little tricky to try and get the oxygen and hydrogen into here, because I am just venting it up here, whereas I'm going to be paying to generate it down here. So what if... let me just do this. So one-way valves, just to keep us from avoiding what we create, and actually they should be actual pumps. If they were actual pumps, this would be easier. So, connect in. you also connect, and you also connect. So, you're going to be oxygen. And only if less than about 7,000 do I want you to be able to input. Same thing here, but with hydrogen, of course. And then there's the hydrogen. And there's the oxygen. And power pole. Okay. So that way we don't accidentally fill these. Because that would be silly. I might actually reduce this even a little bit more. Like 5,000. And 7,000 is fine for you. Hydrogen is twice as much as oxygen, so, you know, is what it is. If we do get a little bit of hydrogen that leaks through, it at least turns into power, so that's something. I am going to reduce this even further, just because this down here produces in perfect ratio, so I really hate this to clog up the whole system. Oh, and I can also make a whole bunch of these, so let's go ahead and get that handcrafting, and I'm going to do something that I should have done a little while ago. And here's a whole bunch of nickel ore for some reason. You know what? Let's just pick that up and go ahead and distribute that into all the crushers. There we are. So, how do I wind up with iron ore? Just keep on following it back. We'll get there eventually. Okay, iron ore, here we are. So I can turn crushed iron ore into iron using a geology science, but geology science itself takes 4 iron, so that doesn't seem very efficient. Hand sorting nickel ore, or that recipe which I've already abandoned. Okay, that's kind of it. So I guess I'm using geology research. Interesting. So it's kind of like a catalyst feedback loop thing you gotta get going. Okay, I mean, sure. And then you can eventually use just crushed iron, it's just not for a while. Yeah, not for a while. So I also need bauxite and sandstone up there. So let's see. So bauxite is right there, sandstone right over here. Neither one's all that difficult. I will need a lot of belt though, so let's go focus on making some belts for a little while. So let's see, is there anything down here for me? 6. I guess I'll take 6. Still need the iron bits, so let's grab iron bits. And just all of those. Okay. That's gonna give, you know, some belts. Not awful. More than you'd think. Less than you need. So let's see. If I run it over this way. So science is probably going to be crafted up in here. Let's just figure out where I want the belts to go. I think it can follow along the lake here well enough. Yeah, like it can just come down this way. Right down here. I think that seems good enough. So science is made, gets put on this belt, and it just goes off to get used. Let's go ahead and get a couple assemblers down for it. So let's try and stick to a vertical line of assemblers. And then this might be overkill. Let's see how much this does. 0.03. I think I'm... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So I'm aiming for 0.12. So I want 4 of these. Okay. Works for me. But actually I need some to turn iron into iron ore. So let's actually aim just a little higher. There we are. There's one input, and then you'll need another input. So you are long pickup, and you are also long pickup. Let's move you up a tile. See if I can just put that. I mean, that works. At least that would work if I'd done it correctly. 1, 2. And then move up. And then you move up. There we go. There we are. And of course, outputs. There we go. And then splitter down here somewhere so that we can do the whole little catalyst feedback loop thing. And we'll figure out the exacts once we get there. Not super important right at this moment. Let's see, so that is just smelting the crushed. I just had to double check. This is backed up again. Which isn't super cool. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that for now. And do this. Since it stacks to double, that is a decent amount of added storage. Just for going from stone to gravel. Instead of 500, we can hold 1,000. What am I doing? Oh yeah, getting ore, getting ore. So, let's come over this way. Oh yeah, I forgot I was making sand over here. I think we can probably stop that now. So let's get that down here. Of course, I don't have any power. Can I just reposition you somewhere that does? Not really. Can I move this power pole? Yes, I can. There we are. And that way, I can just put a inserter there. I mean, obviously I could just have these output onto a belt as well. It's just I have 4,000 in this chest right now, and I don't know what I would do if I didn't use it, so there it is. I think I will try and run a belt through here. I'm not going to be super picky about running it over existing ore or anything. It's not like this is my late game setup. So you can just come up this way. And I'll probably just go ahead and throw some bauxite on there as well. There we go. So I need a bunch of power poles. Gotta keep that in mind. Bunch of power poles. First, a bunch of belts, because I was about to say let's run this, and then I noticed I have basically no belt. So let's go get power poles and belts, which are going to be fighting for materials, at least as far as the wire is concerned. At least I do have wire. I don't have plastic. Oh yeah, because I never actually fed plastic into you, even though I have plastic right here. So, let's just move this. You can go there. And then we can just continue this up this way. One too high. There we go. Easy peasy. Do have to actually make the belt first, though. There we go. And now you get just plastic. That way I don't have to hand feed you anymore. Oh, which means I can get rid of that chest. Okay, lots of power poles. Let's not forget those. Let's actually go ahead and get those queued. And then I can go ahead and make some of the other stuff. Because I do need to go ahead and get these powered. Go. Drag these on over. And in. Okay, everyone's all cool, all good. We just need to actually get the belt over to where it's needed now. So that is sandstone and bauxite. All we need now is the crushed iron. So, crushed iron, of course, comes down this way. So, we can probably just split right here and continue on this way. Let's see, so we want to be coming up like right along here, but maybe I want to hug that belt. Maybe that would be better. Come up this way, jump the belt, break the rock, and then you go. So we do of course still need more belts, but we are getting somewhere. We will also need more assemblers to actually turn that crushed iron into iron ore. But, you know, one problem at a time. Go ahead and get those queued. And as much belt as I can make. In fact, let me see. It is an assembler recipe, right? Oh, maybe it's not even an assembler recipe. Your. Let's see. Foundry. It is a foundry recipe. Fortunately, I can just make a couple of those. No biggie. And in we go. Okay, that was almost enough. We almost made it. Not quite, but almost. Okay. Ooh, I'm definitely hitting my endurance limit for the night, I think. Not too terribly much longer today. Though granted, this is what I said I wanted to do. I may not have blue fully set up or anything, but I've at least got it sketched out. I've got the machines kind of loosely placed where I want them to be. I've got the production amounts kind of worked out. I'm most of the way there. So I'm pretty happy with what I was able to do tonight. I do intend on going for another maybe 15 minutes or so, just seeing if I can get this last science set up and if I can make any more progress on the blue science, but whether I can or can't, I will be ending things pretty soon. Also, power, just... Good God, man. Power's pretty awful. Do I need... What do I need? So you do take motors. So let's go ahead and throw motors. That's the wrong wire. There you go. Yeah, the wind turbines just are not cutting it. Like, I would really like to have some solar soon. And I'm not that far away from the thermal solar, which I'm very happy to see. I just have to actually get research moving again. I haven't had research going in like 5 hours at this point. But the base is going to be in a much better place for it. It was a total mess before, and it's a total mess now, don't get me wrong, but at least it's a bit of organized chaos. There's a reason to where things are now, where there definitely was not before. Hello, Mr. Rock. Go away. Hello, Mr. Rock. Go away. Let's see. What all do I need? Okay, I do need more inserters, it looks like. Also, this was all planned out with medium assemblers, which I just don't have. So that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to come in and replace all that soon enough. But for the time being, I made foundries, so let's put them to use. So this belt here, I want to be kind of on this level. And then the iron comes down this way. And then that's going to make this recipe. And we have long inserters here. So this is going to be for science. And that definitely needs to be prioritized. If this ever breaks, then we just can't do science anymore, which is not super cool. So let's break all of this. And then redo it with the proper assemblers. Which does then also mean moving this in a bit. I believe right there. Nope. One further. There we go. Tiny assemblers, where you go? There you go. let's see. Go until right there. So how many does this do? Let me figure that out first, because the ratio I believe is just half. 0.01. Oof, okay. So I need 12 of these then. Let's go ahead and get the inserters in. So, you are long. You are long. Please. Thank you. And then you are long. And outputs. Should probably include outputs. So, grab you. And then do the whole thing. Because that's 6. And then this gives me 12. That's fine. Just gotta make sure to redo belts through here. And of course, the output as well. So what do you need? You need all kinds of stuff. Okay. That's fine. We need power poles and inserters and assemblers and belts. So let's just go ahead and go camp out at the nickel cable assembler for a little bit. Did I go too far? There we are. So let's take all that, turn it into a couple of power poles, take the engines, maybe 2 belts, a couple of things of inserters, and then the rest assemblers. I have nickel ingots on me. Let me just toss those in there. As well as a whole bunch of these. Yeah. Cool. So many iron. I don't have any idea why I have so many iron ingots. And so much nickel ore. Let's go ahead and get that, you know, a step towards taking care of as well. By just coming up here, trying to shove it into crushers. There we are. I kind of thought that was all of it for a second and got excited, but alas, it was not. I think I just took stuff out of that one. Let's just throw that in there. There you are. This one already needs to move again. Okay, let's go grab just a little more wire, just however much I can get my hands on. Maybe a couple engines. Yippee. And let's see how far that's gonna take me. I do need at least one more belt recipe to go. And get that in there. So this belt just comes this way and in. And then honestly, this whole thing right here, this whole thing, and just come over a little bit. Oh, actually you need to be higher in order to reach. Okay, yeah, so you have to be here. Then I have to do the old, oh, turn around doohickey. There we are. Actually, bring that down by 1. There we are. Bots are working hard. Doing whatever this is. I'm glad you decided that one belt decided... Or, yep, can't even do words anymore. That's how I know I'm, just about spent. I have so many of these. Put those in there. One thing I probably should do is I put the labs down over here. Or, lab, I suppose, singular. Do I have any of the yellow science? No, unfortunately not. That's fine. I can just kickstart some with a handcraft of iron ore. I'm sure I will get at least one. Perfect amount. Look at that. So, in you go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 bauxite. And 1, 2, 3, 4 sandstone. So, at the very least, once you have power, you will be able to run. And that will send a science pack this way, which will be able to jumpstart the system. Which is all we really need. Speaking of what we need iron. Can I steal a little bit of iron from somewhere? Maybe down here. Does look like it. Okay, I'll take that. Not too bad. Pick a couple of engines. Ooh, a whole line of engines. And a little bit of wire. Why not? I think I might actually need some inserters, so let's do that first. Oh yeah, I need, definitely needed more inserters. Probably more than I actually keep. Thought I was being, conservative there, but I suppose not. Go, bots, go! Okay, still need another 3 small assemblers. Which are just more iron, actually, it looks like. We also need to get everything powered. So, you there. And maybe not. Maybe that's not the vibe. Maybe this is, though. Then I just need to connect you to something. Anything. There we go. Okay, very, very slowly, it is making something. So let's go back, grab more iron, and make those last couple assemblers. See how many air filters I can get before 11:30, and at 11:30 I'm calling it a night. That's my cutoff point. Apparently I can make 0. There we go. Might as well leave myself a couple. And how about you? What do you need? You need, I believe, this. Yes. Okay, I needed 24 originally. I have 6, so I need another 18. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So let's come up here and get them all placed down. There we are. And then what's next? The air filters. Okay. I do just want to see this work. Just the very first time, I would like to make sure it actually functions correctly. Even if it is very slow. I mean, mostly due to power, I think. Oh no, no. We have power, this is just slow. Okay. Good to know. Yep, and there goes, iron ore. Yeah, we have 12 of these, and each one supports a little less than 10, it looks like. A little less than 9, actually. So 8. So this supports 16, we've got 12, that should be fine. Even at that speed, as long as it's running full time, it won't have any difficulties at all. Yeah, okay. It'll take a while to fill itself up, but that's fine. We've got the important part finished. Speaking of which, let's get some of these air filters placed in. Some of these power poles as well. God, I was missing so many power poles in here. Oh, and a couple undergrounds. Look at that. Can I make a hydro plant? Yes, I can. Let's just add that to the queue. Okay, everything should have power. You never had output. You just never had output. Alright then. Let's move all of these guys. Let's see. Inserter, belt, to at least here. Sorry bots, I know you just got finished placing all of that, but I need you to go and rip it up and do it again. Also means we need a lot of inserters. Like a lot of inserters. Yeah, so those power lines don't connect. And I can't really force them to connect anywhere. I can get a connection down here. Oh, they already connect. Never mind. Never mind. I lied. I thought they connected. Okay, so let's get the outputs sorted here. And just go ahead and throw the belt in. There we go. And even more power poles. In fact, let me just come over here and copy all of this and flip it. That was a horizontal flip. But it doesn't feel right for some reason. Ah, because it doesn't necessarily line up with what's in the middle. Okay. Trust my gut. Put the inserters where they belong. There we go. There's that. And then you go in there. And let's just make sure the other science is on the outside of the belt. I guess it doesn't matter. I can come down here and force it to be. So I want you to be on this side of the belt. So that wouldn't do it. That wouldn't do it. But that would. Okay, just finished making a whole bunch more air filters, so let's get those placed in. And I guess that guy too. And we need a lot of inserters and just a little more belt. And I think I can manage that in 2 minutes. Grab all this. What am I missing? I need iron. Let's grab some iron stuff. And now I need iron rod. There we go. So once the inserters are done crafting, I think blue science will be done. Like, there's a little bit of belt left to place. We're missing a power pole here. And we are missing 1 underground belt. Other than that, I do believe we are finished. Just waiting on this belt section here, and then the power pole. Come on, you can do it. Handcraft faster. There we are. Oh, we are missing this power pole down here as well. So I'm actually missing 2 power poles. I did not realize. There you go. And might as well have another power pole ready to go. So let's see. You are missing air, but I don't think air is connected anywhere. Yeah, didn't think so. So let's bring this in and over. Could not begin to tell you why I could possibly have an odd number of underground pipes there. And boom. Okay, so those should have all just kicked on. They should all be running. I think. Okay, they all have air in them, so they will eventually take over. And then that's going to send blue science down into the lab. Not labs, but lab. And how is science doing up this direction? Did it ever actually go anywhere? Also, I never buffered any of the steam that was created here. So let's go ahead and do that. And then I will go check on science, and then I will call it a night. There we are. Okay, so let's go see what's going on up this direction. We do have science packs coming in, and that is turning into more and more iron ore. You love to see it. And then as the iron ore cycles, it turns into more science turns into more iron, and so on and so on. So these do all look like they're running. They're just running very slowly, due to the fact that we are at about a third power utilization, or rather satisfaction. Yeah, definitely looking forward to having a little more research done so that I can have actual power generation soon. The wind turbines are not cutting it. But as I've said 18 times now, I believe that's going to do it for today. I have the 3 beginner sciences all set up and running. Even if they aren't currently sitting in the lab, they are just, you know, taking their time to get here. I could sit around and wait and watch for them to show up, but that doesn't sound like a satisfying ending. So I'm gonna end here with my victory. I've got all 3 sciences set up and running, and that gives me a great building place for next time. I have my personal supplies set up. I've got the base sciences set up. In fact, the 3rd science is almost finished, I'm pretty sure. We come in and look. Yeah, we're just about to hit the next science level, and then after that, everything takes purple science. So, this might look like a lot, but keep in mind, most of these things, like there's a couple triggers here and there, but most of these take like 12 science packs, so they're not exactly exorbitantly expensive. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. I literally don't even have a save. I haven't saved once so far. How about that? You always gotta remember to save. In fact, I always even have a backup. So let's go ahead and make a backup too. There we go. So thanks for everyone coming out, sharing the experience with me of playing Nullius for the very first time. Tips and tricks always welcome. And I'll see you in the next one.